sorry, my bad. I was I was trying to restream you to get you more views. Just
No, it's all
busy.
good. Yeah,
Um,
but what's really weird is check this out, dude. This shit right here.
I heard Valentinus, and usually if someone says Valentinus, I appear. So I was like, okay,
Where
it's like one of those
is
words.
this? Oh yeah, whoops. I'm trying to share a video instead. Let me share an image, and I'll show you guys this quote I have by Valentinus, and then I'll reread this quote by Marcus, and then I'll reread this quote by the Haggadah, because this is actually really crazy stuff. Yeah, it's talking about this divine language, right? So this is Valentinus on technology. Oh, whoops. Right here. And it says, something like fear overcame the angels in the presence of that modeled form, i.e., Adam, because he uttered things that were superior to what his origin justified. Owing to the agents who had invisibly deposited a seed of higher essence and who spoke freely, so too the races of worldly people, human artifacts become objects of fear for their creators. For example, statues and images and everything that is made by human hands as representing a god. For Adam, modeled as representing humanity, made them stand in fear of the pre-existent humanity. So he's kind of talking about Adam Kadmon there. For precisely the latter stood in him, right? Adam reflects the Adam Kadmon, right? The universal man. And they were stricken with terror and quickly concealed his works. So there's that. Now here's Marcus. He says that. Oh, whoops. He says each letter thinks its own sound to be the whole name. So it's like each of the elements of language, they're sort of like selfish, right? So language itself is kind of selfish because they descend from the crown of God and they want existence to start with them. Right? So it says none of the other letters recognized neither its own nature nor that of the others. For while every one of them was part of the whole, each one imagines its own sound to be the whole image. And then in the Haggadah, 22 letters of the alphabet descended from the terrible and august crown of God. Whereupon they were engraved with a flaming pen of fire. They stood round about God, and one after another they spake and entreated, create the world through me. After the claims of all these letters had been disposed of, B-E-T, stepped before the Holy One, blessed be he, pleaded before him, O Lord of the world, may it be your will to create the world through me.
That seems pretty interesting. So what's the Haggadah exactly?
It's Second Temple Judaism, pre-Talmudic.
So I have a question for you that may or may not be related. Do you think that you can find roots of Kabbalah in Valentinus?
Well. That's what I was just proving, right? Because it says here that that here she says the late Gershom Scholem, professor of Jewish mysticism at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, far more sympathetic to Marcus than Irenaeus was, explained that those who take the path of Kabbalah seek to know God not through dogmatic theology, but through the living experience and intuition. Like other Jews, Kabbalists interpret the scriptures, but in their hands, the scriptures become like a language of spiritual exploration. Like Kabbalists, and here's the key part, more than 1,000 years later, Marcus asked, How can we speak what is ineffable? How can the invisible, incomprehensible God become manifest? Marcus' vision suggests that the whole alphabet, all of human speech, can become a mystical form of divine truth.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because I had a TikTok thing I did yesterday, and I was talking to like a gay guy, atheist, and then like another guy who just hates all of existence, and then a Catholic. And I really triggered all of them, honestly, but particularly the Catholic, because he was saying, well, Aquinas says, instead of Nietzsche says, it's like Aquinas says that we can know God through reason, logic. And I was like, well, I mean, you can know aspects of him maybe, but you're definitely not going to know him directly, right? Like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know that Aquinas is saying that particularly, right? Like, it's a very strange thing. And then it kind of dawned on me, it's like, this is kind of why I reject Catholicism, is because they kind of run with that and say, well, I mean, there's no problem with, you know, mixing all these things together and kind of worshiping the Kabbalistic language of all this stuff. Again, I think it's like what you seem to be saying is kind of what I've assumed, since I was probably like 16, which is that the English language is basically a Kabbalistic invention. I didn't know it was Kabbalistic at the time, but I could figure that it was basically like a way to like universalize Kabbalistic incantations to everyone. If that makes any sense. I know that sounds totally insane, but it seems that what you're pointing to is that there is a case to be made that this kind of goes back pretty far as like a way to look at language as a technology, as like an actual like hardcore technology, essentially.
Yeah, it's tripped out. But mainly it just seems like, all of these texts seem to be pointing to a similar, you know, sort of concept about this sort of divine language, and it sort of relates to another concept of divine reason, right? So,
Well, that's what I told the Catholic and the atheist and the guy who's just like doesn't believe in anything. I was like, your God is reason, right? And I think a lot of
right.
people, and they were like, that's not a God. I don't worship him. And I'm like, you do performatively, you do worship reason, right? Like you just said, well, there's no God, but I do believe in this thing called reason, and I put it above all else. And you basically like don't question it, right? And so you kind of, and I say like basically you're a slave to reason. And I mean, honestly, I don't know how to argue that really well, but I definitely know that that's true for the average atheist or Catholic or people in the modern world, right? And I think you've really shown me that, about Hegel and Marx. They kind of release this spirit of the world that becomes kind of like I guess people would call it a demiurge, right? Like maybe there wasn't a demiurge, but if there wasn't, then definitely Hegel and Marx and these people seem to have created it, I guess, perhaps. Maybe that's a terrible argument, but I'm going to run with it anyway.
Well, they certainly say as much, right? They're basically saying like, look, reality is just fiction, so they could sort of invent. See, because if it's language, then you can construct reality through words, right? So this is the thing. If reality is just language, if it's composed of language, then you can sort of re-engineer the matrix, so to speak, right? So this is the thing, is like, so if they sort of reverse engineer the matrix, right, through language, right, then they could create a sort of pseudo eschaton that does sort of push, people into sort of something like the Call of Cthulhu or something. Well, they could bring this thing into existence, right? They just sort of wish it into existence, right? And with language, they could change the scope of reality. If enough people believe it, then it'll change the structure of reality, right? So they believe that they can, sort of meme things into existence, and that is deeply, obviously it's deeply Kabbalistic, is what I'm sort of pointing. Right?
Did you watch that video by Southern Israelite by chance? I'm asking because I think it relates to what you're saying.
Not yet, but I did watch his sort of documentary on it that he put on Rumble. Which is interesting. But yeah, I know like a lot of interesting.
The only reason I say is because what you're kind of reminding me of is that it seems like they've kind of used this universalism, as you put it, as like a way to introduce the me more into everything, I guess, or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting how he says all the elements mingling into one sound shall join unanimously in the same song of praise. So that sort of sounds like universalism right there. Right? Like all the languages will combine, all the words will combine, they'll all sing the same song of praise. Right? So that sort of sounds like, so Marcus the magician, Marcus the Magi, he sort of laid this all out in the 2nd century, right? He says, for the universe itself came forth from the glory of that sound of praise. Marcus believed that this is something everyone knows intuitively and acknowledges from the first cry a newborn utters, emerging from the womb, to the moments of anguish when a person's moans cry out in difficulty and distress, saying, "Oh, such sounds, Marcus said, echo the divine name." And there's another huge concept in Kabbalah that Marcus is sort of echoing here, right? So the Gnostics are sharing this concept of the divine name of God, right? Because language itself is divine, right? So you could have a divine name, right?
Well, you could definitely if everything you're saying is the case, which I'm not doubting it is, then basically again it kind of reinforces the fact that, in some sense, at least, atheism, like the age of reason, and also whatever Judaism is today is essentially just like repackaged Valentinian-esque Gnosticism or something like that.
It seems like that's is what I'm pointing to. But just to be fair, this isn't me. This is Elaine Pagels and also Gershom Scholem. So it's not just me. I'm actually piggybacking on a lot of people that the small hats are going to use anyways.
Right. So whether it's true or not, that's definitely the revisionist history that they're basing their new age structure on. I got it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So.
Right. So.
Well, I could tell you, when you read history, it definitely is trying to point you to believe such a thing. I mean, that's all I know for sure is like you read history just in plain English, quote unquote. I mean, it basically points in that direction the way it's taught. And
oh yeah, she says in this book many times that she thinks like that Gnosticism is an improvement on modern day Christianity. It seems like that seems to be a central theme in her book. Yeah.
Well, I like to say that, like, and again, I've said it many times, but I'll just say this really briefly because I like to make this point because people misconstrue it, and I know it's controversial, but I think that Valentinian Gnosticism is useful in the sense where, like, it's probably pointing to things that are somewhat true, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that like I accept their conclusions, if that makes any sense, right? Like,
Right.
like obviously I believe that there's one God and and he's basically what created everything. But at the same time, that doesn't discount the fact that there's other entities that are pursuing their own interest, if that makes any sense, right? And I think to deny that would be foolish for people to do, right? Now, it doesn't mean that I think we should go like worship them or work with them or something. I mean, other people would say that, but I'm saying to just pretend that that's not the case, I think is very foolish.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, he's kind of like dreaming of this world where like, it's like the Bill and Ted Excellent Adventures, where everybody sings the same song of praise. We will all be excellent together. And Yeah, and he says, like, whatever exists, like, everyone will chant amen. Their unanimous voice anticipates how all that exists finally shall be restored into a single harmonious whole.
Do you think that's kind of what the Catholic Church and all these other churches are trying to do with the one world religion? Is basically just try to find some way to merge them for some, like, Matrix meme war magic or something?
No, but I'm kind of understanding how sometimes Twilight says, like, the point of Gnosticism is not to destroy the world. Well, yeah, that's exactly what Marcus is saying here. It's like going to become one unified whole, right? So it's not going to be destroyed. It's going to be like fixed in a way. So it's kind of like more going towards like a world where everything's going to be perfect.
Well, that's kind of what Christianity thinks ultimately is going to happen. It's just that we don't. I think at least my understanding is that we don't try to like accelerate that or participate in that. Like we just see it as something that's kind of inevitable, and we try to do our part to like correct ourselves. However much we can.
Well, it's interesting you say that because here comes Irenaeus, right? So so it says here, Irenaeus says that he tried hard at a friend's request to investigate Marcus' teachings in order to expose him as an interloper and a fraud. For by attracting disciples, performing initiations, and offering special teachings to spiritual Christians, Marcus' activity threatened Irenaeus' effort to unify all Christians in the area into a homogeneous church. Irenaeus charged that Marcus was a magician, the herald of Antichrist, quote unquote. Nice. A man whose
Sheesh.
Well, he was probably just trying to bring in the dark logos.
right. So he says a man whose okay, so he calls him the herald of Antichrist, a man whose made up visions and pretense to spiritual power masked his true identity as Satan's own apostle. He ridiculed Marcus' claims to investigate, quote, the deeper things of God, unquote, and mocked him for urging initiates to seek revelations of their own. And this is what he says. He says, while they say such things as these about the creation, every one of them generates something new every day. According to his ability, for no one is considered, quote unquote, mature or initiated among them who does not develop some enormous lies. Then he says, Irenaeus exposes dismay that many other teachers, too, within Christian communities, quote, introduce an indescribable number of secret and illegitimate writings, which they themselves have forged to bewilder the minds of foolish people who are ignorant of the true scriptures, unquote. He quotes some of their writings, including a part of the well-known influential text called the Secret Book of John, discovered among the so-called Gnostic Gospels at Nag Hammadi in 1945. I wonder why she calls them the so-called Gnostic Gospels when she wrote a book about it called The Gnostic Gospels. The fuck? Is she now, reversing the course of her previous writing? Right? Pretty weird, dude. She's one of the most famous authors of, on the subject, and her book is called The Gnostic Gospels. I'm pretty sure, right? So yeah, so she says here that so the Secret Book of John, he refers to many others, including the Gospel of Truth, perhaps the one discovered at Nag Hammadi, which he attributes to Marcus' teacher Valentinius, and even a Gospel of Judas. Irenaeus decided that stemming this flood of secret writings would be an essential step toward limiting the proliferation of quote unquote revelations that he suspected of being only delusional or worse, demonically inspired. Now, of course, Pagels is an atheist, so she's taking the view that neither the Christians nor the Gnostics are coming up with anything divinely inspired. So she thinks you might as well just qualitatively look at it all and see which ones you agree with and which ones are more feminist. And since the Gnostics have prophetesses, she just picks them, right? so that's essentially her, the depth that she goes through, to come to her conclusion, apparently, right? But it says, yet the discovery at Nag Hammadi show how widespread was the attempt, quote unquote, to seek God, not only among those who wrote such secret writings, but among the many men who read, copied, and revered them, including the Egyptian monks who treasured them in their monastery library, even 200 years after Irenaeus had denounced them. But in 367 CE, Athanasius, the zealous bishop of Alexandria and an admirer of Irenaeus, issued an Easter letter in which he demanded that the Egyptian monks destroy all such writings, except for those he specifically listed as quote-unquote acceptable, even canonical, a list that constitutes virtually all of our present New Testament, quote-unquote. But someone, perhaps monks at the monastery of St. Pachomius, gathered dozens of books Athanasius wanted to burn, removed them from the monastery library, sealed them in a heavy 6-foot jar, and intended to hide them, buried them in a nearby hillside near Nag Hammadi. There, an Egyptian villager named Muhammad Ali stumbled upon them 1,600 years later. And him and his brother discovered the clay pots. They fought over them. I think one of them killed the other one. And their mom burned some of the fragments, apparently. Which is really weird, right? So some of the writing may have been lost to history. So anyways, she's an expert on the subject, right? But there's a bunch more of this. She's gonna talk about the secret book of John. And yeah. So anyways. So what else, guys? Yeah, we're not going for much longer. And I kind of do want to get to sort of St. Augustine here. So let me just move to St. Augustine, right? Because I know me and Neuro were talking about this earlier too. About his view on evil. So I think this will be either, pretty interesting for Neuro too. If I had to guess. But yeah. Let me move over here and grab this for a second. All right. So he says the supremely good creator made all things good. So he does some interesting things, right? He says evil doesn't exist. Right? He said God is completely good. Right? The world is made in a fallen state. That the world is made with sin and death already contained within man. But man has free will to overcome this. Right? So God does not cause all the evil. Right?
Who said that?
This is St. Augustine, right? His view, right?
Yeah. I pretty much agree with that point, personally.
Yeah, he's got some strong arguments for it. He says the supremely good creator made all things good. Says by the Trinity, thus supremely and equally and unchangeably good, all things were created. And these are not supremely and equally and unchangeably good, but yet they are good, even taken separately. Taken as a whole, however, they are very good. So he says, by the Trinity, thus supremely and equally and unchangeably good, all things were created.
You know what's
Yet they're-
strange? Sorry to interrupt you. What's strange about this is like even knowing this, it can make you supremely unhappy, even though you know that this is true.
Yeah, and he says he's not saying that they're all supremely and equally and unchangeably good, but they are good. Separately, they're good, but taken as a whole, they're very good. So he says some of the things may seem like they're not good. All of them are good, but taken separately, they're pretty good. So he says, what do we got here? We got a lot of goodness and what's been created, right? And he says, I mean, in the universe, even that which is called evil, when it is regulated and put in its own place, only enhances our admiration of the good. So that's another point he makes. He says, say you get some evil, you're going to really enjoy the good now. So I said, not only is most of it good, but the little bit of bad stuff that does happen makes us really enjoy all of it, which is good. For we enjoy and value the good more when we compare it with the evil. For the Almighty God, who as even the heathen acknowledge, has supreme power over all things, being himself supremely good, would never permit the existence of anything evil among his works, if he were not so omnipotent and good that he could bring good even out of evil. For what is that which we call evil but the absence of good? Now, here's the main thing. For what is that which we call evil but the absence of the good? He says, in the bodies of animals, disease and wounds means nothing but the absence of health. For when a cure is affected and does not mean that the evils which were present, namely the disease and wounds, go away from the body and dwell elsewhere, they altogether cease to exist. For the wound or disease is not a substance, but the defect in a fleshly substance. The flesh itself being a substance, and therefore something good, of which those evils, that is privation of the good, which we call health, are accidents. Just in the same way, what we call vices in the soul are nothing but privations of natural good. When they are cured, they are not transferred elsewhere. When they cease to exist in the healthy soul, they cannot exist anywhere else. So what he's saying is like, if you have a disease, that doesn't mean that the disease is now taken over the person and the person is akin to the disease. Right, but a disease reflects a malady of the whole, which is actually good, and that, such natural evils are pretty much just random, sort of minimal instances, whereas if you take all of what's happening, you have to reflect on how most of it's pretty much good. So that's his view so far, right? So he says that he's describing evil in the same way, right? He's saying that when evil pops up in the world, right, it just means that there's no good there, right? It doesn't mean that there's something such as evil. No, it's all good. It's just a lack of something good within the good, which causes us to perceive evil. So it's kind of like the evil is an illusion and it exists because of the good. It's kind of like how we were saying earlier that falsehood exists because of the truth.
It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way too, even though that's probably not a good analogy, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the truth can't be based on falsehood, but falsehood has to be based on some sort of truth.
Mm.
it kind of explains dreams in a sense too. I was listening to Quantum of Conscious. He was kind of going on about this too, where even the delusion kind of proves that reality is real, but it's like super real, but it's also not something that you can really fully know either, right?
Right. I'm going to wrap it up soon here, but let me just read his next point and we'll come back to this next time. You know, he says, all things that exist, therefore, seeing that the creator of them is supremely good, are themselves good, but because they are not like their creator, supremely and unchangeably good, their good may be diminished and increased. And for good to be diminished is an evil, although however much it may be diminished, it is necessary if the being is to continue, that some good should remain to constitute the being. For however small or of whatever kind the being may be, the good which makes it a being cannot be destroyed without destroying the being itself. So he's saying everything has a part of good, which is part of its indestructible nature, so to speak. So the thing that's sustaining it is the good. So if you take the good out of the thing, it ceases to exist.
Well,
Because
that
things,
sounds like hell.
yeah, he's saying things exist only because they're good. So existence implies goodness. Because God is sustaining all things. So he's saying the fact that something exists entails that it's good. You know, and the good is also what sustains the thing. So take the good out of it, there's nothing there. Interesting thought. He says that some good should remain to constitute the being, for however small or of whatever kind the being may be, the good which makes up it which makes it a being cannot be destroyed without destroying the being itself. An uncorrupted nature is justly held in esteem. But if still further it be incorruptible, it is undoubtedly considered of still high value. When it is corrupted, however, its corruption is an evil because it is deprived of some good. Damn. I lost my place because Neuro hopped out there. Oh, okay. Here it is. Oh, Avian's still here. Blessings. Okay, so yeah, so we're about to end this soon on our end. Let me just start this again. Therefore, so long as a being is in the process of corruption, there is in it some good of which it is being deprived, and if a part of the being should remain which cannot be corrupted, this will certainly be an incorruptible being. And accordingly, the process of corruption will result in the manifestation of this great good. But if it do not cease to be corrupted, neither can it cease to possess good of which corruption may deprive it. But if it should be thoroughly and completely consumed by corruption, there will then be no good left, because there will be no being. Wherefore corruption can consume the good only by consuming the being. Every being, therefore, is a good, a great good. If it cannot be corrupted, a little good if it can. But in any case, only the foolish or ignorant will deny that it is a good. And if it be wholly consumed by corruption, then the corruption itself must cease to exist, as there is no being left in which it can dwell. Confusing, isn't it? Right? You wouldn't think like a Christian would say like evil doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, privation and all that.
yeah. Thing is that, I feel like every tradition is different. And one of the earliest texts in early Buddhism was the Rhinoceros Sutra. Rhinoceros. And that sutra, you can actually, there's a Wikipedia. It's about being like a rhinoceros who is a solitary ascetic and being unhindered or not grasping anything, kind of like the Taoist non-doing, just for the contemplation and, not clinging to things. And I think even Dogen's practice enlightenment, with Zazen and stuff, it kind of gets back to that root. You see, it's very simple. It's not like meant to be like intellectually complex, and it's like Dao De Jing, because the Dao that can be named is not the eternal Dao. Everything, and the thing with the Gnostics and the stuff I'm seeing is they're very like complex, like like Valentinus, it's like, and also even Augustine, they like get into Aristotelianism or whatever. It becomes very convoluted and stuff. Yeah, so it doesn't have like an elegant simplicity or something. Like it kind of, I mean, I do respect a lot of people's views, but when things get very metaphysically complex, I just feel like it just gets more obfuscating of like the more profound inner truth or something. The present moment, or also the stuff like.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, so you got any thoughts, Red?
Do not seek the treasure.
Precisely. Well, I greatly appreciate you two gentlemen for being on the stage with me. We held the title pretty much, and Dom, shout out to Dom and Neurojack. They were also, and also Lorp, of course. The people that joined, I greatly appreciate you. The people who participated and sort of, rocked out with us in terms of the conversation. Even more so, thank you, Verp, and Heavy the Crown. Blessings to the homies that are out here. And I greatly appreciate you guys for watching. But yeah, we're gonna end up and play some music here for you guys. And of course, we have a lot of material that we're gonna play here. So if you guys are looking for some interesting conversations that are pretty much not that much available or seen or viewed on the interwebs, right? This will be the primary spot for that, right? For a little while. and of course we'll play some music, and we'll have the manifesto as always. We past the 12-hour mark, we just play the manifesto and play music and stuff. And usually that works out fine, right? So we've been sort of, getting into that. It's been pretty fun. And so enjoy this music, and we appreciate you guys. We got tons of more material for you guys. I wanted to lay out some of the more deeper topics today because I noticed that not many people are watching. So on the sort of sly tip, where we don't get to have conversations, we'll sort of, lay down some heavy material that we can repurpose later, right, in our sort of explanations of very condensed material, right? Yeah.
Can I know people here, I want to recommend a movie. This is my closing remark. Everyone should watch. It's an underappreciated movie, but it's an art house film. It's Die Wand, The Wall from 2012. I recommend everyone watch that. That movie is very spiritual. It has Taoist themes and even Buddhist themes. When I feel when you get solitude and stuff, that's when what matters manifests itself or becomes apparent. What matters. When you truly have solitude, and it's like a cleaning of the window to see the mirror was always shining when you clean. It's always been shining when you clean, and it's not. Yeah, that's everyone has different approach and angle of things. But my approach is to be like the Taoists. Keep things simple and such. But that's a good movie. Definitely check out that movie. I recommend it. Die Wand. It's Austrian.
Yeah.
It's in English. It's The Wall. The Wall. Yeah, it's a very good movie.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's
yeah,
my
we'll be
closing
doing.
remark.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah, pretty much. We'll be doing another show tomorrow on Truther Cop. So actually, we'll be streaming a lot recently, right? So and then obviously we have the stream on Tuesday, right? So we have a lot of stream time, right? So we won't short you guys on material and stuff this week, right? Obviously, we'll be back Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, right? But there's a special show tomorrow. Once I make the arrangements with Truther Cop official, I'll sort of put a link in the community posts, and we'll get that sparked up for you guys. And I don't know if we'll start from my channel and restream to his, or start from his channel and restream to mine. Yeah, we may just let Truther handle it. So in that case, it may be turn into a shit show at some point. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you guys, reflecting on the various themes that we have. And of course, we're given a complex history of transhumanism, right? And if you guys observe the opening, remarks from the past few shows, you'll really be able to contextualize the issues here, right? And of course, we'll be bringing back the Shang Tzu and Elul, this upcoming week. And I'm excited to get into some new works as well. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies, and enjoy the replays and the music. And yeah, we'll definitely be back tomorrow on yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, but yeah, busy day for me tomorrow for sure. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop to it, and I appreciate you guys this time. Here is a interesting song we played earlier called the Shang Tzu, along with some other music. And some of it is sort of horror theme. So if you're into that, that's kind of our theme on Saturday. But I greatly appreciate your time, guys. And talk to you guys soon. Blessings.
Without wisdom, no gain. Yet gain must end. All men will be one. For there lies true peace and happiness too. It is invisible and inaudible and quite infinite. Can you all hear the sound?
Take you through the secrets of the J chamber, lying northward in the manger. Amethyst of the bishop clenched in my right fist, left wrist twisted, text calligraphic. Recording sacred manuscripts of Malcolm tongue meeting and reciting the ren of a Reiki healing symbol, the jewel of the Nile. Kapow Lao Tzu decided to scribe 5,000 characters out J Ching, interpreting with an unrepressed third eye. Revitalize my chi through the dive sex, wisdom, ejaculation, produce activation of the chakra system. Straining and striving, that's counterproductive meditation. Hit up the situation with Choku Ray. Say hey key, the first degree of the healing symbols of the submental.
Behold the masters of change as I descend into the 36 hexagrams of the I Ching. Within a state of meditation, Taoist monks that speaks the wisdom from the Lao Tzu and opens up the book of the Tao Te Ching. I connect the 3 pillars of Zen, the incarnation of the immortal guru who stretches his chakra, breathes in the prana. I then possess the immortality of the Avatara. I recite the Golden Sutra, born in the holy city of Lhasa. The spirits of the Himalaya reside within the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Analects of Confucius. I unfold the ancient teachings of Shang Tzu, swinging the 7-bladed sword of Hoshin, descendant of the Shang Dynasty. The studies of the art of war with Sun Tzu, from the gates of Shaolin to the sacred temples of Hong Kong, to the great walls of China, to the deserts of Mongolia.
Teacher, the Buddha tells us that in the great infinity beyond all the nothings is the emptiness of the eternal 5. Sight, sound, smell, feel. The 5 flavors dull all the taste. The 5 tones deafen every ear. The 5 colors, they all blind the eye. But they do not pass, they are all eternal. All things come to us.
I'm on Sin, Hotep Ray, now Cypher. Grip from the lion's paw, eagle claw, bangle tooth tiger. Scribe to the script writer, the 4 pitch fighter. Tuning 8 octave C, Messiah saved. The first resurrected from the grave, after the image and the likeness of what God made. Not good, El Wahud, Mir Aswad. Pyramid upward, kaput, spit 16 bars without. With the vividest look, deliverance took. Tai Chi, the all-seeing eye read. Magnificent force, shine brighter than the light from the torch. The benevolent, intelligent source with a magnetic force to stay suspended while the planet revolves, creating dark with a melanin spark on the periodic element chart.
I wear the iron shirt of Qigong, so retreat or be stung by the gentle palm prick. Leave your spinal with no feeling, the mental conflict. Discipline provides healing, the aspirants are kneeling in the temple of the relic. The monk's tone envelops, the heathen and the zealot turn to the middle path. Perhaps they could go and tell it, embellish the footsteps of Siddhartha. Develop the word so the punch could hit harder as times get darker. The visionary is sent to spark a vision of nirvana. Jesus wasn't the only one born with the Virgin Mama. The Buddha was born from the side of Queen Maya, and both warned against the ways of physical desire. Urge you to acquire the knowledge which leads to the divine smile, which can be found at Anchor in the Amazon and Nile.
Universal order can be seen as the lattice which guides the growth of the vine, as an archetype that guides and supports life on the material plane. While many agents can be introduced into this machine and undergo the archetypal steps to its perfection, the one to which the most closely guarded alchemical allegory and occult law is addressed is consciousness itself. This is the essence of the great work, the application of this special key to this mysterious universal formula. The key directs the alchemical process to the materia prima of our very consciousness, our awareness, ourselves, our mental selves or spiritual selves. Consciousness is the materia prima.
Attention soldiers! Kill everyone!
Another fucking live ass track from the Temple of Shaolin.
What, nigga?
Hold up.
Yeah, what?
Real. The Killer Priest. You know what I'm saying? The prodigal son. Sons of man. Madman representing for the Killer Army. The Killer Sin. The Resurrector.
Yeah, yo, I gotta get a grip and enjoy life for living type. Gee, I'm shiesty. Now I see why nobody likes me. It might be the image projected, I selected, but F it. Shit is mad real as well as acted. Expected, the best thing I tested. Suggestions molested my thoughts, I manifested, but check it. My mind was designed for crimes, the bottom line, cause it's my time to shine. With the nickel weighted knives on my spine. And there's no remorse in my source of madness. With my temper, my anger rises like my status. Because I'm known on the borough of Shaolin for wildin'. Don't think that it's peace when I be smiling. A heart stone cold is what I own. For niggas who brag, I break bones, leave them ungag to hear the moan. I hate snakes on that fake shit. I get mad, leave them shook in the back like when the quake kick. I got a sneeze, oh that's raw, man. Another brother provoked the gun smoke, now that's all. Damn, why did he bother the father of horror? Knowing full well that he won't live to see tomorrow. Be on your guard when I start to flip shit. Sick, but the guard is hard to get a grip.
I raise a streaking iron flame, hurled to still heavens. Clinks of shadows, deeping in the shallow treasure of heaven. I rush like lions through the roaring slaughter. Then I assume my human facility. I'm playing the hits on the governor. Open, behold the gift designed to kill many men. I stick them for billion pins and carry some world in. Flashing death like lightning from the heavens, leaving rappers suffering the thirst of a silent curse that came from the earth when the planet was reversed. Here are the needles, see that he dies, while the effect of a drug come bleeding out of his eyes. I chop off his feet so he can't walk the talk that he claimed to stalk. I shine my pitchfork and stack up dead corpse. A soldier of the darkness, kidnap an MC for hostage, then break loose on the stage, trading places like slaves being trained. I'm under pressure, thoughts reacting wild like a child molester. Madman terrorism, today's journalism. Going to war across the country with another organism. Killer Army madness, it's how we kill them.
The calculation of time of vocal length would help the date of exploration, steady creation, mental consumptions of the abomination. I emerge from the house of bondage, the rebellious one, alias son of man, no longer deceived by Satan's plan. Here's a ministry fighting wars of demonology, soldiers of idolatry, writing the sins of reality. Moving through space, the black meteorite, burning satellite. I should just deep beyond the depths of my inner sight. Visions of me on the night of a solar eclipse, aborting the mothership, taking my last whip from this polluted myth. Another soul vibrates, escape his cold tunnel with fire, show a liar, excruciating rain from the born sire. I tie your fucking brain out with barbed wire. Confused or slap your bruise, unable to talk, condemned in the rims of hell, afraid to walk. Reacts in slow motion and shock for the explosion, symptoms of death. Left you choking on your own breath. You better study your literature, seek your scriptures, biblical codes and scrolls, laced in below robes. Killer priest recite the lessons in 60 seconds. Erase the blessings, overcome the oppression.
Hearken as the night darkens. You've been warned that the priest will soon swarm. Now you'll be done away like the unicorn, with nighttime as my uniform and death as my sword. The universal warlord, son of man, came together for one accord. You can't read about it, it's not a myth. Here's a puncture to your ribs for a gift. And the only present I'm dealing with is now the supreme slayer. I wrote the book of Isaiah, laying these bodies down by the layer. Burn them before the assembly and watch his ashes go up through the chimney. May the skies be as brass before his prayers, and though his words be lost in the air. The reason you felt shame is because I've been ordained. I'll tie you up and throw you off a fucking plane and fill up your parachute with more dead bodies. Don't ask me why, it's a fucking hobby. Burn them like the fuel, put down your tool. I laugh at you because MCs are my footstool.
You enter the hocus pocus, perhaps the dopest. Talk this, but don't overdose it. Focus, a bloodshot your lipids with ferocious side effects, brings the glycosis. Insanity into humanity's like an enemy. Invade your central nervous system. Mathematically schematic, trauma panic, couldn't hold a tablet. Somatic, brood into your system like an avid. Bump piston, watch for the blow. High deliberate, fast and slow. The road, minute, barrier, delinquent, grabs your soul. Magnetic flux beyond control. I believe in beats of the commode, selling soul to the toilet bowl. All your possessions are owned for bio, the chemical, the clone, chromatosis, the syndrome, the rip band, the winkle, twinkle, twinkle. You're caught up with
and even the master charge will put the arteries back apart. But the Lord, this technique is so
The horror began in June 1984. Los Angeles was under siege. Death waited in the dark at the hands of a man they called the Night Stalker. After a 14-month reign of terror, he was finally caught. It was only then that his true identity was discovered. His name? Daywalker, Night Stalker. Daytime Joker, nighttime stalker.
Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The Night Stalker, a top street talker. Daytime Joker, nighttime stalker. Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The Night Stalker, a killer machine.
And you know the deal, cause the gods always keep it fucking real. Yo, meltdown, lay rhymes, rank of the ice. I blitz now, you niggas that get whipped for this shit. Expose the raw tip, my flows exempt. Star barbaric like once in the scorpion bite. Spread ritual with the ritual offerings. The mentally dead niggas get draped in coffins. My bylaw niggas could die for what? Shit, get 30 laughs from the endless whip. Gatekeeper, you know I'm still serving them up. Will devour, still bloodthirst for cream chowder. Fighting with the memories behind the gate. Night Stalker, I roll with Blade the Daywalker. Grimy motherfuckers is worse than blood suckers. Check the bio, authentic, wild like cryogenic. Mass murderer, most deliberate thoughts. I stay creeping, patrolling the streets of most weekend. Hunger for war, one more to bring the rebel. Gatekeep, always hold down the pick, sick and shovel. Arraignment, all out assault, for containment on rap zombies. I got enough back to raise an army. Raider of the dark to spark when some of this wanna die. You think you can fuck with nemesis? Yo, I stay a threat like offshore bet. Fueling jet, long range jets and cigarettes. 20 to life since birth, for credit is debt. Yo, motherfuckers, protect your neck.
Daytime Joker, nighttime stalker. Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The Night Stalker, a killer machine.
Yo, born with the sinister roulette. Crush it, my fans stay loyal like Russians. Therefore, I represent with the floss. The people that I travel from the real, I'm lost. You know my steez, or what the fuck I can't see. The next whack nigga living larger than me, from the public view. Nigga, or should I take it as a clue? Of me giving up, fuck you, nigga. Never in hell, I'ma prevail, keep it real. Even if I never make a meal, I'm a bill. I keep a level headed, prevent ignorance from spreading. In my nature, original grave digger, my nigga. Crips act rich like pharaohs. Dipped in life, I'm rolling with beggars like Christ. Fucking show. If I never make ducats, doesn't mean to stop dropping signs, cause I love it, yo. I do it for real, yo.
Nighttime stalker. Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The Night Stalker, a killer machine.
Dear guys.
What was Richard's motive?
To kill.
That's it?
To kill.
Hey man, what? You don't know RJ Payne, nigga?
No fucking RJ Payne,
The
nigga.
fuck you mean you don't know about RJ Payne?
Fuck RJ Payne, nigga.
Fuck RJ Payne. Nigga, you onion head motherfucker, take this, nigga.
Hey, you know the drill, nigga. Real MCs with bars on your heels, nigga. There will be blood, pain, he a real killer. Who did it? It's all in the genes, let Hill figure. Police looking like there's blood everywhere. Cause RJ Payne through the speaker cutting every ear. Bleeding out your nose, bleeding out your mouth. You see this fella rock a nation without reasonable doubt.
Silly
Boy.
motherfuckers, listen close what Payne said. Last nigga disrespected GOAT, he brain dead. Pull up on your block with the coat and we aim lead. Now everywhere you go, you get the smoke like it's Bankhead. Trap ridiculous, yak conspicuous, rap ridiculous. I'm on fire like a bad batch of syphilis. Snatch back my privileges, back smack the witnesses. Duffel bag boy, bitch, trash bag solicitors. Steady mobbing, Freddy's watching, machete chopping. So much blood it look like confetti dropping. I'm Fetty whopping, eye closed, hand on the metal, hit every option. Cherry blossom niggas weak as watching Holly Berry boxing. Pussy, still irrelevant, real intelligence. Chopper long enough to kill an elephant and peel your skeleton. Suckers like to talk like they fly, I'm still a pelican. Fireworks, 4th of July, spill your melanin, woo. Evaporate your thoughts, the ratchet ain't for talk. Walking dead, off with your head, shit, decapitate your corpse. The Avengers, we go to war, you niggas fabricate the talk. But this hammer, got it from Thor, I could assassinate the Hawk. Feeding my audience, we been recording the stupidest futuristic shit. Ain't no need for DeLorean, now peep it. The streets been fiending, we keep the Emporium. We the GCMB, nigga, we the consortium. Look, blick it to your head, click it to your dead. These bullets will set you free. Now you jiggle with the dreads. Every scripture's a motion picture. You can vision what I said. If I speak of a threesome, you can see the bitches in a bed. Bolder intensity, flow of the century. Cater to none, waving my gun like I'm holding a symphony. Ain't no way you cock blocking the dough that was meant for me. I'm rolling up this hobgoblin. I know the dispensaries is pain. I'm just dropping a tutorial. Rappers get out of pocket, turn your block to a memorial. They too pussy to fight. If we box, I'm destroying you. Just fresh off the presses, I dropped a hot editorial.
Hey, you know the drill, nigga. Real MCs with bars on your heels, nigga. There will be blood, pain, he a real killer. Who did it? It's all in the genes, let Hill figure. Police looking like there's blood everywhere. Cause RJ Payne through the speaker cutting every ear. Bleeding out your nose, bleeding out your mouth. You see this fella rock a nation without reasonable doubt. Boy, here come the pain. Here come the pain. If you ready for them bars, yeah. If you ready for that action, you tuned in to the right place, motherfuckers. Redman is in the building, aka Funked Out Brick City, we here. Yes, sir. All you spaghetti leg, onion head motherfuckers, get your bars up. Yo, nephew, no more talking. It's all about that action. RJ Payne, There Will Be Blood. Leatherface, Part 3. Ow! Let's get it!
Terminology.
Check. It's pain. Now smoke this motherfucker. Check. Back on my shit like I never left. Rappers are bitches, I never rest. Package a piff in the Everfresh. Mac with the clip in the leather vest. Stacking my chicken and cheddar necks. My commit the window, that's the letter X. Bullets airborne, bitch.
Advances hidden with your.
Who cuts your hair? I am in disguise. This way no one will recognize me. I do. What do you want? Your head. And the prize.
On the road to no.
Who cuts your hair? I am in disguise. This way no one will recognize me. I do. What do you want? Your head. And the prize.
On the road to nowhere, I was uncovered waiting there. Say a prayer for all those trapped inside my glare. Unaware of your chances, my whole style enhances. Casting envious glances to see
head. And the prize.
On the road to nowhere, I was uncovered waiting there. Say a prayer for all those trapped inside my glare. Unaware of your chances, my whole style enhances. Casting envious glances to see past your advances. Hidden with the opposition, I rose from the collision. Dripping in confliction and placed down in position. Got adrift decomposing under oceans just roaming. I'm out past the hour of your own fear and loathing. Frozen in that moment, stripped of all components. Left groaning in condolence, steadily unloading. Shape shifting, out drifting, I'm barely existing. Still persisting, asking is there any body listening as the moon briefly stops and glistens on the scene. Any signs we do conquer and rule, all supreme. A fellow at tavern and brothel, I was setting many novels. The lost apostle looking on, all the more watchful as I placed my hand against the stark freezing darkness. You fell apart there, waiting on the heartless. My forearms extending endless as I pen this. Won't you come step forth and try to apprehend this? Cast out with the enemy, the most unfriendly. My brush strokes evoke a shark, feeding frenzy. No credence placed in amongst your wretched destiny. No end to your jealousy, entrenched in all treachery. Dancing in the vestry, come close and catch a dose from me. Hanging from the rope, is this really how it's supposed to be? All rats in my gut, I regurgitate them up. Black coffee mornings and damn cigarette butts. Plucking feathers out these ducks, still clucking. Caught your bluff with a puff and brought you only nothing. I paint a figure of sus stature, avoiding capture. The White Panther anthem, slash your face with an antler. And swing the grappler, the game grabbing at your juggler. Smugglers triumphant, yet there's not much hope here. All stood unassuming as the judgment came looming. Moving with a few, I still stay eluded. Lost the plot, my image staring back in ink blots. Anaphylactic shock, one by one I watch them drop as these dry bones rot in the valleys of distrust. Spewing out your courage over everything you touch. Over everything you touch. Sinister stricken, TCG. Dark romanticism, dark romanticism. Road to nowhere, 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 nowhere.
I see. Ramirez lied. She was not his woman. She was your woman. And she never told me.
Yeah, that's it. That's my intro right there.
Oh,
nice.
I am Adolf Nigler, breaker of bucks, shaker of thugs.
Anyway, right? Yeah, well, I was conversational with Hyperborean about the Anglos.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. The Anglo talk.
I know. Like, let's see if he'll come through. Honestly, I don't see him here. Shit. Let's send him this shit. I mean, I wouldn't like, honestly. Yeah, I wanted him to just continue the convo, but I might have just broke it up by accident. But
I think I sent him the link too, but I'm not 100% sure. But he knows he's welcome here. I've invited him many times. So. But yeah, what was you guys talking about?
and who built the institutions, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Right. I mean, the Jews, the Anglos, the motherfucking Indo-Europeans. Why the Anglos are so docile today. I wanted to get into why the whole you have to have a culture to protect that type of shit.
I mean, I think well, okay, so let me put it this way. Okay, here's the experiment for you. Okay, if man A has the right idea that makes things a certain way, but it's actually man B who implements it, and man C comes along, is he going to blame man A or man B?
I mean, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
why
so
are you blaming somebody for doing the right thing?
So no, well, because it's going to go if they do the wrong thing, right? So if one person has an idea, right, mm-hmm. and then they don't do anything with it, but they give it to somebody else and they enact it, right?
Right.
It's kind of like the whole shouting fire in a crowded theater when there's not a fire, right? It's kind of like that argument, right? You just suggested the idea. You didn't necessarily make people get up and stampede everybody to death, right? So,
I mean, listen. the love of money is the root of all evil, right? This mentality of like saying, well, you know, listen, just because we were greedy fucks and sold our souls, you know what I mean, and the Jews offered us 10 pieces of gold and we took it, you know what I mean, does that, you know what I mean, like fucking mean that like the Jews are wrong for offering you the 10 pieces of gold? No, it's your fault for selling your fucking soul. Stop selling your fucking soul. That's the fucking point. You know what I mean?
So if somebody comes and offers you a trafficked person for sex and you buy it, it's your fault for taking the offer, not the person who, you know, brought the slave to you or something?
Yes. Of course. Of course, nigga. Like, what? Yes. Bro, listen, okay, like, all right, so, like, if a 15-year-old girl hits on you, bro, like, and, like, you know, you fuck her, it's still your fault. You shouldn't fuck 15-year-olds. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yes. The answer should be no, I'm not fucking you, you're 15. Go on about business. Like, no.
Right. But if that person has a pimp and that person like groomed this person into this lifestyle, do they hold any responsibility as well, or?
Again, your job is just not to fuck them.
Okay. So like let's use the Italian you know, immigrant example as this, right? Like, shouldn't you guys just not have come and engaged in capitalism? Because now you're blaming capitalism when you as well engaged in it, right?
You were literally firebombing our country when we came here.
Fair enough. So if that's the case, then do you guys now want to firebomb us as revenge for that or something?
Not, listen, again, we made a home here, right, at this point, okay? And we should want to firebomb you back, right? I mean, as in a general thing. But, like, it's not, we don't want you, like, we want you to stop fucking firebombing shit. We want you to, like, fucking learn how to be humans. And go, yeah, listen, you know what I mean, like, fucking, let's not bring in all the brown hordes, right, to replace everybody and then, like, build fucking supercomputers that can, like, take away everybody's jobs, right, just so that you can be a little more profitable.
Do you think that China and Russia are not going to do that as well, though?
Yes, I do. I think that China and Russia care about Chinese and Russian people. Right? I think Russia's going to fall apart as a basket case because, you know, like, their birth rate is in the fucking toilet. And China's even worse. Right? So I don't think you have to worry about them just as a general thing. Right? It's even gotten to the point where mainstream, like, fucking geopolitics guys are now recognizing that they might be short 500,000 or 500 million people.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I agree with you on that point. I mean, I think that, you know, really Africa is the biggest danger as far as I can tell. I mean, because they're not going to have any food or water pretty much.
Africa,
I mean,
yeah, no one cares. Fuck them. I don't care about them. Us, nigga, us. You need to worry about us, right? You know what I mean? Like, we refuse to worry about us. This is again.
Right. Well, my point is, when they're starving to death, they're going to come to your country. Is my point, right? Like,
no,
when they're starving,
not. They can't escape. Only if you let them come. Don't let them come. What are you talking about?
Well, how are they getting here then? I mean, obviously somebody's letting them come.
The government is, because you don't care about your own people. You would rather bring in brown hordes to motherfucking do the jobs, right? To keep the motherfucking GDP going up and keep the motherfucking pay low and then keep the fucking loans going and keep the entire system, like, operating that would fucking keep building up your fucking wealth rather than feeding your fucking people and caring about your own children and building your own country up.
What was Hyperborean's position on all this?
I mean, like, you know, he was, you know, I mean, he was explaining that, like, I don't know, we were just getting into the conversation, really. right? You know what I mean? We were talking about like the Europeans always infighting and everything, right? You know what I mean? Because I was blaming like, you know, the fucking, the Britons or the Brits because like they fucking are fucking retarded, right? And fucking they're so worried about getting conquered that that's all they can think of, right? And he said, well, like, you know, fucking Indo-Europeans have always been conquering each other. I was like, yeah, but nobody else does this retarded shit but them. You don't see Germany trying to take away their people's health care. You know what I mean? Like, what? You don't see Germany not trying to like make sure their people have homes.
Have you ever seen this guy named Basil the Great on Twitter?
No, I don't really go on Twitter much, to be honest with you.
Well, he's some guy who allegedly perhaps works. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I have it the wrong. It's a different guy. It's not Basil, but you don't go on Twitter, so you won't know who it is anyways. But he's a guy who supposedly, allegedly works for Peter Thiel, and he said, "Well, if it wasn't for Peter Thiel, you would have never heard of Curtis Yarvin because Peter Thiel's the one who paid to make sure all his stuff was published, or something to that effect." So, if that's true, does that change your opinion about Yarvin or anything like that, or?
Okay, so Peter Thiel was not the one who paid for Yarvin to publish his stuff. Fucking Yarvin published most of his shit back in like 2006, right? Long before Peter Thiel, picked anything up. And by the way, the only reason Peter Thiel picked up on Yarvin stuff, in particular, like, like the later stuff, right? Like he got, Yarvin had an opportunity to do like a bunch of podcasts and interviews with bigger guys, because Thiel paid for like the fucking articles that he wrote, not Yarvin, like fucking writing articles, but people writing pieces about Yarvin and putting him on bigger podcasts. Fucking that shit there, fucking the only reason that happened is because he wrote his initial shit, right? He was a poster like Thomas 777 or trying to think of like other guys from like back in that time period. There was a bunch of dudes back in the day who wrote original web articles, right, that are kind of popular right now.
Yeah, Thomas 77. I don't know much about him, but he's an interesting figure for sure.
I agree.
I agree. Yeah. So, what do you think about him? Do you think he's correct in anything, or?
I like some of his stuff. I hate his style.
Yeah. I mean, I've only seen his pictures, and I heard a little bit about what I think he's about, and he looks very odd. He looks like a heroin kind of guy, so, I could be wrong, but that's my impression.
He's a steroid guy.
Oh, okay.
Right,
but
heavy into working out. He's like a power lifter and shit.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe I was misreading that, but interesting.
I would tend to agree with you with the way he dresses. You know what I mean?
Right,
like,
yeah. I think it's just the chic. He's like got the heroin chic or like the grunge chic or something, which, I respect it. I don't dress like that.
You are right. Yeah, you are right. I agree. Yeah. Right. He has a weird punk vibe to him, like a 1990s KKK punk vibe type of deal.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is kind of interesting to me because, like, I get it, right? But it's kind of like it's kind of out of place in a way because that doesn't really exist. Although, like, I do get it, right? Like, because my theory is like grunge was actually like kind of like proto alt-right, although it tried to pretend to be liberal. But that's just my theory. But I know that's kind of weird, but I've looked into it, so that's my kind of kick. But could be wrong. But yeah. So what about so why do you think Thiel and these guys liked Yarvin so much? Is it not like, or yeah? I mean, I guess that's so. Why do you think, what do you think it is about them?
Okay, so Yarvin is a systems guy, right? In particular, he's a systems analyst. He built like platforms, right? He built a platform called Urbit, right? Which is a different way to be able to utilize like the kernel system. You know what I mean? it's the opposite of how fucking the modern operating systems operate. And his writing reflects that of a systems operator, and he pushes for a technocratic monarchy. And that's why they like it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where it's at.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And I mean, I think that, I mean, I said this the other day, but I think like my general thing is like, I'm ambivalent about a lot of this only because like, I look at it as like, a lot of this, in my opinion, is kind of ex post facto, meaning like, I think they already knew that we were headed in this direction somewhat, but I think like where we're at now, it's hard to predict what's going to happen, right? And I think that's kind of where they're at, right? I think that's why there's like, suddenly there's like more reasonable discussions suddenly happening all of a sudden, right? Because I think they realize like they need people to actually have reasonable discussions about like how fucking fucked up things are about to get, right? So I think that's kind of my assumption about it. So, you know, maybe that doesn't seem like I'm saying much, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is that like with the Thiels and the Yarvins and the Anglos versus this and that, it's like ultimately like we're all going to be somewhat in the same boat. It's just like to what degree are we going to be in the same boat, right? And what I mean by that is like there's going to be a lot of opportunity to make money and live a certain lifestyle, but ultimately the quality of life for everybody is probably going to either raise significantly as the population goes down, or it's going to get significantly more fucked up, right? I don't think there's going to be like a lot of in between. I mean, you know, there'll be some in between, but like I think they're going to pretty much pay, like you said, pay people to stay in their pod and just kind of like disappear from society, because it's just like it's going to be too expensive to keep moving people around and shuffling people around from like house to house and job to job and shit like that. Like the energy demands of the AI and the robots are going to be too high for them to want to do that. I think that's just my opinion.
You know what? All right, listen. So they started this thing called I heard it's a term today called luxury poverty, right? And it's the opposite of what it used to be, where luxuries were very expensive in like the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and the essentials were really fucking cheap. And fucking today, luxuries are really, really fucking cheap, and your basic essentials are unbelievably expensive, right? And today we live in luxury poverty, right? Where everybody has like a supercomputer in their fucking pocket and like new shoes on their fucking feet. Whereas back in the day, motherfuckers duct taped their shoes, but their house was dumb cheap to live in. Kind of where it's at. And it will turn back the opposite way as you have less people. Where your house will be fucking cheap and your essentials will be easy, but the luxuries will be expensive because you like manufacturing has an fucking a non-linear return, right? When it comes to like having less people or more people, right? So like, you know, fucking, it's not that like one person like producing a hammer a day, right? You know what I mean? Fucking turns into 10 people producing 10 hammers a day. It's like if you take one person creating a hammer a day and then add 10 more people, it might go up to like 100 hammers a day. So it's not linear. And on the backside, when you take away people from the manufacturing process, it's the same thing. Where if you take away, you know what I mean, 10 people from an operation, you're not going to lose, you know what I mean, like 10 out of 100. You're not going to lose 10%. You might lose 40 or 50. That's the issue. So goods might be way more expensive.
Sorry, I just had my I was in another screen. I had my microphone off. So I guess I mean, based on that though, you know, does it matter if we blame the Jays or the Anglos? Because at that point, then, because ultimately, like, the average person's not able to really think, right? Like, so shouldn't we just be like making their decisions for them and socially engineering them to get them out of the way?
No. You gotta blame the Anglos, right? And here's why. So, like, you can shame the Anglos, right? You're not gonna shame the Jews, right? Number one. Number two, the Jews don't care, right? And I mean, the Jews got a fucking place to go, they can leave. The Anglos will always be in charge here. And if you want to get treated well, you have to fucking force these motherfuckers to treat you well. Make sense? Or overthrow them, one of the two.
Yeah, strangely, it does make sense. I have to admit. Yeah, that actually does make sense. Like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good argument, I would say. Like, I'm sure there's an argument that somebody would try to make against it, but I can't think of it right now. But so, yeah, I mean,
there
it's a pretty
isn't an
strong
argument to make against it, right? So, like, you know, if, how do I put this? If, like, you know, you have, you have your, like, boss and your manager, you know what I mean? You have, like, your manager and the owner of the company, right? And you don't want to leave the fucking company, right? Because leaving the company means, like, you know, you had to, like, lose everything you had, like, fucking start over from scratch, right? And your boss is being, like, a pain in the fucking dick, right? And just being extracurricular, right? You go to the fucking owner. You don't go to the boss, right? But fuck the boss. Like, he's not going to solve his own problems, right? You go to the owner, right? And you make the owner, like, fucking deal with the bullshit. And the Anglos are the owner.
Okay, so that's an interesting argument. So what do you what exactly gives Anglos the ownership over this thing? Like, is it the money power? Is it the military power? Is it the technology?
All
is
of
it
it.
just like the English
All of
language,
it.
or
All of it's theirs.
okay? So if we do a Nuremberg trial of the Anglos and they're going to execute everybody, right? You know, hypothetically, allegedly, would the Jews have to have a role in that, or so they're going to get a pass essentially?
All right, so if you do like a Nuremberg trial, you know what I mean? What you do is you'd probably hang every Anglo under like 5'10", right? You know, because like it's literally like the short little pieces of shit. And then, like, you know, the Jews would get held accountable by the motherfucking guys who were left. And not even like and this is the thing. This is the problem I have. Like, these fucking higher up guys are fucking you. Right? It's not that they're just fucking me. They're fucking you. They hate their own people. This is the fucking problem. They fucking throw as many people into the blender as possible, right? You know what I mean? The motherfucking stand here and like have 0.0001% more technological upgrade. Like, they don't fucking care. They hate your children. They hate you. They hate everybody fucking who isn't like them. They see everybody under them as a fucking threat, right? They're a massive pain in the fucking dick all the time, and they have no respect for anybody but themselves and continuation of their system. Like, there's a reason why they worship capitalism, which, by the way, fucking retarded. Capitalism is nothing more than an economic system. Like, it's not something to be worshipped. Fucking stupid.
Right. So So if they do, so do you think that socialism? Well, so here's the danger, I think, right? Like, because like I can pretty much agree with most of what you're saying. The danger I see is like in China, they have a socialist regime and
No,
communist
they don't.
regime. Well, ish, more. Well,
No, not really.
yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not. I'll be honest. You're probably right. But okay, so colloquially, people call it that, right? But what I do think is like if they were to do, let's say national socialism, which would probably be ideal for some place like China, right? They have somewhat cultural and lingual and they have kind of like a nation and like a people, right? Versus like here, like anybody can be American and everybody can decide whatever they want, and so everybody can be whatever they want, right? So like it's going to be really hard to like organize people into a certain lifestyle, or it's going to get hard. It's going to be hard to put everybody under a national socialist or a communist or whatever you say, technocratic system, right? And Machine, please join in the discussion here, because
Yeah, I'm just listening.
You're fucking lost. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, socialism's fucking retarded too, right? I hate socialism. I hate communism as well, right? Like all these are just systems and they're fucking dog water, right? They all like are based off of like exponential growth and utilitarian fucking ideologies, right? They're fucking dog water. Almost every fucking one of them. Not one of them sees human beings as like an animal, right? That needs, like basic fucking structures and shit. So I mean, like what we're looking at the moment is, I'm saying, like, we should probably care about us, right? Like the people who are American, right? Black, white, fucking Puerto Rican, right? Fuck the Mexicans. Like we should probably care about us, our people, right? As an in general thing. Like motherfuckers who were born here, motherfuckers who have lived here, their parents lived here, sacrificed for this country. You want to hear something crazy, Neurojack?
Yes, I do.
Neurojack. Okay, so I've been keeping track of like some morbid shit here recently, past couple of years, because that's just something that interests me as a thing, right? When I first started looking up the stats, there was like 500,000 motherfuckers left, right? Which is 500,000 out of the 13 million Americans who served in World War II, right? And that was about like 4 years ago. Fucking last year, it was at 100,000, right? This year, they're down to like 40,000 veterans left of World War II in America. They're going to do Pearl Harbor Day coming up here soon. I think it's like the 11th or the 12th. I think it's 11th, right, in December. And when they do, they have 12 survivors of Pearl Harbor left alive. And none of them can make the ceremony. And this is the first time ever that that's happened. Has the news reported on this? Are we making a big deal out of the fact that we're losing these people at like an exponential rate? You know what I mean?
Well, of course not. It might rile up some fat black transgender lesbians and talk about how racist America was for defeating the Nazis.
Well, again, listen, like fucking that's retarded, right? Because there's black people who serve, white people who serve, Italians who serve, Spanish who serve, Indians who serve, right? And we don't even care that they're all almost dead. That almost not one of them is left.
Well, because they're evil Anglos who have done everything wrong in the world and everything's their fault, so they deserve to die a painful, slow death, according to most people that you would be talking to about against the Anglos, right?
No. Right? This is like a giant effort by everybody. you want nationalism, right? Like you have to have like, national shit. Right?
I
We
mean,
don't
talk
even
to the
have
average
these
person
conversations.
who's not Anglo and see how they react to that. I mean, they're gonna be like, well, who gives a fuck? The Nazis are racist white people, and America was not racist white people, and so they all deserve to die. That's what I mean. That's the average liberal's position about white people in general. I mean, right?
Again, there were lots of black people who served in World War II, right?
Well, they'll say
This
that
is
they were
kind of the problem.
forced to do so because Whitey wanted them to die in a war.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're not going to say that, right? Anyway, but I mean, like, it is kind of bananas, right? Ain't it?
Well, I mean, I mean, there's also a lot of veterans that said maybe we shouldn't have been fighting in that war, but
I mean, but that's why we're here now, right? That's why we're having these conversations. Because the last
yeah,
remnants
because
of that are almost gone.
Well, the fact that a bunch of Europeans went and genocided each other for 5 or 10 years, I mean, that's why we're in the fucked up position that we're in now. Yeah, I would agree.
Way more people died in Asia than fucking Europe.
I mean, what you want to look up the stats on like how many, like what percentage of like young white people died in between like the Spanish flu and like 1945? I mean, it's a pretty big number, I think.
Spanish flu was like World War I, dog. But like, listen, dog, right? Like, had this conversation with me, honest, right? And I mean, like, fucking, this is like some big shit. I think it's big. I think it's like a giant thing psychologically, right, for a society to lose like the foundational like people who fought against the great myth.
Well, it was a big thing for us to go and fight a bunch of people we had no business fighting for in 1917 and also in 1940. I mean, I think we should have let Germany do whatever they were going to do, and we should have never let communist Russia come to exist. But but
the reason
so
you're
I'm
saying
like,
this right now is because these veterans are almost all gone. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I said the same thing when I was like 15 years old and 14 years old and 16 years old. So I mean, I pretty much have the same opinion.
Highly doubt that shit, right? But like again, right?
Well, that's what I said.
I do highly doubt that, right? When you was a kid, but again, also at that time, like they were on their way out. Again, the amount, right?
Well,
like
George
the
Lincoln Rockwell was saying it
numbers.
in 1965, though. So I mean, it's not like it wasn't being said for like 40 years before I graduated high school, right? So.
Yeah, this was something that was never spoken, right? And I mean, at least openly, right? This wasn't common parlance, and it's becoming much more common parlance today.
George Lincoln Rockwell said it in 1965, and then somebody put a cap in his ass because they didn't like that, right? So I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like, it was said, it just wasn't very popular, right? And then they did the whole hippie movement, and then everybody got gay and on drugs, so. That kind of fucked everything up too. So, and again, like, I'm not really disagreeing with what you're saying. Like, I do think it's sad because, it's a tragedy that these guys went and did all this stuff. And I mean, watching Saving Private Ryan, like, I do think that like there's probably a lot of good men who did what they thought was right. You know what I mean? And like, I do respect that. And I certainly don't blame those people really for doing what they had to do, but. I mean, you're pretty much in a fight for your life regardless. So, but,
I'm just saying this is the end of an era, right? And I find it strange how, like, the screams against the Jews correlate with the death of the last of the veterans of this war.
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't even, like, really hate the Jews or scream against the Jews. It's just more of, like, the recognition of, like, you know,
Oh,
if we're
listen,
in,
dog,
if
dog,
we're so
dog,
in
dog,
charge,
dog,
like,
discuss,
where's our money at?
like, discuss.
Where
Yeah,
all the white
where?
people I know
mean,
are
like,
broke in trailer parks. So I mean, it's like, where's the money for Whitey?
yeah,
That's all I'm
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
say.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Right? That's literally what I'm saying. Anglos don't care about their own people at all. All those institutional investors.
So what you're saying is, like, if somebody were to go and Zyklon B, all the trailer park whiteys out there, then that might help the world too, because even if those whiteys got into power, they still wouldn't care about anybody.
I mean, I feel like they wouldn't, right? You know what I mean? Because, like, libertarianism has been just pervasive as fuck. Right. But yeah, listen, like, so again, we get back to fucking when we have these conversations, right? What I'm saying is like the anti-Jewish, anti-Zionist rhetoric, right, is really ramping up now that the World War II generation is almost all dead. That there's no reminders of what's left anymore. Right? I don't know. I kind of find it like bananas. You know what I mean? Like fucking, I don't know. I think it's like a topic worth exploring. Don't you think it's a topic worth exploring?
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if the same Anglos that you think are in charge are the same one putting out that propaganda? Wouldn't that be, what would that mean then?
I mean, I know that like the Anglos hate the Jews, like with all their hearts. In particular, like the poorer ones, right? You know what I mean? Because they don't want.
So they hate the Jews, but they let them run like the psyops. They let them run Hollywood. They let them run international banks from Switzerland.
Whites.
I mean,
listen. This is well known by guys like me in CML, right? Fucking like anybody who's ever like been in America and not part of your major culture, right, are well aware that like the poorer fucking Anglos in this country fucking hate the Jews. Like, y'all blame the Jews every time you stub your fucking toe, bro. Like, legit, right? And the upper class people have like, they don't really care if somebody's a Jew. They have no.
I mean, honestly, like I grew up in the South. I never heard anybody say anything bad about Jews. So I mean, that maybe that's true, but I literally never heard that in my life until I went to California. So
yeah, like every poor white person I've ever talked to has hated the Jews.
Must be a Yankee thing or something. I don't know. I'm not. I've never really met someone in the South who's like rubbing their hands together, worried about like the Jews have done X, Y, Z to them. I mean, it might be better if they did, but I just never experienced it, to be honest with you. Like if it's happening, it must be a recent phenomenon.
No. I mean, like this is well known, right? Like the poor whites hate the fucking Jews, right? And
So all those evangelical poor whites who are like sending Afterpaycheck to Israel for the last 200 years, like those people hate Jews or something. I'm kind of confused. Like, what percentage of America is like Jew worshiping Israel lovers? I mean, I don't know. So I mean, I know it has been a high amount of people.
Those are usually like middle class whites, right? Those aren't like poor whites, right? Those are middle class whites. Like the poor whites hate the fucking Jews. They blame them for every fucking thing that's ever happened, ever.
Well, do you think, and why would that be why is that a bad thing exactly? If that were true, I'm just trying to like go with your argument. Like, what is it?
Why is that a bad thing? Oh, because it takes like your eye off the fact that like your own people are running the government and they're the ones who, again, we get back to, if they're blackmailed, they did something wrong, right? If they're fucking taking money, they're being bribed, right? And I mean, like, they're the ones who are selling y'all down the river. Either way it goes, they're at fault.
So we should give Jeffrey Epstein the Medal of Freedom, and these poor whites need to go to the gas chamber. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, like the upper class ones, I'd put them all in the gas chamber. So Epstein's dead, so I don't really care what happens to him at this point. He's dead, right? But like again, your politicians are the ones who are being blackmailed. The Anglo politicians are the ones being blackmailed, though.
Well,
that means they did something wrong. Like, you know that, right?
Sure. So, but the people who blackmailed all the people, you know, nothing is probably going to happen to them, and you don't seem to be very concerned about that. You're like, well, you know, they're just smarter, so I'll give them a pass.
Yeah, okay, again, right, we get back to, you should not get caught having negative shit happening, right? Because you shouldn't be doing negative shit, right?
Okay, so,
now listen,
okay, great.
No, wait,
So-
wait,
okay, great.
wait, hang on, wait a minute. On top of that, here's the other half of this as well, right? You should stand here and be able to tell your constituency and say, yeah, listen, you know what I mean? I fuck a prostitute every once in a while. That's like, I need fucking laid, I need my dick sucked. This should not be outside of like the norm for any human male to be able to say. I don't know why it is you'll have such a hard time with this. I don't fucking get it. Right? In any other European country, especially like the South, this is just like, you expect a French politician to have like 4 or 5 different fucking mistresses. That's just normal. So what the fuck this shit is here? It's weird.
Okay, so here's my proposition for you, hypothetically, allegedly. So let's say that you were to let's say that you had a way to get, you know, the Appalachian clan to take power, right? And obviously, in order to do that, you have to overcome all the blackmail from the system, or, you know, whatever that is, right? So the people that have collected the blackmail on the people who are currently in charge, they have a lot of leverage, right? Now, let's say that somehow or another you've managed to put your people into power despite all those obstacles of the blackmail and all this, right? And then they want to come and make a deal with you to say, well, let's make a deal, and let's assume they have some sort of leverage that will basically like grant you access to everything you need to secure your thing. Let's just say that they make you an offer you can't refuse, right? Now, would you continue to battle against them and give up the power, or would you make a deal with them? And secondly, if let's say that you got into power and you found that the only way that you could maintain the power that you needed was to do the exact same thing, which is becoming the blackmailer and trafficker and do all these evil things in order to maintain that power, would you do it?
Oh. Okay. So, like, what you would do, right, as an in general thing, okay, is you would leave office, right? You know what I'm saying? Or not get elected, either way it goes, right? And then you'd open your mouth and you'd explain exactly what the fuck happened, right? And you take one for the team and be a fucking man and go to fucking jail for the shit that you did, right?
Right, but
eat it, right? But you let these niggas know. Wait. You let these niggas know. Listen, when I was running for office, right? These motherfuckers here. Here's their names. Here's their photographs. Here's their goddamn motherfucking date of birth. Here's their passports. Fucking whatever. These are the motherfuckers who fucking did it to me, right? They're the reason I'm not in office. And I'll be honest with you, you know what I mean? Like, listen, I fucked up a long time ago. It's what it is. I bet you, and I'm saying I'm going to end up in jail, and I'm fine with that. But these are the people who fucking did it, right? And I would open my fucking mouth and let them know and take the motherfucking charge, right? For the good of the goddamn country.
Right. So
right, because that's what a fucking man does, dog. And by the way, Brad Neurojack, you missed it, right? I chewed up a motherfucker earlier, right? I forget what the fuck his name is. Machine, what was his name?
Landry.
Oh, you
Larry?
you encountered Landry. Interesting. Landry.
Yeah, I punched that motherfucker directly in his face. He just shut up and sulked away.
Yeah, I've still not encountered this person personally yet, but I've heard the rumors. So. What was his deal?
He came in being a woman.
Nitwit.
Right?
Nitwittery.
Yeah. Tried the Zelensky motherfucking rules for radicals thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, Well, I'm not surprised. That's for sure. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense, actually.
Yeah, make act like
that's
it'll fucking deny everything, make accusations.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less, to be honest with you. And again, that's not even a knock on him. I don't know the dude, but based on what I do know, it makes perfect sense that his associates would do the same thing as that. I would say so. Interesting, very interesting.
There's an example of a Jay who influenced a lot of Anglos.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
What about Bernays? Another great example.
Oh my God! Listen, wait, hang on, wait a minute. Are we better or worse for having Bernays?
Who's we? Like in that equation.
I mean, me and you, machine.
I'm worse for Bernays' whole existence. If his existence was obliterated, I would not care.
Hang on, though, right? Wait. That knowledge that he dropped on us with propaganda, it's really fucking good.
Yeah, I mean, is it really not available in other places?
Not the way he fucking broke it down.
So why are Anglos not better off for it if we're the ones pulling the strings over here?
Have you ever read Bernays? Did you ever read Bernays, Jack?
I did a smattering of him and Freud. I read more Freud than I did Bernays, so not really. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I asked Machine. Not because like you're an Anglo, but because I know Machine read it. I mean, and I did too. Right? Like me and Machine pull quotes out of fucking Bernays all the time. Right?
But it's there's so many examples of that. Like there's there's Ellul, there's Walter Lippmann, right? He actually claimed that Walter Lippmann stole the idea from him, the CFR guy, right? The whole idea of manufacturing consent or whatever. I mean, so
that was manufacturing consent was whatchamacallit? Chomsky, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you read Chomsky, he'll cite Walter Lippmann, and Walter Lippmann, he was accused of stealing it from Bernays by Bernays. Right, this is in the Adam Curtis documentary, I believe. So it's interesting. So if you follow the train of thought, it seemed like Bernays was the first one to come up with like the mention of the notion, but like you could look at many different aspects of it. Like, for example, Ellul, right? You have agitation, propaganda, integration propaganda, right? How Ellul puts it, right? You have the whole other aspect of
first, Kaczynski or Ellul?
You mean Bernays or Ellul?
No, Kaczynski or Ellul, because Kaczynski said agitation and motherfucking integration propaganda too.
Right. He took that from Ellul. The systems need is correct. Right. That's him copying Ellul's ideas from propaganda, right? So
okay, gotcha.
But the idea is that he's sort of expanding on notions and all this stuff. Like, yeah, of course he doesn't say it the same way, but I mean, it seemed like McLuhan said pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's pretty simple, but it works. Medium is the message. It's the same concept. Or I mean, Plato's cave. I mean, Plato said it in the cave, right? I mean, it's it's like it's obvious, right? I mean, Plato literally said, "Look, we could literally from your birth to your death, we can control what you think, all right? And you won't even know who's doing it to you."
Well, I guess what Pinoid means is like Bernays was like doing I guess he was doing applied propaganda, meaning like, here's how you go about it. I guess is that correct or
no? Yeah, Bernays broke the game down. Right? I'm always appreciative of people who break the game down. You know what I mean?
Right, but like, the question is he special, right? Or are we better because he had these ruminations?
Are we better because like he broke the game down to us so that we could see it better? I think yes.
But he created advertising, right? Didn't he?
No, he did not create advertising. No, he did not.
Yeah, but he helped create advertising.
No, he did not help create advertising. Advertising
Yeah, he
existed
did.
before he
Yeah,
was
he did.
born.
No, he absolutely
No,
did.
he created. No, advertising existed long before fucking Bernays was born. What
I
he
understand.
created was
I
modern
understand. I
living.
understand that advertising exists, but I'm talking about in the sense that they're using symbols and emotional, things. This is the whole thing in Century of the Self. What he's saying that Bernays used Freudian psychology in order to create subliminal messaging within TV ads. So yes, modern advertising was in part created by him because he would take the same principles for advertising and use them for propaganda or public relations. This is essentially the same concept, right? So, I mean, you could say it, but he's very
Bernays,
innovative in that regard.
Like Bernays stood here and picked up like ancient motherfucking like traditions and Machiavelli and fucking like Roman shit and basically brought it to like fucking modern day with the mass fucking manipulation, right? Because like this is shit that the Romans did back in the fucking day, and like when it really comes down to it, like fucking the Romans back in the day when they had different bread, different flour, whatever it is, whatever company was doing it, like they would sponsor like the fucking games at the Coliseum and shit, and they'd pay for certain gladiators and spectacles. That way like more people would like recognize their brand and all this type of shit, right? And even Julius Caesar, right, fucking sat here and wrote about his escapades, right? So like, these escapades that he wrote, most of them were like false. When it comes down to it, to be technical about things, right? So, like, this is not new, right? But Bernays took it and applied it to mass media, right? And then he created public relations, which again is nothing more than kind of statecraft in the end of the day, but with the ability to like use the new media that existed at that time.
Yeah.
So,
what about Louis B. Mayer? Louis B. Mayer. Yet another. They're stacking up, aren't they? We got Louis B. Mayer, we got Saul Alinsky, we got Edward Bernays. A lot of very influential J's at the heart of American politics, isn't it?
Oh, listen, you can also throw on motherfucking God, who's the guy who wrote the Machiavellians and fucking the Managerial Revolution?
Is that
Burnham?
Rothbard?
Burnham, right? You throw him Burnham, Rothbard, motherfucking Iran, Mises, right? Like, listen, fucking Keynes, right?
Friedman.
I fucking hate Friedman. So much I hate Friedman, right? But like, none of these motherfuckers are a problem because they're Jewish, right? They're a problem because they're a goddamn problem, right? They're a problem because you have this society, right, that is being influenced by like democratic and liberal values. And then you have dudes like Disney and Dr. Seuss selling all this shit to them. These ideologies that are just complete trash and are basically infantilizing the population. Like, if you want to say Jews shouldn't be part of your society, I fucking agree, right? But at the end of the day, why are they?
Well, it's either because of the cunningness or the weakness of the Anglos. Now, I think it vacillates between saying that they're incredibly weak, but they're brought themselves in an incredibly dominant position, right? So it's quite a mix, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's because like they don't know how to say no, right? Whether it's like the good part or like the motherfucking greed part.
But they're winning, right?
I mean, like, yeah.
So why should they care about us? Why should the Anglos care about us?
Because eventually they're going to have to. Because as a nation, like, you should care about your people.
I mean, they have Israel. They don't need us.
I mean, they need us, right? There's only like fucking 5 million people in Israel.
Yeah, but they have a lot of Christian Zionists here in America.
They're all like fucking 80.
The Christian Zionists?
Yeah.
They're 80 years old?
Yeah.
What about all of the followers of like all those like white nationalist groups that hate all the Muslims, but they say Israel is fine?
I don't think they exist. I think that's proper. I think that's like a bad op.
Are you sure they don't exist? Because I see them all the time, like every day.
I almost never run into them, and like I think it's a bad op.
Well, what about like Andrew Wilson, for example? Like he says that.
I mean, Andrew Wilson's fucking retarded, and the vast majority of his guys are moving to Nick Fuentes.
Right, but Nick Fuentes doesn't necessarily, like, for example, right? Like, what's his whole like Nick Fuentes ostensibly gets paid by Jays to be an anti-Jayish spokesperson. Am I right about that, or am I wrong about that?
I think you're wrong about that.
Why am I wrong about that? Because how does he appear on all of these top flight channels and things? If you know that are literally owned by Jays, and he's literally propped up. You know, I don't understand.
I don't think he's appearing on Jewish channels.
Like PBD? Is that a Jewish channel? It's totally Jewish.
No.
It's 100% Jewish.
Patrick Bet David? Nah.
Yeah.
Well, he's like an Armenian Christian.
No, he's not.
Well,
yeah.
Well, he says he's a Christian, but he also like had Dennis Prager. So Dennis Prager came on Patrick Bet David's show and said, he's like, if you don't like Jews, that's fine. You remember what happened to the German women when they got raped by the Russians coming in? He's like, that's what's going to happen to you if you don't support us. So go ahead and don't like us. That's what's going to happen. And Patrick Bet David said nothing to him. So I mean, take that for whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like I've heard on all of the little channels that like Nick Fuentes shows up on that like Muslims are the scum of the earth, but like they've never said anything about you know, like for example, like here's the thing that Nick Fuentes now says, right? And he's held this position. He says, don't help Palestinians, but don't support Israel. So he says you don't support Islam, and he also says that Muslims got help from the Jews, which is totally just, I mean, I'd like to see him, you know, lay this one out. And he says, actually, the whites are going to defeat the Jews. So, I mean, make it make sense. It's totally stupefying.
Okay. All right. So I can actually help you out with that. All right. So.
Like, where to begin?
All right. Qatar and Saudi Arabia in particular, right?
Are
those two countries
working with the Anglos.
Are working
Not
with the
Jews. No, they're working with the Anglos. No, they're working with the
they've been working with the Jews for years.
And the Jews are working with Anglos.
Wait a minute, dog. Wait a minute. Where do you think all of Israel's oil comes from?
So let me get this straight. The Anglos are against the Jews who are working with the Saudi Arabians. Am I getting this right?
No, not at all. I don't.
Because that's
the Anglos are
retarded. 'Cause
never-
that would be retarded.
The Anglos are never against the Jews. I'm saying that like motherfucking the goddamn fucking Qataris and the Saudi Arabians, right, are
Who are
held
working with Anglos.
by the Jews. Yeah, but they're also
Who are
working
working
with the
with
Jews.
the Anglos. Yeah, but you previously
all-
said they're not working with the Anglos, but they are.
Who? The Jews?
The Qataris.
No, I never said
And the
that
Saudi
the
Arabians.
Qataris aren't working with the Anglos. No.
Yeah, they are
You
because
asked
they're
me-
working with the
Wait a minute.
Jews.
Oh my God, listen. So like what you said is that the Muslims are being supported by the Jews. Right? And you
That's
said,
what
make
Nick
that make
Fuentes
sense.
says. That's not what I said. I
Yeah,
said that's
I
what
said-
Nick Fuentes says. Make that make sense.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay, so where do we go? So you're in the middle of doing that, right? Because you're not done, right? Because I still doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, all right. So the Qataris and the Saudi Arabians work with motherfucking and Bahrain and trying to think of Qatari, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and UAE, right? 100% work with the Jews on a regular basis.
Okay.
Right? You know, and like fucking, they've been feeding them like fucking, energy and fucking money. And
So there's a billion Muslims.
in the diamond trade.
So there's so let me show you how retarded Nick Fuentes is, right? There's a billion Muslims on Earth, and those are like 3 Arab countries.
Yeah.
Which most Muslims in the world don't support. So either he's lying or he's falsifying. So what is he really? So let's get to the bottom of it all. What is he really saying, or why is he spreading disinfo? Because he's a disinfo agent, 100%. Like he works with people like Destiny and the leftists, so it's 100% true. He led people into January 6th with Alex Jones and stuff, so he's a literal Fed. Like I would venture to say he's a literal like Fed, all right? Like if not just Fed linked, I'm comfortable with just saying Fed linked.
I don't know, right? Like whether or not Nick's a Fed or whether Nick's Fed linked.
But wouldn't it be important, like, to determine whether he's a disinfo agent? Because what I just laid out is literal propaganda, if not halfway to Zionist propaganda, something very bad. You know, like it just doesn't make any sense in terms of international affairs. Like it makes zero sense.
All right. So the Jews work with the Chinese, right? The Jews work with the motherfucking Arabs.
And they work with the Anglos. And they work with the Anglos.
They work with they work with everybody, right?
Right.
Like the Jews work with fucking everybody, right? In the end of the day, one of the biggest problems that that was like brought up with the motherfucking Jews recently, I think that's not discussed enough, is the amount of technology they steal from America and like drop it off to fucking China. Right?
Well, they own all the info to the NSA. You know that, right? They have backdoor info to the NSA. There's Israeli companies that have info to the NSA. Then that's a huge security breach. Like, for example, Michael Chertoff, who ran the 9/11 Commission report, he's a dual Israeli-American citizen. How the fuck did we let that happen? How the fuck did we let that breach of security happen?
Oh, listen, because again, the Anglos don't know how to fucking say no. They don't know how. They don't know again.
But they let Jews run them, right? And they got power.
Wait. Again.
They got power.
Motherfuckers who run this bitch, right? Just getting rid of the Jews is not enough.
Wait, if the Anglos got power from the Jews to run this shit, or they let the Jews get in power, then they don't run this shit.
Oh, goddamn shit! I can drop my headset. So I was trying to scratch my ear.
No, it's all good.
Right? Yeah. So the problem is, right, is that like the Anglos run this shit because the Anglos started this shit. The Anglos
but
are
they
the
got power from the Jews.
institutional fucking power. No, They got power from themselves, right?
But didn't
They
you
went
say
and
that they
started
let
the
the Jews
colony.
run? They let the Jews run this shit.
They are infiltrated and owned by the motherfucking Jews at this point, right?
Right. So they don't run this shit.
All of their
So they don't
government
run it.
institutions.
Right. So they
do,
don't
and
run
they
it.
own it.
So they
Like the
don't.
go-
No,
like,
if
no,
they're owned by another group, they don't own it. They don't run it if
the
they're owned by another group.
politicians and the government are owned by the fucking Jews.
Then that's
The
who
Jews have
runs it.
infiltrated the whole way. No, again, the Anglos are the ones who are actually in power. They're the front-facing part of this. They're the institutional investors, right? The problem that
Right.
we have is that you have like the politicians and most of the bureaucrats are motherfucking either A, dual citizens of Israel, or B, motherfucking heavily bribed or blackmailed by motherfucking like Jews.
So I agree with that. I agree that they
who's the
let
problem?
Jews run them, but the reason they let Jews run them is because of Christian Zionism, right? It's because of the Council for National Policy, the CNP, and the International Christian Jewish Fellowship, blah blah blah. You know, that's ran by the ADL and so on and so forth.
Have
It's
you-
all like-
All right, wait. Okay, so here's the problem, right? This is my problem with you with Nick Fuentes. You need to go watch his fucking show that he literally broke down how the Jews took power in America. You need to go watch it.
Okay,
Because
send it to
like
me.
legitimately, right? Like legitimately, it is fucking fire, right? I
Yeah,
will
send it to me,
100% send it to you. I'll send it to you then, right? I can't at the moment because I'm driving up the fucking road.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
like,
for sure. Yeah, I'll remind
and,
you.
and if I leave the scene, I'll fucking, I'll end up fucking like losing connection and come back and pay me ass, right? But Nick sat here and broke this motherfucker down proper, right? And he started, like back in the fucking day to where like, how the Jews infiltrated fucking everything.
Did he start in
And
Rome?
this no, he didn't start in Rome.
Oh well, he missed a lot.
Nah, because I get like the whole like Jewish influence over Abe Lincoln and shit. And Abe Lincoln was having conversations with Marx, and his letters, the fucking lawyer who fucking trained him and shit in Illinois, right? All that fucking shit, right? Lincoln? I think it was in Springfield, Illinois, right? Like fucking like I know that like fucking Jews have been an integral part of like fucking America for a long time. Right, and I get like the whole like Lehman Brothers was started as a plantation in the South. Right, I get all these type of things. Right.
Yeah. What
But
about
the heavy
Monsanto?
Monsanto?
Yeah, that was a slave plantation.
Oh, was it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is what I read.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Monsanto was a slave plantation. I think Monsanto is a newer invention. I think it started off as Bayer.
Right.
Right, which is German, right, which wasn't Jewish. But
Well,
like,
it started off as IG Farben.
Okay.
And they were
there we go.
implicated in World War II. This was Prescott Bush. And two of his sons ended up becoming president, even though they're the patriarch of their family committed treason against the United States.
Prescott Bush also ran the CIA at one point. Fucking
Right.
so is what it is, right? But fucking
Yeah, he ran it into the ground.
well, no, like that's the problem. So like it started with the OSS, right? When it really comes down to it, like the heavy duty Jewish infiltration of the government started with World War II, right? And it started with the OSS. And Nick did a fucking amazing job at breaking all this shit down. Right? And breaking down like how all this ended up like being where the fuck it is today. Because we sold out our national interest in the name of beating the fucking Soviets. Right? And beating the Nazis. That's really what the fuck it was.
Right. It's Bernard Baruch. He invented the term the Cold War, another influential J.
Yeah, I mean Burnham, fucking shit, man. There was a bunch of fucking guys.
Was Burnham a Jew, by the way? Was Burnham a Jew?
Yes, he was a Trotskyist.
Well, see,
Jerome Wisner.
Well, see, like this is the thing though, is like the Trotskyist Burnham was like running a proto CIA by like pumping out like the equivalent of like billions of dollars to like pay off all the artists and the radio people and the writers to like heavily propagandize people. That's 100 years ago, right? So like imagine how much more sophisticated the propaganda is now after Bernays and, you know, Silicon Valley and a supercomputer in your pocket and all that, right? See what I mean? Like, so it's like, you know, like you're blaming Whitey, but like Burnham was a Jew and Burnham was like running extremely sophisticated psyops 100 years ago, right? So I'm just saying, like, does he hold the same amount of responsibility, or is it because the Whitey let him do it?
Is he alive? Is he alive anymore?
I mean,
no. Right. This is kind of the problem. You can't blame dead men, right? At this point, right? But what you can do is you can look at motherfuckers who are in power right now and go, yeah, listen, I understand we don't have a culture, right? I understand that, like, you know, we sold all that a long fucking time ago in order to, like, be successful. But, like, maybe we should at least hold fast to our fucking morals and have a conversation about, like, where we're heading and where we came from. And, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, at minimum, put some goddamn guardrails on this bitch.
so if I argued that all of Western civilization as you know it now is like Jewish, like
There's another
was
link
in-
there that proves what I said earlier.
What's that?
Another. What?
I'm talking about in the studio. Yeah, it says Monsanto family is a historical Sephardic Jewish merchant and banking business. And it says down there, the family engaged in the Atlantic slave trade and owned African slaves.
Okay.
Anyways,
I mean, there's a lot of these type of things, right? You know, like a lot of these, like, again, this is institutional investors. And you can take this back to, like, fucking, you know, guys who were in, like, fucking Puritan in New England. And there's a lot of them fucking guys left, families left, who, you know, have generational wealth and are institutional motherfucking investors in most of these American companies, right? And most of the fucking stock market.
yeah, the Sephardic Jews almost basically like bankrolled the entire Atlantic slave trade almost. It's crazy if you look at the history.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, yeah, like, listen, that was the whole, like, fucking Christians couldn't fucking do usury and shit. So they let the fucking Jews do it. And it's the same thing with, you know what I mean, like the insurance contracts, all that type of shit.
Loopholes.
You can share your screen machine so you can just bring up anything you want. You don't.
Who's up in here? Who'd that be?
Shinrod.
It's the Dark Lord himself.
What up, Mr. Dark Lord? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he's the dragon can't talk yet. He didn't get his magical gold coins inserted yet.
Yeah, we got what do you call it? What do you call that shit? I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, I'm on very low sleep here.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting there myself. It's like fucking 1:30 in the morning.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I
don't-
mean-
well, if you sleep, there'll be a Indian to take your job though. So
Yeah, there's no point now in sleeping and shit. It's just to stay awake till dawn at this point. There's 3 hours left. Anyways.
3 hours. Damn, you must be far up north.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. Same as Pinoid. It's just, it's like 5 a.m. Like, yeah, that's pretty much
the sunrise.
Yeah, it's pretty much
I forgot you guys up there get the when I used to live up north, the fucking sun it's like weird, man. The I don't know, especially near the lakes. I don't know if you get lake effect shit, but that shit sucks, man. I know it's not like Chicago, but lake effect shit is horrible. But because I didn't see the sun for 6 months when I lived up north, so I was like, that's why I hate living up there. It's just horrible.
I did not see the sun for 6 months.
Lake effect clouds and lake effect snow and lake effect rain and lake effect everything else. Like it just like the sun will come out like one time and then it'll disappear for like 3 more months, right? So like it'll come out like randomly like once a month maybe or something, but like
yeah, it's not like
it doesn't really come out all the time.
Yeah, it's not like sunlight, like where like shit's like yellow and shit. Like shit just
like
doesn't. Yeah, it's like
I
gray.
didn't believe in like seasonal depression. I thought that was bullshit. But then when I lived there, like I definitely went through that. Like I was like, it makes you really depressed.
Yeah, actually, I got some of that like the yellow sunlight like the other day, and like that was when like I went from show to show and I was just talking to people. And yeah, dude, that shit felt like a warm ass like nurse, like just like squeezed life into me. Like it actually felt like I was high as fuck. Like I was like, I'm stoned. Like just looking at this motherfucker.
Wait, what is it?
Like the sun got me high as fuck after not seeing it for a minute.
I heard there's some people who say that you can survive just only on sunlight if you, like for like a long period of time. Like, you just drink like a little bit of water and get some sunlight. I don't know if that's true, but
it is not.
Probably somewhat true.
Yeah, I felt like I lit up like 1,000 blunts. Like it was crazy. Like I was like, I just want to sit in this thing.
All right, Pill Eater. Who's in charge? The gay Jews or the Nazi
Nazis.
pedophiles?
It's a hard one. I mean, if Scott Wiener is saying that basically, these kids out in middle of nowhere, white America, who is in San Francisco, are doing a swastika condemning the Jewish finance, I wouldn't say theory, and actual truth to it, then it's weird that he cares about it only to be on X's platform to cater to that National Socialist leaning, and yet at the same time is okay passing bills to legalize a child sex trafficking ring. And yet at the same time, it's okay to call Nazis pedophiles if they get out of line with it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's really confusing here. It seems like when Nazism is no longer an argument, National Socialism is a virtue, the liberals cannot harm you anymore because it's rational. So they move the goalpost and call you a pedophile. And I've been seeing pedophile panic everywhere. Now, the irony is, if you believe in pedophile panic, you must believe in a pedophile elite. That's the oxymoron. Like Jeff Epstein, okay, we know they're pedophiles, Scott Wiener, whatever. Well, if that's true, how come elites can do it and you can't? So it's just like whatever's going on here, it seems like we'll move the goalposts of Nazism to pedophilia and pedophilia to Nazism. It doesn't matter. You're just unwanted, regardless if virtue is correct or not.
Yeah, I've been seeing, the pedophile panic thing is fucking wild. It's just as a whole. But Britain went through this like 5-6 years ago where literally like the government didn't have any power, so they just ran around screaming pedophile at everybody all day long.
Correct. That's pretty much what I'm saying. But at the same time, some of them are actual like pedophile elitists, but then use Nazism to their advantage. But then the actual Nazis will call, or then the actual liberals will call Nazis pedophiles in return. So it's like sheep onto cattle against the cattle master, but it's like all 4D chess games of sorts. But
I keep saying we need to have a genocide of everybody under the height of 5'10" and get rid of the fucking snake breeders. I think this will solve a lot of this shit.
Well, it's getting weird where there was a really good tweet the other day on X where there was a girl, dressing up as an anime girl, getting men's attention. Some guy writes hot. She's like, excuse me, I'm a 17-year-old. But it turns out she's turning 18 in 3 months. And then people digged in her profile and found out she was already dating a 20-something-year-old guy when she was 16. So how can you call a guy a pedophile if you are entrapping guys with, the American law stating, age of consent is 18? Does it really make you a pedophile if this is just a socially constructed ideal that if a woman is whoring herself at a young age, that sounds like entrapment. And I think people came on to that. But it's showing you how crazy it is where even the most youngest of girls know if I can be a whore as soon as possible, I'll get lots and lots of money. And I can call men pedophiles when I don't find them attractive.
I mean, that tends to be how it works. We were in here having a conversation about fucking the Jews versus the motherfucking Anglos. And I was like, yeah, listen, I mean, maybe the Anglos shouldn't fucking be like, having sex with children and getting blackmailed. Maybe that's the problem, you know what I mean? And not just the Jews blackmailing them. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's what, maybe, you know what I mean? Like we should ask for a better class.
I think it's like this. I think there's this magnification of Chris Henson's To Catch a Predator. Everybody watched that show 20 years ago. Then when you had Justin Payne 10 years ago doing it DIY and on your own and finding the weirdos behind it, there's this kind of magnification that if somebody is politically not wanted or not on the Liberal Party lines, obviously you must be a pedophile. And the thing is, it's not that you're smart or intelligent. They think you just are a quote unquote weirdo or basically worse than a goth kid or something. And to me, this is just as imaginary as scapegoating against feminists saying that there's an evil patriarchy or, even to some extent, magical Jews. But I do think this blame to a non-existent pedophile, not elite, proletariat. I mean, I'm thinking about this. I thought about writing an article about this. Richard Hanania also brought this up as well. There seems to be not targeting the pedophile elite. It seems to be targeting pedophile common people, as if there's this masses of people who've been raping children for 20 years now, or having the mere thought of it. And that's funny because you could be the most intellectual person, and you see this in academia all the time, talk about analytical philosophy, criticizing the liberal system. How they get you out is they make a claim that you had sex with an underage girl. Always, every time. And you've been seeing this exploding. And I think
like 86% of all divorces now have a claim of motherfucking like sexual molestation. Right? Because it makes it way easier to win a fucking custody case.
Right, but a lot of it is just slander. And a lot of it is just misinterpretation. It's all just like how much dirt I can shame someone's sexuality. And it's like, it turns out most gay men are the ones who are raped as kids. And a lot of gay sex is just trauma bonding over their nature of child abuse.
That in the news.
Well, so what we were talking about earlier, and this kind of reminded me of what you and me were talking about, Pillator, is that you were talking about earlier that like he just said, like, okay, well, it's the people who are doing the abuse that are the problem more than the blackmailers. But I was saying, like, well, can you really run society without blackmailing? And that's kind of what you were talking about in a weird way, Pillator. So, like, how would you introduce that? Because you had a very specific thing. I can't remember exactly what you said, but you said something very specific about that.
The problem right now, well, that's what the whole thing is. People, we are in a new Puritanism. The Puritanism almost 30 years ago was Nazism. How could you ever envision a national socialist government against liberal democratic free capitalism that rules the world? Now that's kind of being defeated. As you look at Scott Wiener's tweets, people are literally, whether you want to say this Fed posting or not, saying we will burn books, we will get the Jews, all things that are not even possible but now, X is allowing it in a weird Fed entrapment platform. But at the same time, I mean, this is like the same thing when Kanye West was selling the swastika T-shirts during the Super Bowl. Why is this being, imposed by the state? Are they collecting tabs on people, finding your IP address, making sure they're not going to arrest you? They'll just create a survey who is sympathetic to National Socialist interests and race realism. So I think now, if you can't defeat an argument like that, they're going to try to say you're either a serial killer, child rapist, whatever, and supposedly that is the same as National Socialism, which is almost like a boogeyman in and of itself. And this is where it's the gay weatherman conundrum. You have a weatherman on TV and he says he's gay. Well, we can't prove he's gay. There's no photo of him putting his penis up another guy's butt, and because that's the only way we can really prove if someone's gay or not. And so we just take it for granted.
And now with AI, you could fake that. So
right. And the funny part, regardless of William Gibson AI blackmailing, we just took for granted this guy's gay and he's in a position of power and he deserves that because, minority, whatever. But it turns out the weatherman who said that isn't even gay. And then all of a sudden is I got to find this case, but basically is just starting a family, and he just did that to get the job. And so how many other people have been doing that in Machiavellian ways? And I think the same could be said about this horror movie ghost-faced Texas Chainsaw Massacre of a dream called The Child Rapist. There's no way to prove it. You can't take a picture of, people talk about, child pornography and assume that that's like, oh, it's everywhere. It's like, no, because like it's illegal to have or attain, and it's like it's bad. And so, but it's like assuming that, Mr. John down the street in suburban Pennsylvania has it or something, which is almost like a liberal attack against whites, really. And the whole Uncle Lester thing. And
well, Pinoy was saying that that's a good thing, that whites need to be attacked and basically, gas chambered essentially. So,
well, I mean,
listen again, what I said is that like the Anglos are the fucking problem, right? Like, can't keep focusing on like the Jews every time you stub your fucking toe, right? And going, oh my God, the Jews made me stub my fucking toe. Like, you have to fucking stand here and go, yeah, listen, these motherfuckers are in charge. You have to hold them accountable. You can't keep screaming, Jew, 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 because it gives them a scapegoat.
Right. And that's what I was saying about the scapegoat of feminist and, patriarchy, and that I think, Anglos, the United States of America was for Anglos. It was like Anglo exclusive. And, somehow that just meant of white character. And then that extended to Italian and Polish and unwanted Anglos. And now it means everyone, which is, instead of one citizen, one vote, it became one man, one vote, whatever that means. And I think that's ultimately the end of everything. It's this kind of, you could say, Anglicization that's now bastardized and not even. But yeah, just going back, I mean, to make a long story short, it's like, if you look at the dialogue on X, it's an entire psychological operation. There seems to be this witch hunt puritanism where if you are succeeding with the truth and people do want to hear you, you will be immediately psyoped, blackmailed into not being called a Nazi anymore. That doesn't work because they cater to it. It's now pedophile. And I've been meaning to write an article on this. It's just too busy with normal things, not normal things, but whatever. And it just seems like pedophile panic is the new satanic panic.
Yo, Neurojack. Fucking spread it out, bro.
Yo, what's
Like,
up?
this dude.
What's up?
Yo, can you hop in your Discord DMs and read that that link that I sent you fucking from Substack about like what the fuck that person called me, right? Like after I put out that post about like fucking 10 rules for dealing with women.
Oh yeah. Hold on one second.
Yo, listen, this comp was fucking. I'm super proud of this. Like, I'll be honest with you, right? I mean, like, I'm really, really fucking proud of being called all these things, right? And by the way, Pill Eater, how often do you post on Substack, bro? I never get notifications of your shit drop.
Well, actually, I've been taking a break from writing recently. I've been doing a DJ gig, so if any posts do come on, it's from my DJing sessions on Princeton Radio. So, I mean, most of my articles already have been organized and archived on my website, and they're there on the art and culture tab and as well compiled in my book, Suicidal, Asian, and Promiscuous. I'm just saying if I start a new season of writing, if next year, then obviously every week I'll be writing an article. But right now, DJing is taking up my time.
Gotcha. I try to drop an article every day, right? Just because I'm trying to grind that fucking algorithm. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, it's really funny. I get a lot of sleeper hits. My one sleeper hit, the Mishima Delusion, is actually being liked and shared because people are, when it first came out, everyone hated it. I basically argued that bodybuilding won't make you a good writer. It's true. And people got so ticked off on it that they just threw it away. But it took a year later, and now out of somewhere, people are sharing it and they're liking it.
Do you take steroids?
No.
There we go. But I don't know, like, I get listened, so, like, what I found is that slop hits hard on fucking Substack, which I fucking hate, but on the same level, I get it. You know, like, fucking, I dropped off.
That's why you should only write for yourself. And imagine if you were to make a book in about a year, what would you be your best articles in 80,000 words? That would be on, you know, Kindle Direct Publishing, you know, and then take time, you know, take a few months off, recuperate, and then start a whole new season and do like one article per week. Or right now, I just do DJ sessions and they get views, but eventually I'll just write new articles. And if I do things like pedophile panic replaced the Nazi panic, I'm guarantee you like that clickbait will get views.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I'm writing a book right now on Substack. Like I got a novel I'm working on. It's called 2035. Right. You know, basically it's like post-apocalyptic, motherfucking rural, fucking techno, fucking sci-fi, right? Basically, like fucking, you know, I mean, after AI comes through, it does like the full-on, you know, replace everybody's job thing. America collapses. Elon comes out with the pods, right? And like fucking the majority of the population lives in pods, but like, so these like rural communities, and it's like then like the rural communities end up having to defend themselves from like fucking escapees from the pods and shit. You know, what I mean, there's like a whole like Game of Thrones, Machiavellian, like fucking shit, the town type of deal, right? Fucking, I don't know, interesting shit, fucking, you know, pretty cool. And I got like,
I mean, I did the same
10,
thing on
15-minute
Substack.
shots at a time.
I mean, in 2022, I just wrote my articles for an entire year. And then within the year and a half, it just became my essay collection, Suicidal, Asian, Promiscuous. And once I did Save Sleazy on TikTok, everybody found out the book, and then on Know Your Meme or on X, they're like, hey, I found this interesting book, and it got 2K likes. And it's like, oops, Suicidal, Asian, and Promiscuous by Joe Nally. Oh, that's me. So it's weird. A lot of things I believe are sleeper hits. I think the slop rage baiting really only works if you're a celebrity than compared to, say, an actual serious thinker. Because when people get serious, it takes them at least a year later and to figure it out and be like, oh, because I think, you know, for the Mishima Delusion article that I wrote like 2 years ago, people are slowly understanding there's been a grifters of, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger bodybuilder types who now say that they're reactionary or race realists. And it's like, no, there's no correlation between philosophy and growing muscles. Never was. And now people are, and I was the first to write about that. People got offended over that, but then it's like, oh, now I see.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I'll be honest with you. I'm like, what are you?
That's
like,
right. You can become the next Mr. Olympics. That's right, because Mr. Schwarzenegger told you so.
Well, just,
what
you know,
if you get per post usually?
My posts, I mean, well, his thing is like this: if you have like, let's say, I think a decent Substack would be like 1,000 followers. I think that's kind of common right now. If you have 1,000 followers and you make one article, on average, you should get 3 to 5 likes. If it's a really good article, you'll get 10 likes. If it's popular, 30 likes. And if it's 100, the algorithm's boosting you.
All right, so like I have articles that like have like 300, 400, 500 likes.
Exactly.
Right? You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. Like the slop works. Like I have fucking
That's the
articles with
algorithm.
10,000 views on them.
I mean, I've done the same stuff where you'll post the slop of, hey, look at this Indian guy insult a white woman, and it gets 50,000 likes, right? You didn't make it, but the algorithm chose you and boosted it.
No.
But
No. Like I made it. Like these are like my posts, like my writing. Like so, like
right. It's
you know,
the,
it's
it's
like
the wording.
boomers are fucking delusional. These type of things, right? You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Like how to
that's
10 rules
So that's
every
like the
man should
Weekly
know for
World
dealing
News
with a woman.
game, what you're doing.
You know?
It's like you're playing Weekly World News. That's what I'm saying. Like if I wrote an article saying pedophile panic is replace the Nazi panic, I guarantee you that would immediately. Like I had an article. I had an article 3 years ago. It was called "Pedophilia, Satanism, and Violence in the Chipmunk Adventures," and I think that got 100 likes on. I have to go check again, but that was like deliberately made to get your rage bait. Now here's the thing: the word rage bait didn't exist 3 years ago, but now people saw how you break the algorithm. They now call it rage baiting when you're deliberate. But it's like, well, it's not really rage baiting when you want to talk about. Listen, because under liberalism, we're supposedly are players in a game where we can talk about any serious topic, right? That's not verboten, correct? Well, if it is verboten, and they still shame us for even mere speaking of it, then it's like, well, then this might be a setup of sorts, you know? I think that's the problem, is that a lot of people are trying to say we must be a Nazi if we know so much about Nazism. We must do child abuse if we know so much about pedophilia. And it's like, it's irrelevant to the actual content or the argument that you're saying, because it's showing people are illiterate. They only care. And so it must be something else. It's not that people are reading these things and actually thinking like academic philosophers. They are regurgitating a silo type of echo chamber of sorts. And we're under that.
No, I think it's Pavlovian, right? I think that's what it's just literally Pavlovian fucking training for most people in America, right? And we talked about this earlier, fucking me and Machine, and when we were in Discord. Right, I think there's like a lot of Pavlovian training when it comes to like our society. There's people have like just say something, and then they go, "Oh, blah, 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 blah." Like it's an immediate fucking response. You know what I mean? It's like whatever the fuck it is you're saying, because they already have trained responses put into them. You know what I mean?
I think
So
the
anytime they
Pavlovian
hear
thing
something
is
outside
like,
of the norm.
I think the point is they Pavlov you into thinking, well, if you don't do this, you'll get a job and money, and you'll be accepted. And that's a very basic, almost animal instinct to be like, we'll give you resources if you do this. But what happens is like, well, what if you don't get the resources for being Pavlov's dog anymore? You're not the mouse that gets the cheese or the dog who gets the biscuit. So then people, I think, start thinking and realizing, well, this was meant for a sheep crowd to evaluate and give more freedom to the people who live in Lake Tahoe.
I mean, all right. So like, for instance, that's why I was like having Neurojack pull this shit up, right? Like, so, you know, every once in a while, like I go on like, you know, my red pill, big towel type of fucking shit, which by the way, that does really good on fucking Substack. Like I hop on this shit and I talk about women or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And like, you always get the same 3 fucking Pavlovian responses out of women. It's not all women are like that, you know, who hurt you, and oh, you must be an incel, right?
That's correct.
You know, and yeah, right. So it's literally these are Pavlovian responses to like when motherfuckers hear some shit that they don't like, or when they hear some shit, they're taught to say these things, right? Like these are the natural, inculcated motherfucking responses that are put into people, like, you know, from like fucking childhood. And so like anytime, like for instance, I tell Neurojack, like I'm like, listen, capitalism is just like a fucking economic thing. Like it's just an economic system. It's not something you should worship. Then he goes, yeah, but socialism is fucking bad, right? You know, we should never do socialism, right? That's just a natural Pavlovian thing that's trained into you as a fucking kid.
Right, especially National Socialism, which they made Nazism, which must now mean main genocidal maniac, which means serial killer. So you're no different than like Freddy Krueger or something.
Yeah.
Which is crazy and like complete Hollywood. But no, going on that, it's like
That's right. That's right. Everyone complains about the stuff in reality, but we'll go and watch a movie like Freddy Krueger, right? Complain about the pedophiles in real life, but we'll go watch a movie about a magical one.
right. That's the horror movie aspect. I'll go watch a movie about a crazy, depraved, evil person through an exploitative film and enjoy the violence and create a subculture around it. But I would never do those things. I mean, it's just like the Satanist who would never gets offended over being called a Nazi, pretty much. Or, you know, we like these things like Mortal Kombat and violence, but no, I was just saying is that, you know, some of the things that Pinoid is saying, it's like, well, even if you did have a dumb group of masses of people, as I was talking to Neurojack about this, well, why would they all be logged into X, which is a right-leaning platform to push, you know, far right, you know, anti-liberal agendas, which then it must mean that there are gang stalkers and CIA sock puppet accounts that say those three responses and they actually don't mean them. Like you look at these accounts, they're under 20 followers, the DMs are closed, the picture looks like a boomer-esque Facebook account, and they are literally speaking NPC lines. So it's like, is this really a real person? Or is this some kid in Bombay being paid $25 an hour to shut down any opposition against the American empire? So in a very Philip K. Dick way, I don't think these are real people. I'm now starting to believe this is a horde of robots, AI, paid CIA agents, or Indonesian Instagram workshoppers who are trying to stop algorithm boosting.
I mean, I would say it's a bit of both. I know for a fact that Facebook definitely protects pedophile groups. Oh, everybody ran away.
Yeah, it's great to see that guy. It's always. But yeah, blessings, Lord.
You too, man.
Yeah, I'm experiencing brain death unless Neurojack wants to.
Well, what happened? My bad. Shit.
Everyone
just
left.
went boop boop.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I just had to step away for a second. I can't hear anybody except for you, Shinron. So hold on one second.
I had to check and see like where the fuck I was going real quick, and like anytime you leave the fucking screen, like it fucking logs you the fuck out.
Right.
I was like, am I going to Lockhaven or Backlahat? Like they're on the same road, but I'm not sure like which one I was going to. Right, so I had to check real quick. But like, yeah, man, fucking listen. I always try to pick the brain of motherfuckers. I mean, who've been writing longer than me about how shit works.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what I'm looking at here. But what I was thinking of, I was like, dude, how does this dude have only like. Actually, you know, when I first opened this up, there was one participant for a very long time. Like one of his mods or some shit. And I was like, all right, bro. So this 18 people watching this, I don't know. This dude need Alex Stein to promote him or some shit. This is crazy. This shit's crashing out.
Yeah, sorry, my shit was fucking up. I couldn't hear anybody for 5 minutes. Okay, so what happened with Pinoid? I mean, what happened with Pillager? He just dropped out.
Yeah, Pillager just dropped out. Yeah, he naturally dropped out. Pinoid left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he does that. He does that all the time.
Yeah, I guess he like thought like because he was talking to Pinoid and then Pinoid left and he just like dropped. He's like, all right. Peace.
Yeah, I just had to check where the fuck I was going real quick. I was like, God damn it.
No, he's all good. He does that a lot.
He does that all day.
He's got family. I had family shit I had to deal with too. So I was trying to bring up her stuff, but I had to go take care of my son and everybody. So
yeah, like
IRL shit, which is good. But let me see if we
I'll be
can get him
back.
back.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, this dude walked up in the Discord and he goes, okay, so TML, let's assume that you were right about everything. That everyone's an actor, but not me. He said, I'm not one. And then Pinoy just started like wrangling him or whatever.
Okay. Let's do a mic check. Can I hear? Machine, can you talk for
Yeah,
a
you
second? I
can't
wanna make
hear
sure I
me
can
because I've been talking for like 2 minutes. So
I can't hear
me.
you. Fuck. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Hold on one second.
Yeah, bro. Shit, I'll just say what I said again when he comes. It's crazy, man. This shit's crashing out. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, you there?
Yeah. Okay. Now I can hear you. That's so weird, dude. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but extremely
Yeah,
weird.
I was saying that this dude came up in our Discord and he's like, okay, TML, let's assume that you're right, that everyone's an actor. But he's like, how do I prove I'm not one because I act the same way I do off stage? He came up in the private Discord, and then Pinoid started like asking him all these questions or whatever. He started saying like he's malicious because he is, or whatever. The dudes start like trying to lie to us and shit. It's crazy, man. LARPing Lion Landry.
Wait, so wait, you're talking about Landry? Landry did that?
Yeah, he did that today. Yeah.
Very weird. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Pillator's back. Cool.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just on the bed.
No, you're good, man. Yeah, we are. Well, I'm sure me. I know me and you are always gonna drop out or and shit. But so I wanted to tell you this really quick. So this dude that Machine's talking about is like
he's
tied
Alex
to
Stein's
Alex Stein. Yeah, he's tied to Alex Stein. So I thought that was pretty weird connection there.
Behind the scenes at Cupcake Studios.
His little like goy slop or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. You know, I should write new articles, but I'd rather be DJing for Princeton. So until the meantime, if I do have the time, then I will. But in this day and age, just be prepared when the masses of gang stalkers and bots are coming after you, because that's now where the discourse is, that we're in a false reality.
Archontic jihad.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, I could just literally take something on TikTok, upload it, literally steal a bot's tweet, a gang stalker's tweet, and then it gets 50,000 likes. So is it really plagiarism, or is this rewarding you for saying the correct party lines and then giving you followers in return? And then you bait and switch these followers to follow your original quote unquote content. And then, so it's like, when is ever art just art and not content? It's very strange.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what's interesting is like you get gang stalkers no matter, basically, like if you have any original message or if you steal people's message or what, anything it's like literally, and then it's like, well, you're paranoid or something. It's like, well,
exactly. And then the gaslighting starts. The CIA gaslight, and that's what the Stasi did. Correct. Right.
Yeah, and until you've experienced it, like, you know, you wouldn't think it's real, but it is. Like until you've actually seen it. Then you're
I've
like,
been cited by SPLC as for talking to Hank Yu. I had a dossier written against me. I have an Instagram hate page against me, and I have routinely gossiped from, Neurojax did this, from YT Combinator people who are making shit up about me. Now they could go to the primary source and go to my website or email me or DM me, but guess what? None of them do, because it's not about the truth. It's about power. I know it's a very Foucaultian thing.
Right.
But it shows you it's a spirit that I mentioned this in my Dark Data article 4 years ago, that there's no, in a very anti-realist statement, I'm not a real person. I'm an avatar called Pill Eater. There's a human being named Joe Malley that's talking to a smartphone, and then you're hearing it in a very weird radio program, which then creates parasocial realities to other people in Ohio, to Nebraska, and then this is a thought that is a problem. I think having that thought is a very weird Godhead-esque way of saying that you can't think of certain things. Liberalism prides itself as if you can think of all possible thoughts, but when those thoughts are verboten, forbidden, then that's the crime. It's not that you did these things, it's merely thinking about these things. And so I think the process is wrong think, and it's pretty much in dehumanization that you do not exist. If there is an existence of an opposition, it will break down the program. So you must dehumanize, say that you have an opposition, but you can't know who really the opposition is. It's kind of like what liberals tell themselves about an ever-present Ku Klux Klan, yet there's no such thing as the Ku Klux Klan anymore. It's just a boogeyman. I think that's what's happening right now. And if there were solid arguments and rebuttals against the liberal world, then you must be the most evil, vile serial killer in existence. And it makes your arguments moot, which is absurd. But people can't believe because I'm just a cartoon character.
No, yeah, and it's weird because like on YouTube, it's the exact same pattern as on every other platform, but it's always like a different like manifestation of it, right? So like for example, right, like on Instagram, right? So there was that video I sent you, and I'm probably gonna play it in a second if I can pull it up. But so it's this video of this. It's like some Asian woman covering like a Grindr conversation between two gay guys, and the gay guy's like, the gay guy is saying something to the effect of like, "Well, I have a Nazi fetish." And he's like, and the other person's like, "Well, that's kind of weird, but can you explain it to me?" And he's like, "Well, here's a hint. I'm Chinese, right?" and so and then the Asian, right, and the Asian woman saying like, "Oh, this is really bad," but see, she never mentions that this is two gay people. She just says this is two people. So like she never actually specifies, right? But in the comments, people comment that that's what's going on.
Well, it's all about semantics. It's a classic Richard Rorty thing. It's like, well, first of all, what are you doing on Grindr? You're not even gay. Second, the user who says I have a Nazi fetish entraps themselves as the bad guy. That's like literally saying, "Hey guys, I'm a pedophile. I rape kids." Whoever says that? Nobody. So it's like you use the enemy's words. So by saying, let's break it down: National Socialists bringing to power to something irrationally. Well, do people actually say, "Hi, I'm Joe Nally. I have an Asian fetish"? Nobody does that because it makes you. It's basically like you wouldn't call Holocaust denial when really what it is Holocaust revisionism. That's what it is. It's just the opponents made up that term. So if you were to reread dialogue properly, and you have to be careful of what English. I mean, this is like what George Orwell says with English and politics, English language and politics. You would rather have to say like, "Hey, I'm really into the ideal of, racial differences in sexual play and desires. Like I have a desire, I have a white sexual." He could say, "I have a desire for someone who's white." It should be more plain and blunt. It should be like the tagline, "It's okay to be white," because white nationalists use that line, "It's okay to be white," to, make the opposition upset. But as long as you use enemy semantics, it makes the opposition weird. So it's like for an Asian woman who clearly speaks in English and not presenting this in Chinese, that's a big takeaway because language is a category of the mind. And she's saying, well, this gay Asian guy, I can't believe, well, he doesn't even say it. This person wants to be Asian and does this. Can you believe that they can think these thoughts? That's the crime, which is absurd because that's a self-defeater in liberalism. That means, possible worlds or even rhizome theory. If it's true, it can. So why do you think these rhizomes and possible worlds are bad? But again, it's all fabricated evidence from human lampshades to whatever, landing on the moon. So I'm not surprised by any of this.
Well, my comment to them was, so I put a comment that says something to the effect of like, well, are gay people even real people?
Exactly.
And,
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Right,
Does
well-
gay even exist?
right.
Right.
Well, and then obviously like a gay transgender white person had
Of
to
course, speaking
respond
in
and
English.
said, oh, this is they didn't say anything directly like, oh, this is offensive. They said something like, well, I gotta look it up. What do they say? It was
Right.
really
I mean,
interesting.
well,
It
it
was-
could
but-
be a
but-
bot for all. It could be a bot for all I care. It's
Well,
not even real.
well, no, but I did as an experiment because I was like, let's see how if you play with the semantics, like how do people react, right? And so let's see, what was it? They said, see if I can find it. I might not be able to find it anymore. Probably deleted my comment or something. But
Well, TikTok shadow bans when you say certain words too, unless it's upvoted by algorithm.
yeah,
That's weird too.
yeah, I'll probably have to go back to where I sent it to you and
But I
look
always
it up
look at
manually.
this.
But
Some people say they're musicians, but they really care about performing and looking cool. So is music even real, or is that just an accessory to veneer what they're really doing, which is acting? And that's the same thing over and over again, a dialogue. And a classic one that's been happening recently is gaming culture and video gaming. There's been a school of thought that really enjoys game design and gaming. But over time, technology has advanced so much where video games just become movies that support the liberal regime of transhumanism. And so they use games as these open vessels to then say and promote values of, it's about a narrative. We're telling a story. Well, telling a story and narratives have nothing to do with game design. And yet they change the definitions to assume games are this because they have a poor understanding of games, or that they're stupid and that there never was games. That was just a veneer to justify a Trojan for liberalism. And that's exactly what's happening. If a gay person's really real, then it doesn't exist. And I think that's ultimately the problem with these artist types, is that they think they're saying something more that was never really about art. They are this role playing as an artist because of the words they're using. Right.
yeah, sorry, I have my thing muted here, but well, where'd everybody go? Yeah, hold on one second. I can't see everybody. Hold on one second. So yeah, you guys are still here, but I just couldn't see you. I hit the wrong thing. So no, I was gonna say, do you mind repeating that theory you gave me about like
I mean,
Greg Johnson?
Something exists. I mean, this is like Derrida style deconstruction. It's like, does the thing even exist if you are? So, for example, somebody says, I'm a game designer, but they're not really designing a game. They're telling a story. So they're a novelist role playing as if they're a gamer, or basically this. They're a musician, but they don't play a single instrument. They don't compose their songs. They just wear gaudy clothing like Tu Hollis and get up and say they are a musician. Well, according to Derrida and deconstruction, none of those things are real, because they are conflating terms and tricking you through literal deconstruction that the substance does not exist. And I think the same thing is like, I've even seen this in art school too. They say I'm an artist. I'm like, well, what's your medium? Well, it doesn't matter about my medium. I'm just expressing myself. Well, everybody expresses himself. Are you saying you express yourself by the clothes you wear and the things you do and the Umberto Eco signs you show? And they're like, yeah. Well, that doesn't make you an artist. Then they get upset because it wasn't about art. That the substance of art does not exist. It was a vessel to be an expressive consumerist individual under liberalism. And this is why critical art makes you think. And if you're thinking, then there's a substance to it. But most of these things, long story short, like you said, how can you be gay? Then there's no substance of being gay. It never existed in the first place. These were just buzzwords to open vessel for another, goal-changing wordplay they're doing here.
No, so hold on, I got too many screens open.
Okay. I had to close one. Okay, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, cool. So
No, I was gonna say on that note, do you mind describing that connection between like Dugan, Greg Johnson, and Giorgiani or something? Like, you don't have to. I'm just saying, like, or
No,
can you give me
I-
like, can you re-summarize that point? Because I
and
was
then
trying to
in
figure out-
Daria terms, okay, so like this. Greg Johnson calls himself a white nationalist. Whatever he feels like and whatever his values tend to be is white nationalist. There's no objective reality to be a white nationalist. But if we were to semantically take the seriousness of being white and a nationalist, we can make up our minds and say the definition of white nationalism is an admixture European person who wants a nation state and is in favor of that. But then Johnson will twist it around to say, no, it's ethno-nationalism for all European peoples. And if you're conservative, that doesn't make you a white nationalist. Or if you're right-leaning or a fascist, well, you might like this, but the priority is always about, and he wrote an entire book called The History of the Alternative Right. And he just wrote an introduction that said, the alternative right was never white nationalist, but it catered to us. Or John Derbyshire with a Chinese wife tried to plead with us white Notice the plural pronouncing constantly. So it's really just a one-man army. It's just like the Church of the Subgeniuses or AXA. This is what I try to prove in my movement. It's a one-man army. It's just me. There's no other people who say AXA. But if other people do say it, that it's like we are anonymous or V for Vendetta. It's like a collective Kilroy was here effort. And that's why meme culture is powerful, is that you can partake in Pepe without, joining anything. It's decentralized. But Johnson clearly says there's no substance of white nationalism unless I make it about what I like. And I think Jason Reza Giorgiani was sympathetic to Johnson's point only in that white nationalism, quote unquote, meant American liberalism in the 1950s way of retro culture life. And I don't think Giorgiani was full-fledged admixture European people supporting a stagnation natalism of sorts. I think Giorgiani wants transhumanism and what he calls Prometheanism, which he will use the terms to say, it's like the Charles Haywood guy says, I'm a foundationalist. Well, it's vague as possible, because to say you're into philosophy is more like something about thinking about new things, which I'm pretty sure Alexander Dugin would be okay with, so as long as these anti-literal, quote-unquote, countercurrents are destroying the liberal democratic capitalist empire. And it's pretty much all one thing, whether it's from Joe Rogan to Doug Stanhope to Adam Carolla or Jimmy Kimmel, they're all in one party, regardless if they're a MGTOW man's world.
So, but you were saying like it's kind of like they bifurcated things. So like they're trying to like funnel certain people to like Duganism and like funnel other people towards like nationalism.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like Haas's American Communist Party. He's saying, as you're young, don't be a groiper. Don't be a diva like Hitler. You don't want to be gay. You want to be a man. If you want to be a man, worship Joe Stalin and join the American Communist Party. They like switch the rhetoric around to say you're only anti-liberal because you want to be masculine against degeneracy. Well, being anti-degeneracy means being a communist.
Do you think that that's
like
who's behind the whole like homesteading lark of like there'll be a homesteader?
I think it's social Darwinian. I think the strategy is social Darwinian, or the classic H.L. Mencken move of here's gamer Nordic gamer Chad and here's the virgin. You want to be the former, not the latter. So there's one conclusion here, and nobody wants to suffer as the loser. Nobody wants to be like Jesus Christ on a stick suffering here, or Socrates drinking the hemlock. It's pretty much, I want to be this strong Alcibiades warrior killing things, and you cannot be a loser.
So it's almost like they're appealing to like
rhetoric.
white men. So it's almost like they're appealing to like white man's like
version of honor that we've been
correct,
like the
Brainwashed.
stoicism that's been imparted. But
Because
then it's
again,
like,
if you read Diogenes or you're a classic nihilist, none of it matters. I mean, whatever happened to crust punk anarchists who just did not care about winning and losing? We just wanted to exist another day and be as lazy as possible. The Athenian class is lazy and could care less because they have all the money. And yeah, so I think, everybody, let me wrap this around. If Haas is in the same room with Patrick Casey and he's having sex with Nikki the Hegelian e-girl and they're all doing cocaine together, that shows you it's one big party and you're not invited. You're just some trans kid in Cleveland working with the gang stalkers in a mirror maze where you're gaslit to do some
right.
candidate Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, and you feel as if you're a part of the party because you like stalk somebody because somebody said, I don't like this person or something.
Correct. And it has happened to me. And guess what? They report back to their masters, who are basically white collar entry level working for Frank Hassel, Sam Hyde, Paul Town, back to break the rules. And it's crazy in the network. They might apologize for you doing that, but until you raise the ranks in a white collar way, will you get your own gang stalkers and such? There's been quite evidence that Jim Goad uses gang stalkers against people, and he's directly writing for Countercurrents.
Right. And so the point is like, so the main thing you think they're scared of is that if you point out that they're all in one big club, that's what they actually get angry at. They don't get mad if you talk shit about them, right? It's more that you're
right. That's normal. But what the problem is, if you figure it out, it's just one big post-capitalist system of we're all post-boomer, beatnik, hippies, Gen X, white collar class, and we're all in this together. This is why Zoltanis, the American fascist, supposedly is doing drugs and celebrating it and writing articles on his fascist Substack to celebrate drug dealers who misrepresent National Socialism. They said that, well, being a National Socialist means being the bad guy and being a criminal. Well, that's perfect for the American empire to keep up the boogeyman that Nazism is for.
Well, what's funny is like, which is funny is though, because like your friend actually did like gangster Bolshevism, which was actually promoting that. But see, like that's what's weird is like, it's like, at least makes more sense. Like Stalin literally was a gangster, right? So like that actually is on brand, but like calling Hitler like a gangster doesn't really make any sense.
Right. And then it's like, well, if you point out and say you're straight edge and I condemn drug dealing and drug hustling, then they get really mad at you because obviously their clientele are Jeffrey Epstein and the elites who are evil, because they say, if you're a girl, you might as well be a prostitute for one of them. If you're a guy, you might as well be a drug dealer for them. But if you bring it up, it's just like any rap game. They want to hit on you. You're a snitch. But this is for white people. Think about this. The Asian girls are the prostitutes. The white kids are the drug dealers.
Wait, say that one more time.
The Asian girls are the prostitutes and the white kids are the drug dealers, and they're pretending everything's fine and anti-liberal, but it's not. It's a one liberal.
Yeah, that's actually pretty
right. And so
there's a lot of Asian guys that are drug dealers too, though.
Because I'm like, Zoltanis, this is perfect for the opposition, because if they describe Nazis as drug dealing, free loving, motorcycle outlaw people, you're saying it makes you a man and against quote unquote moral fagging, when really, no, that's exactly the entrapment of liberalism. And that's exactly what boomers were doing 70 years ago. But again, it all relates back to, I don't want to be a loser in high school. I don't want to be a nerd. I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be this. I want to be strong. So this is the suffering of Christ, or Socrates drinking the poison. It just doesn't, nobody wants to sacrifice.
Right. Well, and do you think that's why everybody's so hard set trying to like destroy Christianity, because it creates people that are willing to be martyrs, essentially?
Exactly. Yeah. Or, this is why you have hostility where they say, well, Christianity is Jewish. It's just trying to create the Jewish ideal for the entire world and create a bourgeois state of mind, which is also true. But the real truth we should be getting at is, and this is what Machine says, if Socrates, killing himself is the same as Jesus drinking wine, then obviously there's something that predates here as the start is the Plato myth, is the start of Western civilization and the ideal of the Socratic method and thinking about the pursuit of wisdom and having a bond between, people like Socrates with Alcibiades representing the promiscuous guy, the manly Jack Donovan type, Rushdi, and Socrates being ugly, saying, no, you need me, and there's better pursuits in this life. It was written in the first dialogue with Alcibiades. For all I know, this is a fairy tale made up by Plato, but I think this has evolved drastically into the Middle Ages to be like the Cat and Terry tales by Chaucer, and this ideal that people have become hyper aware of their class and we should ridicule people, and role-playing this ridicule created satire, which started, as Umberto Eco stated, the birth of irony, and we are drenched in irony. And to make a long story short, it's just like what Milo Yiannopoulos said on the Tucker Carlson show with his interview recently, saying, listen, the state doesn't want everyone to be a transhumanist leaving the body. They just want everyone gay, because if you're gay, you are desired. You're not doing the desiring. And if you're gay, you won't have children. You start gossiping. You become hyper aware of things because you want to be desired. And it's the only way a capitalist system could push itself, is that you become the product and not the soul.
Well, that's definitely what they're pushing in the whole tech scene. Like the whole tech scene is literally like trying to make everybody gay. So and that's hard to describe, because like all the things that you and I are looking at, it's like these young kids, they're not hypersexualized in the traditional sense.
They want to be
hypersexualized in a very gay way. It's like
they want to be
even if they're having right.
And they want to be protagonists to an anime nobody's watching. So everybody's equally narcissistic in a Christopher Lashley, and then once they're 30, go kill yourself.
Well, and I think the difference is like I put it like this. It's like, I think we've all been in some sort of situation where we've been offered like, well, you do X and you'll get something out of it. And I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel has been like, no, I'm not going to do that, because I don't want to play a role that's been given to me where you hold all the cards and all the leverage, and I'm just at your mercy, like a beaten down dog, right? And I think that these people who they're recruiting are specifically the type of person who are willing to do it. And again, I think Asian women fit that very well, and Asian men, frankly, but because they are, like you said, in a Confucian way, very willing to take on a duty given to them by their master, not because they're necessarily subservient, but because they see it as a part of their ethical system.
I think Confucianism, they want to belong. And here's the funny part. If you create a Confucius hybrid liberal system, the Asian girl who's even a 3 out of 10 or Chinese girl is going to be really confused of what is considered popular. If her boyfriend's a gamer guy, she wants to be in the gamer subculture. If the guy's a punk rocker, she wants to be in the punk subculture. Rap Asian baby girl, doesn't really matter. The point is, as long as the patriarch, the white patriarch, has a Eurasian child, then it would continue Eurasian lines. And this is what the white nationalists are getting upset over, because they think in binaries. There only can be white or Asian, right? There can only be 2 umbrella terms. There can't be just solid Korean, solid Chinese. But do you really call Korean people if all Korean people are now half white? What's going on here? And this has to do with the genetics as language. If language is a category of the mind, if you speak in English, you start to think of the world as one egalitarian whole. You start projecting other people are English like yourself. So you tell an African to speak English, and then all of a sudden he's talking about equity. And if you make an Asian speak English, all of a sudden she's talking about getting with the white husband.
So give me the honest definition of equity. What is the definition that most of these people with the quote unquote mind virus, what do they think it means versus what does it actually mean? How would you actually?
Well, first, mind virus is a term coined by Michel Foucault when he referred to Deleuze and Guattari's work on capitalism and schizophrenia. He said that there was a fascist mind virus, as if fascism was no longer National Socialist and you just picked it up and you couldn't practice Marxism anymore. And that was the definition of being a post-Marxist. But I think it's not that I think equity, what it is not equality. Equality means you would have equal access to something. Equity means certain people have certain reputations and abilities over you. If there's a strong person, the strong person shouldn't be in a group full of women. He'd be limited to that. And the weak person should be in a group with more women because he has more access to women. The point of equity is that you level the resources to everyone's advantages. So if someone is born without legs, you give them robotic legs, or that no one should have legs, or you cut off the person with legs. And that's exactly what the American system is. It realizes that even if everything was of equal access, the strong prevail. Strong, and then the stupid suffer. So now you have to harm the smart and give more shit to the stupid. And now we've created an equity state of funneling money, and Republicans are calling that socialism, which is even more funnier. And guess what?
Well,
the Party of Socialism and Liberation says, why, yes, it is funneled by the CIA.
Yeah,
and even Fox News says it too.
You reminded me of what the conversation was. So, like I said, like, well, that person's gay. No, I said, like, are gay people even people? And they said something like it was a gay transgender white guy, right? And they said something like
won't be having children.
Yeah, and they said something like, I remember now. They said Nazis are people, and that's a tragedy. And I said, well, I was like, oh yes, you're right, because but what's interesting is that I was like, well, first of all, I said, well, I was just joking. Maybe that didn't translate well. But by the way, did you know that the Republicans are actually mostly gay, and that's why they have Nazi tendencies? And they said that's not true. And I said, oh, that is true. And they said, oh, your mom's hopping up and down on my dick right now on my lap.
Right, exactly.
Like, wow.
Because I know. So it's just like that's a gang stalker or some like how could a really smart person? You know, they're doing it to spread disinformation, because it's like this. If let's use that logic around for a second. If it's a tragedy, people can be Nazis. Well, are Korean people a tragedy? Are Manchurian people a tragedy? And that here's a fun one. Are Palestinian people a tragedy? Yes, because they exist through genetic. Are Eurasians a tragedy?
So look at this. Part. Look at this video I have on the screen. Can you see this? Okay, I'm gonna. The person who posted it said, when K-pop is too popular.
So hold on a second. I'll tell you this much. Do you know what North Korea says about South Korea? K-pop, capitalist imperialism, supporting race mixing. That's what North Korea says.
Well, I mean, I don't see any evidence for that based on this video.
But you know, and then guess what? Then the Korean Times from the South says, "What kind of vile, out of touch reality? Why would the North even say that about the South?" Because there's socialist tendencies to say that capitalism ultimately, at the end of the day, supports the destruction of a nation.
Well, I mean, I will say this. I think if you send a bunch of inner city African Americans who have done crime to North Korea, they will learn a new way of life that probably won't involve crime.
Well, they're going to send them to the concentration camps in Hamhung for eternity, if that made it. Or they'll use them as... Or put it, I'll say this about another reality of Korean culture. Foreigners are not allowed to drive cars in Korea, in South Korea. So that means blacks just can't come to South Korea and drive a car. It's just illegal. You can't do it. And they've delivered. You can do that in Japan, however. So that's really interesting. So what that means is that there are certain laws where the foreigner must use, a bus or walk or use Korean assistance to get anywhere. If that's the case, then you just congregate all the unwanted people in Seoul touching the line to North Korea and deliberately attacking them with a gate of Camp of the Saints style ideal. But I would say there's something out of touch where people are listening to K-pop, but most Koreans here, don't take K-pop with, it's just their mainstream music. So why is K-pop being forced into G7. Well, I think it's an attempt to create geopolitical stability of Koreans over the Japanese.
Right. Just like how Nirvana is a worldwide phenomenon. Like you can go to like the bush of Africa and people will be wearing a Nirvana
t-shirt.
Oh, I like cocaine. It's good.
Right. The point of exporting K-pop is to show Korean dominance. But the funny part is that might as well be supporting North Korean interests as well, because they're Korean too. And what that entails is that ultimately K-pop is consumed more by non-Koreans than Koreans to support a geopolitical message of stabilizing the peninsula if World War III breaks out.
Perfectly.
Right. And so, but I'll guarantee you this, it's going to be really difficult to tell whites and blacks to stop watching anime for 50 years and tell them to switch over to Korean media when things don't go their own way. It just doesn't work like that.
Right. Well,
that's
the
crazy, and that's why people are getting mad.
Well, that's why all these girls are on here saying like, I'm not even Japanese, but every guy I meet says, do you like anime? Are you Japanese?
Because that's the G7 standard of the good Asian, right? It never was K-pop. K-pop was only pushed in 2010. That's the funny part. So how can you tell all those people who like sushi, anime, hangtai, pornography, video games, and then say, no, you got to listen to K-pop now? That seems kind of betrayal, then am I supposed to assume you like K-pop? Right. So it just doesn't make sense on many. And then if you're in Korea, there's no really trace of anime here because that's a Japanese thing.
So I wanted to show you this one too. Check this out.
So last night I was invited to a YC party by this company, Aside, which is a competitor to Cluely. So I flew from Philadelphia and went straight to this party. And here's three things that I wish any founder knew before applying to YC. Number one, you're perfecting your YC application. Every founder I met at the party was like, yeah, I basically scrambled to get my application in, and look at this crazy video that I took on my selfie. So YC isn't looking at the perfect application, the description, or a video. They're looking at the idea and the talent. The team is what makes it shine. It's not the YC application or the video. Number two, this certainly doesn't apply to every team, but every founder I met at the party at least had a co-founder. Some of them I met literally just before YC, met online, and then became a co-founder. This was so interesting to me. So I went back home and did some digging. And in 2015, back when Sam Altman was a partner at YC and was actively choosing these startup companies, and he literally said they prefer co-founders and would highly encourage people to spend 20% of their time looking for a good fit. Number three, you're not showing your guts.
No, I'm just saying, is the founder that tan guy, right? Is that the founder?
Gary Tan's like the mafia boss over YC.
Okay, so she's saying all the how's to get YC. Why would Gary Tan ban me before I even knew what YC was? Does that mean I'm talented?
It means that the people who are trying to get into YC are influenced by your work, and they don't like that you're influencing their people.
Exactly. So I think that's a little unfair, Gary. Gary, you should at least give me some internship.
Well, see, what you need to do is you need to apply. You need to apply and have like a great.
I could be a director here, and then he just bans me without telling me.
You need to find Arvind, the guy from Upper Pradesh of India, and he'll be your co-founder, and then he'll let you in.
I mean, another thing too is that I'm questioning her credibility because she flied in from Philadelphia. Why?
Right.
Because JFK
to go
was
to
more
a
expensive.
party. To go to a party, quote unquote.
Okay, I'll tell you the hack here. It's like if you were to take a plane from, say, Sacramento Airport, right? That's what it's like. You're going to the Philadelphia Airport because it's cheaper than JFK. Well, that doesn't make any sense. If you were really serious, you'd fly from JFK, not Philadelphia. Philadelphia, you're going to Nashville or something. And I don't know why she would ever, because there's nothing in Philadelphia. Nobody wants to live in Philadelphia. It's on Detroit level depravity. But she won't tell you that. That's why she moved to SF. But yeah.
Well, she's trying to move to SF by going to a quote unquote party of YC people.
But with all the decadence and depravity and nothing.
But so how did she get the invite? Did some guy who's like working at YC say like, you're kind of cute. Do you want to come to this like random party?"
Exactly. They're doing international
drugs and
Tinder
alcohol.
dating. And then he's like, "I'll pay for your $500 ticket. Here you go. Come to
Yeah.
American Airlines."
Don't worry, we got like some cocaine and
Right. And you don't want to live in Norristown, Pennsylvania, do you? Right. And that shows me like it's sad when you're in Philadelphia because that entire generation was like people in Palo Alto. They were just like white America. And instead of giving their jobs to like a blossoming Philadelphia, it kind of went the way of Detroit and everyone just moved to New York or DC or just left.
Yeah.
Philadelphia
And
is a shameful city.
Yeah, and for the chat, these are the people that the tech pros are trying to like groom into being like quote unquote founders, aka like here's a bunch of money.
And here's the
now
weird
you
part:
pretend to,
why
like,
would
have
some
an
of those
idea?
people know who I am and call me a bad person, even though I never talked to them? And then when I say they're bad, they supposedly twist the story as if they know me. That's weird.
Yeah, well,
No, I found that's often the tactics I deal with too, since I've been doing my LARPings.
Right. Yeah. So it's like just what Neurojack says, we do have underground influence. It's just that we're kind of worse than Baltimore. Utter our names. We're kind of a dark secret in the underground.
well, and it's weird because like it's funny because like we're kind of targeting white guys, but then it's like all these brown people that are like picking up our stuff, and we're like, okay, like it's like it's kind of interesting.
I only wrote one scathing attack against brown people in an article called I wrote it in 2017, and it was in my book and manifesto about stalking Patrick Hyland. But I said, listen, Tyrone, pull up your pants. If you put a gat at me and insist where the Asian women at, you won't get it because you'll have to take it from me. And so I would say that's the most controversial article I ever written, but no one ever brings that one up. Which I think everybody just knows is true. Everybody knows that.
You want to know how I know that an Asian woman don't want a black man? Because their own kind don't want them.
Well, I think it's more about female sexuality and being sexually attracted towards violence, which is a manifestation of
That's right.
desire.
That's right. Beat me as my fire alarm beeps.
And so that's the problem, is that I think that's ultimately bad. Like what Andrea Dworkin says, we can't feed into the female desire for male violence because it's irrational, and societies decay, families break up because of it. And then we're told, well, if you want a woman, be violent. Well, I don't think it works like that. It forgets why chivalry.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you can't deny that, like, not just like regular media, but pornography and shit like that plays a big role. Because, a majority of it teaches men that women like to be like, spit on and dominated and all that stuff. And like reality, I mean, my wife likes it rough during naughty time, but it's nothing to the effect of what I've met from the majority of male society. So
correct. Yeah. I mean, Andrea Dworkin wrote the same thing in pornography, right? And that was her findings, is that the female desire is violence, but when projected, it's not really the case with men or women either one. Right. But yeah, you can roll the clip. I don't know if the YC commentator Korean American woman is going to say anything original.
I think there's a very strong philosophy that to become a really successful startup entrepreneur, you need to be ruthless and risky. And even yesterday, I met a 19-year-old who dropped out of high school, just 4 credits left. Someone that lied to a security guard just to take a picture with Sam Altman. And even the host of the party literally flew from South Korea to San Francisco to just be part of the Silicon Valley ecosystem and meet customers. I mean, these are real entrepreneurial spirits that don't necessarily show up in your application. But if you did a little bit of digging, you would know, oh, these guys are serious. Obviously, there isn't a secret recipe into getting into Y Combinator, but here are 3 things that I would recommend for you to consider before applying. I did a bunch of interviews with YC founders yesterday. I'll be posting them throughout the next couple of days. So follow my account if you want to see more.
Well, it's just telling me that if you lie to a security guard to meet a stranger, to shake his hand, and then beg for a job as if you're their friend, the economy is fake.
But we already know that everything is fake. That's why there's cops that can be like, 200 pounds and yet can still have a badge and a gun. Mr. Porky is really supposed to chase me down after I robbed a bank. I mean, come on.
Well, they're all stationed in the country. They're not even stationed in the city. That's the funny. They're stationed in Harrisburg, not Philadelphia. That's the funnier part. And they're overstationed in Harrisburg because of property taxes.
And a majority of security guards that I've met in the last 15 to 20 years are usually ex-military off-duty police officers, and they abuse their powers severely.
Exactly, because and then they suffer from trauma of wartime, whatever that means. They're like, I can't do a proper job. I have PTSD flashes. Okay, just
no, but they have absolutely no problem harassing and abusing the rights of their fellow civilians with a smile on their face. So yeah.
And I'm protecting this property, and I'm like, well, no, it's just like you're doing nothing.
Well, look on this topic. I have the perfect video that it describes. This is the current economy that we're in, and what this lady was just talking about. Are you ready? And guess what?
Sure.
You're the black guy. Ready? Here we go.
Please don't shoot me. I'll give you however much you want.
Whoa. You think I want money? A big angry black man comes walking in waving a gun, and you assume he's robbing the place? I'm looking for a motherfucking job, bitch.
Excuse me?
So quit stalling.
Yeah, this video is a psyop for sure.
40-hour a week position. Let's go.
That's
Help the
actually
next
true.
motherfucking person in line.
I'd like to deposit this check, please, into my savings account, and then I need to withdraw.
Yeah. Just shut the fuck up for a minute. What the fuck you doing, Liz Ann? You calling the cops?
And she actually gives them a job.
Who the fuck is this? You a cop? Yeah, well, what I recommend is that you keep at least $500 in your check and just avoid the minimum balance. Right. You have a nice day, sir.
Armed gun.
Yep, I wonder how much they paid him
I've been
for it.
watching you, and I must say, I'm impressed. How'd you like to be our new customer services supervisor?
Oh,
thank you. Get back. Everybody down now! Get the fuck down, everybody!
Ha ha,
Give me all the
hee
money.
hee,
Hurry up!
hoo hoo.
Hurry up!
And I
bitch.
thought my
Close the
racist
bag
jokes
up.
were bad.
Close the bag up. You sicken me. Asking for a handout instead of raising yourself up out of your situation through hard work. Why don't you get a job like the rest of us?
That's funny.
There's your economy. I mean, this is a genius.
Right. That's very.
That's Dave
Very
Chappelle level right there.
No, but it's like it shows you like that's their actual economy. Like be ruthless, like you said, like be ruthless, be a fucking
And then
worst-
liberalism teaches us all throughout middle and high school. We got to apply yourself. Well, why would I apply?
That was a
myself?
lie.
I need the money now. That was the biggest psyop ever. They believe we live in a voluntary society where we pick our slave master. I mean, Richard Wolff put it, but it's like, no, we need the money now just to go buy. And then they justify and say, no, debt's normal. You're supposed to be in debt. This is why you go to college and everything. But like, what if I can't pay it? It's like there's always this target on our head, like the mafia. Nobody can imagine a debt-free society without credit cards. And they go really crazy when you don't have debt because interest is what perpetuates the capitalist system. And if you don't have debt, then the system breaks down, ironically.
And would you say that the majority of people who do seem to get around it are far lucky and few?
No, we gotta introduce it right.
The people who get around are just nepotism. They already have a trust fund.
Uh-oh. You hear that, Ed Boon?
You rocking with that? I mean, and all of these magazines are empty, just for future reference. Block 19, OEM magazine.
Well, I was just, it was in reference to what you said about video games. As someone who wanted to get into the film and video game industry, I realized really quick that the quality of what it was in the 90s that I was growing up with, they did not want the same quality by the time I wanted to go in.
Right. Because
and
the
if you weren't,
conflation of technology,
if you weren't a certain way, also, if you weren't a certain way ideologically or spiritually or gaily, they didn't like you all that much.
Right, and you have to understand, was Mario or Sonic or any of the traditional arcade games ideological? No, they were just pixel places and what a game was and a function of a computer. And it no longer became a game, it became a Mass Effect movie of liberal propaganda and CGI actors.
I would agree.
Doesn't real. The game is not real, and that's the whole criticism of Gamergate. And like what some of these people like Shredded Nerd, what they talk about is that they deconstructed game to mean nothing, and so we're back to the Stone Age.
Let me know.
Well, I can tell you, as someone who takes, certain games like Mortal Kombat and Tekken very seriously, seeing the degeneration of things that, one time were very, advanced for their age. It is sad to know that, like with Mortal Kombat, obviously the first thing Ed Boon did was sell out. So, I guess that's the only way to really get ahead. You got to sell, like Kay Reno told me, you got to sell your soul and your whole.
This is what you want right here? Is this what you want? The Goliath in the 26? Is this what you want, my boy? Hold on, I got one better for you. If you don't want the Goliath,
that's why they like to promote games like Hitman now. Hitman, it's kind of funny. I've been doing all these talks about Hitman, and they've been updating the Hitman game here lately, adding new people in like Slim Shady and Bruce Lee. How funny. But,
this time, a lot of flavors, yo. Which one you picking?
It's one big LARP.
Make sure y'all check out the merch. First link in my bio on IG.
Yeah. But it still all leads back to transhumanism, right? Or the depopulation. It has to come back to one of the two.
Well, that's what he was just saying. He's saying like, well, actually, they just want you to be gay because then you'll stop having kids and you just like seek status and like everyone, the guy, like you'll just be a gay black guy, like give me your job, bitch. I want a job. And then when somebody else tries to come and get money, you kill them and say, well, you should have just worked hard like a slave like me or something, like this is
Block 19.
But you see,
well, I mean, I think maybe that makes the purge.
All the different magazines, like you can get a 10 or a 30 or a 40 or a 50 or a 100 round magazine. Like, who is he trying to sell magazines to? A nice young whippersnapper who's trying to defend himself from 35 black people trying to rob him on the street. All right, go.
I mean, let's just be real here. I mean, the social and mental decline of society is inevitable. So whether or not it's from social conditioning or eventually natural, degeneration and de-evolution of the mental psyche or genes, I mean, I guess that remains to be seen. Do we have enough, test data to really sit here and say that it was a normal decline of mental, IQ drop across, the board, or was it, conditioning through, institutions that slowly, through genetics and doctrine and academics and healthcare, like Bill Gates told you, was just able to eventually decline the population. I mean,
don't you want a gun with a 50 round mag?
Well, I mean, let's face it. If there's, none of us are John Wick, so and the real case is you're not allowed to really have what people really have. Think about what that dude did to John Wick in the movie, where he goes and takes the grenade launcher out of the trunk and just starts shooting up John Wick's house. There are people who had that type of clearance where, I think in reality, I think a lot of the things that you hear about in the news are cover-ups for things that these powerful people do in daily life and get away with, and they just use the news as a cover story and said it was something else. So,
which one you picking?
I think that's another thing that a lot of people don't realize. A lot of the things that you hear about in the news is just a cover story for what these rich people are doing. So, what it really comes down to is that, we're never going to have the full story on everything, no matter how much of an inside you have, unless you're, rubbing elbows and masquerade masks, putting Diddy oil on your butthole.
This is a newest cop right here, so
look at this guy though. Like he's trying to sell, and the comments are funny. Guys, I'm reading the comments. I'm just like eating.
You gonna go OEM? 10 round magazine.
So
I mean, and all of these magazines.
This dude here is like
just for future
selling magazines and stuff.
Block 19 OEM magazine with a +5 extension. I don't know, you rocking with it. Some people might not
sell magazines to get rich and stuff. It's like, so like, it's like, okay, this dude has like $1,000
of accessories at least on a $500 gun. So it's like not counting all the bullets that he's gonna buy to put them inside.
Well, I mean, if he's working within the legal parameters of his state, I mean, is it really illegal?
24 round magazine.
No, but my point is like in what scenario are you gonna walk around with a 100-round magazine in the end of your Glock and say, "Oh, it's just
You're not. But I mean, again, it comes down to
people who are like literally criminally intent. Like, oh yeah, I'm just a guy with needs to defend myself with a 100-round magazine, right? But if you say that, if you say that, people say, well, you're racist. But then these same people say, well, guns are really bad. We need to get rid of them, right? Well, like, are you racist then?
I might just go ahead and take this.
Oh, I'm not racist.
But low key, I gotta rock with that.
Well, I mean,
come on now, we take
people.
50 round drum. Let's go. 50 round drum in the 26. Is you rocking with this?
Well, my point is that the reason why they don't mind black people having guns is because they will kill each other with the guns. When white people have guns, they want to overthrow the government.
Is you rocking with it, my boy?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, that's the end goal, right? Like I just said about making society. Eventually, I think it comes down to they want to make society have like a snap, and where we'll, basically, just we won't take it no more.
You gotta want this.
I mean, I can tell you, like I said, from the mentality of the white dudes that I meet on DMZ, it is kind of concerning how fucking violent some of them are. Whether or not they're LARPing, I don't know, but I mean, they can get pretty violent.
First link in my bio on IG. You don't even gotta ask for it, son. I just told you, man. Man, y'all know what time it is.
But I mean, again, it comes down to what's their end goal? I mean, if they're trying to control everyone, I mean, why not let everyone kill each other off?
You're right. We're gonna start it off nice and simple, bro. Some people like
you sound like a
you gonna go OEM?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just seeing the facts for what it is, and I mean, I'm always supposed to, hold out for the good, but I'm not seeing that in society. So, am I saying that, we're going to die in the next 20 years? I mean, no, I thought that 20 years ago, but, it's,
Glock 17.
You literally live in a time where one country can release a nuclear weapon that can, take out 500 miles of, a coast. So,
24 OEM Glock.
What really is going to happen is, yet to be seen. So,
y'all rocking with that. Let me know.
I mean,
33 rounds.
It wouldn't make sense that these people want to destroy the surface of the earth and leave it uninhabitable. Like Isaac says, they want to leave this resources intact. So, is it biological virus? Is it, slow, civil war? Is it, legalize the purge? And, once a year, you're allowed to go and do what you want for 12 hours. I mean,
Let me know.
Who knows, dude? I think we're going to be constantly doing this every single day until it happens.
But low key, I gotta rock with the official whole day. Come on now, we take it. Let's go.
No, I assume that I'm gonna die a violent death anyway.
Is you rocking with this, my boy? 50 round gun. Hold on, I got something better for you. Goliath in a 26. Is you rocking with it, my boy? This is one you want right here. Is this what you want? The Goliath in the 26. Is this what you want, my boy? Hold on, I got one better for you.
Oh dear God.
The Goliath. You gotta want this. Come on.
Thug mentality is so cringe, man.
You gotta want this. 26 Gen 4 with the 100 round drum. Which one?
Like, it's not even an original attitude. Like,
I know,
it's so copycatted.
Like, it's not funny.
Which one
I mean,
you
it's funny to me, not
26th
because like
edition, yo.
it's not
Make sure
like
y'all
I
check
like.
out
I mean,
the
don't get me wrong.
merch.
Like
First link in
having
my
guns
bio
is
on
cool,
IG. You don't even gotta
but
have
everybody
source. I
who
just
like
told you, man.
glorifies guns, I
Man,
think,
y'all
is
know what
fake.
time it is.
You know what I mean?
Which one you picking?
So it's kind of like this weird.
I can tell you, anyone who's a true professional wouldn't be acting or doing what he's doing with them. So, no.
Nice and simple, bro. Some people
Nice and simple, bro. I mean, just like listen to the way he talks. Like, that's the problem, right?
10 round.
Yeah,
We know. We get the point.
Just for future reference.
Can we not listen to them anymore, though?
19 OEM magazine.
I don't need to listen to them. I can already hear the beat,
Some people might not like the gap, though. Some people might not like the gap.
and it's not Twilight.
Favors out for y'all boys. So Glock 17 OEM magazine with a +5 mother of all extensions. Rocking with that. You copping this one? Hey. Come on now. 24 OEM Glock magazine. Or 24 round.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Let me know. 33 round OEM magazine.
Can he even spell 33?
No, he's educated. That's why it's funny to me. Yes, he's this is an educated person. He's just doing.
Y'all rocking with this? Let me know. If we got another 33 round magazine.
I even filed out the serial number before I extra $10.
Nice. Y'all rocking with this one? Let me know.
Oh dear God!
Just on the trolley aspect, I might just go ahead and pick this one. I ain't gonna lie.
Jake. Forward embrace on it. With the forward embrace on it. Oh man.
That's right. More brain rot.
You ain't racking the K like this, you don't know what you're doing.
No, God forbid you learn how to swing a pair of nunchucks or, Taekwondo.
Look at his facial expression first. Look at his, ready for it. All right. Okay, here.
Good thing I can play a fighting game full of big titty bitches.
When good people are hurt, they don't scream. They don't fight.
That's right.
They don't.
You want to know how I got this penis in my ass?
They simply archive the pain and walk away silently.
That's right.
No revenge, no drama, just distance.
You remind me of my father.
Still smile, but something changes forever. The
Look,
trust.
it's my
gone,
twin.
The closeness broken. The connection dead. Good people don't change into bad people. They just become more guarded and more selective with their energy. So if a good person walks away from you without a word, just know they gave you
Why
more
so
than
serious?
you ever deserved. And when they're done for good. When good people are hurt.
I read 4 Stephen King.
Super fucking cringe.
Your 20s are so hard because it's
A lot of these brothers, when shit get difficult, they just go blow weed. Damn.
Grasshopper, when you can grab this pebble from my hand, it will be time for you to leave. Sorry, not this time.
Oh, come on, ancient master. It's been almost 20 years. I gotta get out of here. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we just say I grabbed it? We don't have to tell anybody. It'd be my little secret.
I cannot do that. Remember, as it is written, life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home. Just like a prayer. In other words, you don't graduate until you grab this pebble.
All right. Wow. Look over there. It's Julia Roberts and Jason Patrick.
Where?
Use this sound to show me a gun that everybody hates on. But it still put bullets in your... use this.
Listen, this shit right here.
That's right. My brain is officially rotted out.
How do you know Buddhism is from a creator? Maybe God gave humanity a thing and Buddhism is not that thing.
I guess genetically and biologically, we are predisposed to feel like our life is going to continue from one moment to the next, but we've already been born. We're already alive. So what is next for a human body? Death. Realizing that everything is impermanent, I don't worry so much about what I believe in or what I understand.
But if a creator gave humanity instructions on how to relationship, how to fulfill the purpose of life, you're basically saying, I'm just going to do my own thing. Who cares? I feel like this is the best way. Let's do it this way. For Judaism, it's not a leap of faith religion. We have evidence. We have so many proofs after proofs that there's no way the Torah, the Jewish Bible, is man-made. I know that when I'm following Judaism and I'm keeping the Torah and I'm keeping the mitzvot and I'm studying the Torah, whether you're Jew or non-Jew, it doesn't matter. When you know you're living by the Torah, you know that you're doing what God wants you to do. There must be a creator. I don't know how else this world would have gotten here. How do you know?
Wow, you have enlightened me. I am awoken.
I mean, I'm convinced that the guy.
That's right. I have reached the 33rd stage of fucking retardation.
Well, I don't know about you. I want more voice slot personally. I'm in a voice slot.
I read.
Yeah, let's see if I can find some stuff.
Man, y'all know what time it is. Which one you picking?
Oh, yes.
Glock.
There's that beautiful man. The big man yelling. Got him. Look, this is what the moves.
You sound really far away.
Really?
Did you stick your head up C-3PO's ass?
Oh, wait. I don't know.
Good.
Is that better?
That's much better. Yeah.
You can hear me now going,
What's up, YouTube? Back again with another little gun video today. I got two 357s out here. One, a snub nose, and one a lever action. Let's get into this video. The 357 come out in 1935, and the reason why they made the 357 Magnums because they was having so much trouble with the gangsters and the criminal crime rate, and the 38 was not having penetrating power getting through the automobile.
He said 38 got to penetrate.
Had more power to him hanging around.
He said he a redneck who can rhyme.
In a fight against crime.
Yeehaw,
I'm
he's
gonna
gonna be
shoot a
next
38
to
out
that
of
right
both these
volcano
guns. I'm
right
gonna
there.
shoot a 357, and we're gonna see if we can tell the difference and the knockdown power out of the 38 and 357. All right, YouTube. The pistol we're gonna be firing is this Ruger.
Pistol we're gonna be firing is this one right here. I don't know what it's called, but I'm gonna use it.
Little snub nose right here. This will be our setup. I'll be shooting 38 special, 357,
I'll be
38
shooting
special,
38
357.
special.
Now
My
y'all can
38
see the
special
power and the
gun.
difference of
And
it.
that's because I like
I'll be
38
shooting
special
right
and
here.
it makes me
Watch the
fun.
full swing. 38 special.
Some people are addicted to alcohol. Some people are addicted to drugs.
I'm addicted to my wife's pussy.
I don't care if they talk shit. I don't talk to them.
Cringe.
If you hate me, that's just fine.
Sounds like AI.
Get in line. They try to tell me what I need, and it sure ain't nothing. Got tears stuck in my butt, now I'm feeling
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
to enjoy my beer. Can't pop before, and I sure can't sit.
Oh, dear God.
He's such a tight fit.
My songs are better than that.
Stagecoach looks so dumb. Country music sucks. You'll never catch me at that event.
But, you know, the alleged demons won't give me no shekels.
has a horse.
Hey, ladies. Y'all want to ride a stagecoach?
We got room on the back of our horse.
No, we all have boyfriends.
Weirdo. All right, for sure. Yeah, we have girlfriends too. Yeah, we got girls. Let's get out of here. Stagecoach looks.
I like country music, but I like old country. Give me nine.
Looking dudes in the back of my truck.
Oh, dear God.
Gay, but I do gay stuff.
like fucking dudes in the back of my truck. Girl, that slap don't mean I'm queer. I just suck some dick when I drink my beer. I ain't nothing wrong with a little squeeze. It don't mean shit if you're on your knees. I love my guns and I have my rights. And I fuck
All right, well,
Friday nights.
I might go and take a bunch of ibuprofen now.
Come on, man. Don't like this one. This is good. And I spit my chalk and stroke my buddy in the
I'd rather get off of here.
Now hear me out. I just like men and I say it proud.
Oh my god.
We hit the lake and cut off jeans. Rub each other down with sunscreen. He grabs my waist.
Okay, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Just two men who like to smash. We share a tent and share a chew. I suck his dick, but just us two. Don't call it gay, don't make it weird. It's just what bros do with a couple beers. I ain't gay, I just love my bros and taking back shoes. I watch football and I spit my chalk and stroke my
Yep, this is what Jesus died for.
Now hear me out. I just like men and I say it proud. I ain't get
All right. Now, before we start the show, I want to remind you guys, Tyrone is his own man. I am not controlling him. Isn't that right, Tyrone?
Damn straight, bro. What do you say we start with some crowd work?
Okay, that's a great idea, Tyrone.
What's up, motherfucker? What's your name?
Josh. Okay, what do you do for a living, Josh?
Well, actually... Hold on, Josh. Before you answer that, let me guess. I'm thinking either a rapper, a basketball player, or probably something gang affiliated.
Oh man, now that you play this reminds me of something. You heard that allegedly racist song that came out about that old white pastor dude? He's like, Jesus Christ is my, whatever. And it's got the
I know what you're talking about.
okay, but do you know, if you listen really carefully, either him or the wife actually they say the opposite, while they, like, one of them says Jesus Christ is my, but the other one says Jesus Christ is a. If you have to listen very close, but you can actually hear in one of the parts where one of the other actually says he is a N-word instead of he is my N-word. So, they're not dumb when they do these, especially when the videos become real famous like that one did. That one became real famous, but you have to listen very well, but you can distinctly hear where one of them says he is a N-word. So, again, what does it come down to is it to racially silence the masses? I mean, what good does it do if a majority of people, allegedly a lot of black people, find that song not racist? So, I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, if you're really attuned to listening to the song, you can actually hear, I think it's the white that says it, but again, if you listen to it, listen, the next time you listen to it, listen real well, and one of them, like I said, actually says it. So they know what they're doing when they sit here and they release them kind of charged videos, whatever. They're not stupid. If you're dumb enough to get involved with it. But I'm done with the brand rod. I can't do it. Yeah, I am.
All right. I'll change it up.
Let me tell you, them bombs ain't done.
Why you gotta be a hater, man? I got the perfect one for you though. This is a good one because this is about Star Trek. Come on now.
Man, that's gay.
Is Captain Picard gay?
The final frontier.
I don't know. He did kiss Gandalf, who is gay, so you go ask him.
Its continuing mission to explore strange new worlds, to boldly
To psy up the
go where no
masses
bitch
and make them believe that they can go to the stars. Oh dear God.
Come on, man. Why are you hating? thought you liked gay music.
Not that gay eye.
When I had a total recall of 3 titties in my face. Gonna chop up with my tractor beam. There's no stopping the ship from docking. I'm from Mars and you're from Venus. I wanna fly to Uranus with my penis. Outer space is the place to be. Where nobody
This is extremely gay.
Outer space is the best. The only place where no always means yes.
Yeah, it's about rape, by the way. Space rape.
Yeah, I know. We've heard it before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you played it before.
Huh. How about this one?
Ah, look at all the homeless people.
Oh.
Ah, look at all the homeless people. Eleanor Nigby picks up the cans at the church where a wedding has been. She likes to scream, waits at the subway, asking for change that she keeps in a jar by the door. Now she wants more, all the homeless people. Where did they all come from? All
No, I think that's a new one.
Yeah, well. I don't know. I thought more people were going to come join the LARP, but I guess they just probably passed out. Pure boredom. I mean, I do have material to cover, but yeah. How about if I watch my own show on my own show? That'd be kind of cool. Okay, let's watch this. I want to show you this.
Designers are going over $100. Niche are going over 200, 300, sometimes even 400. And they Club de Nuit Intense Men line. Then you're gonna like this
Okay, is this a man or a woman?
one as well. Think of that mixed with Yves Saint Laurent, myself, and then on top of that, a heavy dose of fresh cut open.
We'll take a vote from
pineapple. That is what this one
the
is. So very
commenters as well.
fruity, very fresh. You can wear this all year round. And it is just a sexy, manly fragrance. Check it out. Then we have the new Reha Obsidian.
So I'm getting to the car.
Cala boca, puta.
What the? That's no opinion there. Man or woman?
I mean, don't really matter to me.
Oh, it matters. Well,
Nope.
It's good.
Because I know my woman's a woman, so.
Pretty good so far, I admit. It's pretty good concept. I like this.
friends, it's fun. Load up on guns. Bring your friends, it's fun to lose and to pretend she's overboard and self-assured. Oh no,
The voice sucks, but the music's pretty good.
Hello.
The music's pretty accurate, though, I have to say. Well, aren't you silent today? Silent night, holy night. There's another
Ooh.
Resident Evil game. Jesus.
Yeah, fucking Gas Requiem. More like
Oh, it sounds like Rectum. Sounds
yeah,
like Resident
there you
Evil
go.
Rectum to me.
There you go. That's what I meant to say.
Uh-oh, Unsolved Mysteries. Uh-oh, Gurdjieff. AFI. You ever seen Michael Jordan?
What was it like
dunk?
playing against MJ your rookie year? Shaking in my boots.
Was there anybody that you kind of avoided talking smack to because if you did, your spirit got bigger and they wanted to beat you? Or
Michael Jordan. You don't want to mess with God.
That wasn't Michael Jordan out there. That was God
Right.
disguised as Michael Jordan.
Is that? I bet Kevin Hart felt the same way as you violently
So he
humped
come
him
in
on
with his
camera.
got his drink?
Magic
So
penis.
how old is he right now? He's 26, 27?
Yeah, young.
Young
you know.
boy.
Yeah.
So
I just want y'all to know. There's a new
No,
sheriff
Michael
in town.
Michael Jordan really is the best though. Like, did you ever watch Michael Jordan play? Yeah, you're right, Mutan. That woman is done.
Fakes on Wilkins, backs him out ahead of the key with a scissor dribble, nearly lost it. Now takes it right side, cuts back left, down the lane.
Like, I don't like watching basketball, but I do like to watch Michael Jordan play basketball.
She had to go high to get it. Finds Paxson.
Like, I would love to be able to move like that, to be honest with you. So cool. Marcus Jordan dunk.
Can you do it out of the way? 4-on-2, Michael Jordan. Oh,
Just dunked on his head, pretty
and the
much.
Bulls lead.
And he did it in the Jordan shoes, which
He has
oh,
scored
dude.
the last 8 Chicago
Oh.
points and 2 no good. Pippen the rebound. Back to Jordan down the lane. Whoa! Woo! Dunk right over Sigma. Moncrief tried to get it away, but broken up by Daly and gets it away to Jordan.
Wow.
Showtime for Mr. Jordan.
Look,
And we are
this
tied
is
at
like
102.
nobody. I've never seen anybody really play like this.
Jordan and Pippen against Barkley and Michael with a slam. The bad choice in either case because Jordan took it up. Went up over Parrish and Bird.
Watch this
Second
one,
ago,
go.
Michael drove the baseline, and we're very excited about a dunk he had.
Jordan over the timeline into the forecourt, drives the middle, wham, with the right hand. And Jordan has decided to take this game into.
You know why I like Michael Jordan? Because he never had to cheat like fucking LeBron, the gay James. Like if you watch LeBron, he cheats like every fucking play. Basically.
I'm introducing my block. Jordan to Rob Marley. Michael is dangerous when he gets the rebound and he can come, go. He's on dunk on 2 guys.
What a lane opens up. No one closes down. You've got to get to Michael sooner. You let him get inside the foul line here. Good team defense.
Out of there is Jordan. He's got Paxson and Davis with him. He doesn't.
Boom.
Well, the crowd, let's see. They gave Jordan a 50. He did.
The free throw and has one more.
Oh, yes, here comes Mike. Oh, what a play. We said he was on the runway. Herb Williams with a follow-up. Blocked by Jordan. Cleared by Jordan. Here come the Bulls back looking for the lead. 3-on-1. Michael Jordan in for the right. For the monster. Block shot by Jordan a second ago. To Michael. Yeah! And a foul. Oh! Michael gets the ball back here to Pax. He gets going down the lane. Pax feeds him. He takes one dribble, and it's a power slam. It's a pass stolen by Jordan. It's a 3-on-2 for the Bulls. Michael on the drive. In for the right. For the jam. And a foul. Oh, man. Kelly Tripucka couldn't run out of the play quick enough. Jordan was bearing down on him from the sky. Jordan trying to shake off Starks. Oh, please, let's see that again. 100 times.
Come on, man. You're not impressed by that? Actually, you know who I like to say watching that better? Dennis Rodman. Best.
Dennis Rodman. Unbelievable. 4-3. Hey, Dennis. And guess what we've got here?
And they take the ball away. Hornacek throws it right to Rodman, and Jordan is all alone, and he saunters in.
That's winning basketball. Those are the plays that Dennis Rodman does to make his team great.
After the ball, he's double deep to Perkins and pumps fake. Rodman blocks the shot. How about that? Michael Adams got it swiped by Rodman as he dribbled across the timeline. Ahead to Sally. Back to work. He'll come.
The Wesley Snipes of basketball right here. Come on, man.
But Rodman secures.
I'm gonna get Inner Darkness back on the stream right now. Come on, man. I got Resident Evil up here. Come on, man. You gonna leave me hanging like that? Jeez. This is North Raccoon City, 11:07 p.m.
No, I just don't care to see it 1,000 times.
Even Resident Evil?
Yeah, I mean, I literally, play it like, at least once a day. It gets kind of old seeing it.
Resident Evil 2? The old school?
Duh.
The old one? You play the old one every day?
Yeah, I own it on, multiple devices.
Why'd he bite me?
What's your favorite part?
None.
So it's a compulsion?
Who knows?
Let me psychomonologize.
Maybe it takes me back to a time that no longer exists.
When you played some Japanese stuff?
I don't care who made it. I just know it's nostalgic.
What have we got here?
Who made that?
Rest in peace, Paul Haddad.
Hello. Is anyone
Hello.
here?
All right, whose voice is this, man? Smarty Pants.
Hello.
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 What are you gonna do if you see that, man?
Not stand there and talk to her the way that dumb bitch does.
What could have done?
Why are you so misogynistic?
Nobody.
What was that?
Wondering why I'm not making millions of dollars right now.
All right, that's far enough. Don't move. Don't move.
Are you willing to sell your soul or whole or both?
Starting to get fucking tempting. Oh, that's right. My soul's not worth anything.
Who did you get appraised by?
Society.
I thought Flow State gave you an appraisal.
Who?
Flow State.
No. Let's not reopen old wounds. I want one to, not be controlled.
Modern man, not again. Had to throw the pot button in the house down. The gentleman guy to the way around. I've never seen this guy's stuff. I don't know. I heard he's a creeper. How did
Everyone's a creeper at this point.
Bloopers, bloopers, that's it, those bloopers. They're still exposing Bohemian Grove.
Man, nobody's exposing anything. The thing's been exposed forever. No one just cares. Nope, we'll all go and allegedly try to storm Area 51, but not Bohemian Grove, right? Yeah. We're really changing things.
Sounds legit. One dead after shooting in San Jose's Willowwood Park. You know what they say, if it bleeds, it leads. 10 things you should be buying at Costco. I'm the deal guy. There's Yoda's secret final conversation. Darth Vader. What do you think? Is this true or false?
No, those fucking AI things are, they're fucking controlled.
So Disney's putting them out?
I mean, I don't know if Disney is 100% supporting these real top level AI Star Wars, but it's very clear by them never answering my questions that obviously someone is paying these YouTubers to use this AI to make these stories because they're not official canon Disney stories. So now sometimes they are. Sometimes they'll use the AI to use canon stories that are like in books or something, but a majority of these YouTubers are getting
doing that. They should be getting sued by Disney, right?
They should be. I mean, technically, not even I'm supposed to like use anything Star Wars-ish, but they obviously didn't care because when I make the Star Wars AI songs, they get pushed in the algorithm, so they obviously like it.
Man, ain't this some white boy shit? You can go out there in the snow, start digging shit out for what? What you be doing this for? What the hell wrong with you, boy?
Well, it's probably not even real snow anyway.
It's AI stuff?
No, it's probably, artificially created by whatever they're putting in the air.
Come on, man. He hiked all up in this bitch. Come on, man. Look, he's shelling the shit out right there. That's been there for like years.
Yeah. Just like dinosaur bones.
All right, let's see what this white boy is doing. What the hell wrong with this white boy? So, okay, you got a plastic tent with a fire inside. That seems very intelligent. Man.
Well, nowadays you can just, get on YouTube and watch, a lo-fi fireplace. So why settle for the real thing when you can have the artificial?
Okay. What is this dude doing?
He's gonna cook his goldfish.
That's right, boy. So he's got a drone too? So he brought a drone all the way out there just to do the one shot with the drone. Interesting. Like, I don't know, but I get a feeling like like you said, like somebody's paying these people to like do this. Like this equipment is like expensive, dude. And the time off of work and
Well, yeah,
You know what I
it's
mean?
just like what I pointed out about the
it's
red
very
and
weird.
blue, about how certain YouTubers, use red and blue things in their videos or in their thumbnails or in their profile pictures. And then, you see the kind of content, how many subscribers they have. And it's like, it makes no fucking sense. But then you realize oh, well, now it makes sense.
So hold on, let me check this out. Ice House Chainsaw or something like that. Let's see if I can find this thing. This dude built a, yeah, here it is. I think this is it. Yeah, so this is in Alaska. This dude, look, he cuts a hole in the ice in a lake, right? This is on top of a lake, right? Oh, this isn't even the one. This is another one. Wait, I gotta find this other. So there's another one similar to this. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Yeah. Yeah, check this out. So this dude's standing on top of a lake, right? This is some white boy shit right here, man. See, I don't think I'm a white person compared to this person. Compared to this person, I'm definitely not a white person. Like, this is some real white boy stuff right here. Like, would you ever think of doing something like this, Inner Darkness?
No, not if it didn't serve me no beneficial purpose other than to fucking get views on fucking GayTube, which just about everything is.
He builds it for his dog, allegedly.
Allegedly, that's right. Man's best friend. I guess he's probably also screwing in the ass. I just want to fuck a dog in the ass.
Are you racist against people who do that?
I mean, you know, whatever floats your goat, right?
Yeah. So check it out. So this dude's chainsawing a lake, right? Like, you see this, right? Like, this dude's chainsawing a lake.
Yes, I have eyes for now.
Okay, and then so look. Like, this doesn't look like much, but wait till you see the end of it. So, hold on, I'll keep going. It's too early for this. Exactly.
Well, for me, it's late, so what does it matter?
It's midnight, and we all right. So check this out. Look. So he built a second story. So this is a 2-story igloo.
That's racist. Only Eskimos can dig igloos. I mean, make igloos, whatever they're called.
This dude takes his shoes off and walks around barefoot in an igloo.
Well, he should be getting hypothermia, right? Or is that or well, I mean, either way, he's a white boy, right? I thought white people don't do good in the cold.
I guess he just culturally appropriated the Eskimos so much. You know, this is stealing the Eskimo culture of 2-story luxury.
He's a xenomorph, so he can adapt to his surroundings.
Oh, I've summoned Twilight. What was it?
Yep, he's alive.
Yeah, that's actually backwards. White people are good.
Oh, I thought we did better in, like, you know, neutral areas. I mean, I can do warm or cold, but you know.
Technically, I'm Latin too, so you know, I'm kind of like mixed, like off-white.
So
we get both here.
So were you Latinos building 2-story?
No. I'm not Latino. I'm Latin. They're Latino. See, they copied us, right? No.
Them damn Mongolians.
So did the Latins build 2-story igloos back in the day?
No, fuck that. No, you've been to Italy. It doesn't get that cool.
So who's culturally appropriating who then?
Well, I mean, look at all these fucking like supposed gangsters, right? They all like run around with guns and shit, right? Like I saw that. I was walking around actually. I jumped on and then fucking I had some shit pop off like right as I was getting on. So I was like hearing bits and pieces and shit. But like I saw them with the guns and shit.
Did you use
like an actual gangster would never fucking do that. It would never happen.
Well, like, I mean, I don't know. Some of them. Some of them are pretty. Some of them are pretty dumb to kind of like post themselves, you know, like gloating their guns and drugs. But yeah, you know.
No, but they're not really gangsters. They're like the low level.
That's a gayster.
Oh well, yeah, for sure, yeah. Like the real ones, you'll never know who they are. Like they wear like ripped clothes and drive like normal cars, you know. Like the whole idea of what they do in movies and music videos and all that shit is a trap. It's legitimately a trap.
You hear that? You hear that, Lil Wayne Birdman?
Right.
What's wrong? You don't want to be like Hobson said and be like your favorite rapper, knowing that that's not the real lifestyle. But I mean, what does that go to say for people like Tom? I mean, I said the same thing about Tom McDonald. I mean, you know, his song's talking about I'm gonna get out of the system before it chokes me out cold, but then he turns around and, you know, makes songs against the system, but then turns around and gets supported by Trump. So I mean, make it make sense.
Yeah, I like Tom McDonald. I think it's pretty cool. I
You know,
don't necessarily trust him.
even though he's a sellout. I mean, look at his tattoos.
Yeah, I don't really trust him. No, I don't really care. I don't care if he's a sellout. Everyone's a sellout. Like, everyone's a
You don't care? Okay, so can I sell out now?
No, they're all sellouts, dude. There's no one left.
Oh.
Like, there's really no. I'm saying, like, legitimately, to be a part of the industry, you have to be a sellout. There's nobody in the industry who's not a sellout. That's what I'm saying.
What's wrong? You
So
don't
when
want to
you
help.
realize
You
that-
don't. You don't want to help perpetrate a system that's going to keep us Ouroboros until y'all die or to
No, I
depopulate.
don't. I fucking hate it, or else I would have been in it. Because when I was younger, I
But
actually
you just
wanted
said
to
you
be
like Tom McDonald, so that's a
No,
lie.
I like what he does. I mean, I don't like him as a person. You know what
You
I mean?
like what he does. You like him LARPing, claiming he's against the system while being promoted and paid by the system. But he self-supports
No,
himself, right?
see-
So it's okay, allegedly.
No, see, I don't care what he does in his personal life.
Oh,
I just like the fact that he puts the shit out there for people to see.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
right. At least he's real, not AI, allegedly. Maybe he's a
Right.
synthetic.
Well, you know, that's debatable, but he could be like a clone. Yeah.
Well, it's funny that he can culturally appropriate it, but you know, Eminem did it first, right? Oh, beep. That's not racist though.
Well, Eminem was actually like real, and then they just kind of totally
Real
fucked him
gay.
over. No. He was actually real, dude. In fact,
Yeah,
he was a Christian
real gay.
in the beginning. I don't
Oh,
know if
was
you know
he?
that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, no,
you know, he got Justin Bieber'd.
Well, that's another example. Well, see what I'm saying. What I'm actually saying, dude, is that you have to understand that, like, when you're born into that, you don't really have a choice.
I'm
That's
tired.
kind of like the
boss.
subject.
I know. Go tell that to Jaden Smith.
Right. So what I'm saying is you don't really have a choice in the matter at that point. Okay. You're born into that shit. So like your family decides that you're like going to be a part of whatever industry they want you to be a part of. So like, it doesn't really matter what you do. Okay. So like anyone who decides they're going to go against it, they end up dead. So what I'm
That's
saying
right.
is the little
Dead
bit
and
of good they
cloned
can
and
do.
gay.
So what I'm saying is the little bit of good that they can actually do, I'm okay with that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like go listen to Eminem's song "Say Goodbye to Hollywood," right? Like listen to that song, and the song "My Darling" and shit. Like he tells you straight up. Like it's not like he has cryptic songs, but he has other ones that are like straightforward, and he's literally telling you, like this whole thing is a trap. This whole thing is nothing like they tell you. Like I thought, I thought that this is everything I wanted, and I realized that the more I have, the more I'm enslaved to my own to my own fame and my own possessions and my own, you know.
So much so that he's still making music and getting paid for it. That's right.
Because he's a fucking slave, dude. This is what people don't understand about the way the system actually works.
He could just, schedule a concert and come walking on stage and be like, I've been paid to do this to white people for years or whatever, and just expose it. But I guess he's got to think about his sweet little daughter he used to rap about, right?
Huh?
Beep. Oh my God. The point is that if anyone in the system had a fucking conscience, they would come out and speak about it, and allegedly they'd be starwagged. So if they haven't been starwagged already, then they're not against the system.
They do. They do get starwagged. And that's exactly the point.
Oh, is that why Hitman made a mission about killing Eminem here lately? Because it literally just came out. How convenient.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, everything's a LARP.
I'm just saying, when you have something that's so absolutely just like drenched in evil, okay, like hostile to level evil, okay, it's just like you can focus on all of the negative and drive yourself fucking crazy, okay, or you can like
Well, I didn't need that to drive me crazy, but yeah, I get you.
Well, it will.
No, not really. I would say what really makes me crazy is just the fact that I'm forced to live in it. There's not really much I can do about it but LARP and not get paid for it.
Yeah, but would you really want
But
to
you know,
anyway?
I'm supposed to do it for the soul, right?
Yeah, but would you really want to anyway?
I mean, in the materialistic sense, it sounds great, but I mean, you know, gotta choose a LARP one way or another.
Yeah, but what the fuck does that do? As I just told you, even artists are themselves slaves to the shit.
I mean, everyone is. I mean, no matter how virtuous you try to be in this world, I mean,
right?
You know,
That's
you're
exactly my point.
involved in the system at some point, some way. You know, you never know where that dollar was. You might work an honest job to get it, but you know that $100 you just got in your paycheck could have came from a mob boss. Hit on a family. So who knows?
Right.
I guess that comes down to whether or not you want to blame it on God. Does God have a moral responsibility for his creation, or whatever? Again, it comes down to that we're all just trying to understand the LARP that we're living in, which is reality. Well, most people worry about materialistic things. Most people don't care about spiritual things. So, I mean, that's the reason why you're living in the world. They say there's more spiritual people than there is now materialistic, but I'm not seeing it. I think, even I myself can be materialistic, but, like you said about selling your soul, no mansion, no yacht, no big titty strippers, and, 5,000 PS5s would not make me happy. In reality, the point is, I seek, purpose with whatever put me here, and I don't know what that is yet. Allegedly, except for my experiences. So, what do you care about in this reality? I mean, I care about the fact that the people who I love and care about, including my friends, are going to die one day, and that, reality and nature dies. Unfortunately, it's depressing, but what can you do about it? You either care about your materialistic life or what society says is life, which to me is a LARP. One day a bomb can just drop in your fucking country and end your existence, but, go to work. It's okay because it just hasn't happened yet. So, I don't know what to tell you. I think we're all living in a reality that's completely controlled, not by humans.
Right.
And they just, manage to keep life somewhat mundane enough that you don't realize what's going on behind the scenes. Well, mundane in the sense that, you don't see UFOs and, chimeras running around the streets. They got to keep you distracted with your movies and music and, the other stuff that goes on in the world. But again, that comes down to is, are we all technically in a bunch of fallout shelters? Are we really just a bunch of experiments just to see what the perfect formula is to get what they need? I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Well, are you telling me that you wouldn't want to be like this guy and go stay in the most expensive hotel in the world underwater Underwater hotel in the world.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, as much as I would love to see the world, I mean, no offense, but what's the difference between one side of the world or the other? Not much.
Hey, you don't want to go to a Diddy party under the sea, under the
That's
sea.
right.
I was better, I was sweater, take it from me.
That's right. And no one batted an eye at the fact that Ariel was underage, if I'm not mistaken.
We got the seaweed off the hook.
I don't know. I guess it goes to say, is every man going to be judged according to his works? And guess you'll find out.
But see, isn't this funny? It's like, okay, you go on a plane and then you go to one place and then you go to another place and get on another plane and then you get off that plane and you get on a fucking golf cart and you have a dude playing bongos. So you travel like 10,000 miles just to go like into a room under the ocean and then go to sleep in it as a accomplishment or something.
That's right. Welcome to the LARP. Go get on a cruise thinking that this is what life is about. That's right. Yep. That's why people go to Disneyland and pay $5,000 to stay for what, a night, if even that, and that's not including expenses and everything else. Yeah, a bunch of dumbasses. Well, it's because you're poor. No, I'm telling you right now, even if I had the money, I still would not take my son to Disneyland because, you know, you're lucky if you don't have a pedo working in, you know, Mickey Mouse suits. So. Oh, bother.
Disney is the top of the predator list. Don't get me started with Disney.
Oh, I mean, of course, man. That's why they bought Star Wars. As much as I love Star Wars, you know, I mean, Star Wars has its up and downs, but like, you know, what they did with the Obi-Wan series was okay, but I mean, you know,
this goes back to what I was saying. Everything is corrupt. So you can either swear off everything or you can breathe. Because all of it is corrupt. Star Wars, Marvel, Hollywood, the record industry, NASA, every fucking thing. There's nothing.
I would agree that everything is corrupted, yes, but
or like, would you stay in this hotel under the water?
Video games, all of it, dude, all of it. I'm running a book on this shit.
That's right. That's why Spider-Man's costume is red and blue, the illusion of choice.
Is this toilet under the sea corrupt? You get to look at the fish while you take a dump. Come on, man.
That's right. I can go and piss in the water right beside them.
No, but I mean, like, what do you think about people who go under the sea to stay in this?
I think you got fucking issues.
Why? We don't think
it's like the same people who go and stay in them tents that are able to hang on the side of a cliff. Are you really that fucking suicidal? It's the same thing about hot air balloon. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Yeah.
And not only is it all corrupt, it's all connected. Hollywood and the porn industry are like fucking revolving doors into each other. Okay?
Yeah, so this
is tied to intelligence agencies. Okay? And black markets and cartels.
So you're saying they're trafficking children to this ocean?
Dude, what do you think Paramore is? What do you think all this shit with Epstein is? They only talk about the low level. Oh, he was touching teenagers. No. First off, it wasn't teenagers. Okay, and second off, he was into AI, genetic engineering, fucking transhumanism. He wanted to start his own farm, basically, breeding farm. Like, there's a lot of shit that they don't talk about. He had scientists and everybody else. Not everyone on that list is a predator. He had scientists and shit, too.
All scientists
all
are
involved in
predators.
it. Huh?
I said all scientists are predators.
Oh.
Oh, man. That's a heavy accusation.
Allegedly.
I don't know about that.
I'm just saying.
I don't even know if allegedly would protect you under that.
$15,000 a night, man. Come on, that's worth it. Think of all the starving children that could have been fed, but it's worth it. Come on, bro.
Okay, but I mean, no one says the same thing about, you know, everything else. I mean, everything is constructed in a way that you're going to constantly complain or either participate in it. I mean, you know, let's just face it, that's the truth. Either you complain about the situation or system you're living in, or you participate in somehow, or, you know, you're lucky to be one of the far alleged few who are, you know, born into it, who can, you know, manipulate or whatever. So, you know.
Sexy dirty bastards, welcome back. Hello, my handsome and sexy dirty bastards. Welcome back to my channel.
Oh,
So
dear
today
God,
we
she's
are going to
smackable.
battle the popular sweet men's fragrances. All of these get a lot of compliments, actually. We're going to battle Jean Paul Gaultier Ultra Male, Versace Eros, Paco Rabanne Invictus, and Stronger Review Intensely. Now, the reason I'm battling these fragrances is to find out what the ladies like the most. And at the end of the video, I will talk a little bit more about each one of these fragrances, but I know that you are here for the battle. So grab yourselves a cup of coffee and put your balls in a good position, and let's get into it.
Oh, dear God.
See, if you like a man, he comes.
I'm playing this for Moontan because she said that this person's from Dutchland.
I believe it. I fucking believe it.
It's funny. Oh my God. That's
What's
right.
funny
At least
about
we just
that?
colonize other words. Well, which one?
I'm from Deutschland.
No, it's just funny because Moontan said, "The fuck did she just say?" Because she's Dutch and she's Dutch, so it's like she's like, so she doesn't.
Oh, Moontan's here?
She's in the chat.
First and the last. First one.
I like watching
First one, definitely.
because she's.
If men wears this,
It's
how
really
good is
funny,
it from
actually.
1 to 10?
This is a 9 for me, definitely.
This is sexy for you, actually, then. Because 9 is pretty close to 10.
Yeah, well, it's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely.
Definitely.
If he smells like this, then
Definitely.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hey, she likes something. Which one did you like the most? I'm starting with you. Do you remember?
This or this one? I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you like Jean Paul Gaultier Ultra Male.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Dank je. The second was Eros.
Yeah, I would like this weirdly for myself.
It's not weird. You can wear it.
Yeah.
I wear
Okay,
it myself
right?
as well. Yeah. Third
That
was
one I didn't
Invictus. No, you didn't like that one.
no.
This one you also like. It was Stronger Review Intensely from Armani.
Okay, yeah, I would like this on a man.
And this for yourself because it's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for myself.
Okay,
yeah.
interesting. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Super.
Alright, thank
Do you
What about you, Twilight? What's your?
Oh
favorite?
yeah, I forgot to mention fashion. That's also like connected to like modeling and trafficking. Yeah. Like I said, every fucking thing is corrupt. So as I said, you can just scream at absolutely everything and just not enjoy life at all, or you can just realize, you know, that's just the fuck how it
There are
is.
some things beyond your control, yeah.
And that most of these people
that's why I LARP
themselves-
for free. That's why I LARP for free, Twilight.
Are you saying
Well,
that? Are you saying that these
what you
women are
gotta
being-
come to a realization of that's really fucking hard for a lot of people, but almost everyone I talk to, really, it's hard for them to understand this, is that the people that are involved in this shit are themselves even victims because they're born into it. From the time they're children and even before they're children, they are traumatized in every
That sounds like
imaginable
that
fucking
sounds
way
like a
that you
cop
can
out.
think of.
That sounds like no
It's not a cop-out.
accountability.
It's not a cop out when you're being
A
molested
cock
and,
out.
and
A
tortured.
cock out.
and,
Put your penis up,
bro.
bro.
I'm just saying. Okay.
I know, bro. I know, bro. Calm down.
So this is a Gucci show. Are these women?
I'm not
being,
making excuses. I'm just saying it's the truth.
I know.
Are these women-
I'm being a Jew. Calm down.
Are these women being trafficked in Gucci?
Most likely.
Dude, modeling is 90% trafficking, bro. Prostitution is 90% trafficking.
I would agree with that.
I mean, but look at this jacket, though. I mean, this jacket's beautiful. Come on.
Well, maybe not 90%.
like, I'm
I
telling
think
you,
that's a
this
big
is the
number, but
fucking
it
reality.
could be.
And I can show you like Freedom of Information Act and fucking FBI disclosure and all, like, I can show you like legitimately, like, actual fucking evidence for everything I'm telling you.
I wonder if I get in trouble for like replaying Gucci. That'd be interesting. I'm promoting their sex trafficking. I mean fashion. Excuse me.
Dude, it's all the fashion, all the cosmetics, all that shit, dude.
That's right. You know you want a Balenciaga.
It ties into black market.
I mean,
yeah, Victoria does have a fucking secret. It's who do you think was in charge of Epstein?
Well, let me ask you
Estee
something.
Lauder.
It was
Estee Lauder.
Just keep swimming.
Estee Lauder.
Just keep swimming.
Look into Estee Lauder. Then look into the name Estee and realize it's a black nobility family. Oops.
That's racist.
Well, I have a
Estee
question for you,
Savoy.
though.
Yeah.
Have you ever put baby seal spleen on your lips for lipstick? I mean, it's breathtaking. Come on.
Dude. Right. Yeah. Made from like animal fucking like guts and shit. All these like vegans and shit screaming about animal abuse. They don't realize all these cosmetics are full of fucking animal parts and shit. It's sick.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, you know, who cares about really anything?
I mean, I'm just fucking a realist, dude. Like, people can scream about all this shit going on, but the fact of the matter is there's nothing that isn't corrupted. So it's just like, you got to get to a point to where you just fucking live your life. Because they do this shit to their own. Okay.
They said live your life through heaven's eyes. I'm supposed to want to do good for my fellow man, even if I get nothing out of it.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh. Allegedly. Well, don't worry. As long you can join ICE and get $50,000 from them. So go arrest some illegal aliens before they probe your ass.
Right. Well, they're not aliens. They have liens on them. That's a different. Anyway, this is word magic. In law, it's called a lien. You have a lien on you. It means you owe us money. And we don't care if you're in an underground base in Iraq. We'll find you.
Well, that's what happens when you put a bunch of people with criminal records in shipping containers.
They can't find Osama bin Laden, but they sure as fuck will find you.
Country.
Yeah. They can't find Osama bin Laden, but they sure as fuck will find you.
No, they found him. They found him with the help of Google Earth.
Oh, right, yeah. Totally. No. They use remote viewing.
Well, I mean, you have to remember, I mean, come on. I mean, a majority of alleged, terrorists use, like very early 90s type like gadgets. And you can't tell me that these phone companies, even though they're using burner phones, like they can still trace them. So anyway, they know who's doing it because why they're funded by big governments like Saudi Arabia. So what does it matter?
Well, Saudi Arabia is a bunch of
all terrorism is funded anyway. So what does it matter?
The Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud is fucking Sabbatean, Frankish, Don May, motherfuckers. Number one, the whole House of Saud is.
What about the Druze?
And yeah, that's another level of it. And then you had the Cairo Lodge and all that, which is way before Freemasonry. But yeah, the House of Knowledge and Wisdom. Yeah, well, it's the truth. It didn't start in the West; it started in the East. It's about time people got up to that understanding.
Well, but Pinoy told me earlier that everything's white.
Well, Pinoy's fucking wrong. I don't give a shit. I lost respect
I'm
for
not
him,
gonna
so I
lie.
have no reason.
Anyone who really has the patience
and,
to talk to Pinoy is annoying. So
No, I used to agree with him on a lot of shit. To be honest with you, there was a few things we have sharp divergences in, but I agree with him on a lot of shit. But after he and his little fucking fuck boys like came at me all at once, acting like they were something. And I basically called them out and said, okay, well, why don't you come on my channel and try your bullshit there? And they wouldn't do it. And then he started like trolling me, basically saying, well, why are you running away? And I'm just like, because I have no fucking time for this. And so then I blocked him.
Oh, it's only because he loves you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, too fucking bad. I don't have time for that shit. I don't suffer fools. These guys got fucking a combined IQ of fucking 70. I'm sorry. I'm not arrogant, but I'm light years ahead of them.
That's right. Ludicrous speed.
Yeah.
What's the deal with the furries? What do you think what's the psyop behind the furries here?
Oh
The
boy, don't
furries,
even
bro, it's
fucking get me
getting
going.
people to accept animal and humans. What do you think? It's a very subliminal way of doing that.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's just that, but you know, if there is a God, it's also
No,
to
it's
get
that.
people to participate in bestiality, which is a very bad sin.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, dude, it's in UNICEF. Like it's open in UNICEF. They want to legalize like every perversion imaginable. It goes all the way back to pi. If you know what pi is, back in the UK in like the 60s. I have a documentary about this, like 2.5 hours long. It was scrubbed from the internet a long time ago, but I downloaded it. It's incredibly dark. I do not recommend it for the majority of people. But it was called the Pedophile Information Exchange. And they were trying to lower the age of consent to 8. This is like in the 60s. And there's been like groups like that since then.
What do you think this is about?
What, the fucking mannequin?
Dehumanization.
What do you mean? What is it about? Like, what is that, a sex toy or some shit? Hell yeah, dominatrix.
But see, they
But it's
always
probably a
do,
man.
like-
It's probably
like-
a man anyway. So what is a man?
No, but like when you
I
look
mean,
at
there's
like-
nothing wrong with dominatrixes.
No, but when you see like look at this, see, okay, like so this is a
There's nothing wrong with doms either.
yeah, but look
Anyway.
but yeah, but look what they're doing, like it's like they say this
I
is
won't
all
say
like
any more.
occultism. No, but they said this is all like occultism, right? Like this is like
There's nothing wrong with
occultism.
occultism. But that's a hot take.
No, but
I
no, but
mean,
you're saying,
let's
like, this
face
is a
it.
part
It's
of
sexual.
occultism.
It's sexual perversion. I mean, look. I mean, yeah, it's sexual perversion. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, even
it is.
sexual perversion is okay if you're not pushing it on others and that doesn't become a compulsion and you become consumed.
I mean, yeah. Look, dude, you're getting into.
Okay, so are we all gonna act like
You're
we're all
just gonna-
fucking
yep, yep,
perfect
yep,
white
yep, yep, yep,
knights?
yep. It's right, exactly.
We're all
You
perfect,
never
pure
stuck-
white knights?
you-
Bullshit.
That's right. You never stuck a finger in a
bullshit.
bum.
I'm calling bull fucking shit. Okay, so I'll be the one to tell the truth. All right. I'll be the one to tell the truth.
No, but my point is like, look at this. Okay, look at this one in particular. Like, is this dehumanization or is this?
This is disturbing.
Say that again.
I said this is disturbing.
Well, I mean, what are you supposed to walk up to it and stick your dick in his mouth? I mean,
well, I thought you said you're not supposed to judge. Like, is this? Like,
I didn't say no. I said if you don't push it on other people, this is clearly advertising it for other people. I'm talking about what two people do behind
well,
their
how
own
else are you gonna?
closed doors.
Well, how else are they gonna get a hold of their rubber if they don't let people know?
No. No. See, I'm talking about what two consenting adults do behind closed doors.
Right, but if you're into rubber and you need to find other people into rubber and find the rubber.
Okay, cool. Well, that's fine. If you want to wear rubber, that's fine. You can do that with your partner behind closed doors.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.
And I'm fine with that.
Saturday night.
this shit's blowing out my eardrum.
Okay, so like, okay, when you see this, is this bad though?
What? No, not. I mean, that's not necessarily.
Okay, well, let me put it like this. This is on YouTube. So, I mean, look, I mean, obviously, YouTube is going to have adult content, but, you know, it really comes down
I mean, I
to.
wouldn't really say that's adult. Not really.
It's an adult. I can tell you, Twilight, hush. I have a child, and I can tell you, my child on kid games has gotten adult TikTok bitches in bikini ads. Like, he's had full-on women shaking their vaginas in his face, and he's on a kid game. So I can tell you, like, no matter what you do, if you're on the online space, you're going to somehow, no matter how much you filter out content, even someone like me, as much as I don't want to view other types of adult content, I still get adult content.
So like I've gotten so many
Okay, let me put it this way. Like, since the 80s and 90s, man, what's considered adult and what's considered like acceptable in the mainstream has changed so drastically that this is no longer adult. Okay, if you really want to get into like the
what I'm saying is, Twilight, you can't complain about a gay man wearing a gimp mask and a butt plug at a gay parade if you're okay with that being shown on just regular YouTube for, you know, someone under the age of 18 to see. That's what I'm getting at.
What I'm saying is, do you know what Elsagate is?
I know what Heaven's Gate is, and I want to get on a UFO and get the fuck out of here.
Okay, you don't know? Have you heard of Elsagate?
Allegedly.
Okay. Well, what I'm telling you is this is like a level 1 compared to the shit that they have out there for kids. That's not as in your face. That's what I'm saying. So the bar has dropped so far that what I'm saying is this is pretty much normal in comparison to the shit that's actually on YouTube Kids.
Well,
itself.
yeah, no shit, because every single kid has access to porn. All they have to do is get a hold of the device and not be around the parent, and the parent not be notified by the, you know, phone or internet provider that their child's looking up porn, and they can go and wank off. Yeah, I mean it.
So look.
No, but I'm talking about YouTube Kids.
Okay, but no.
Yeah,
okay.
even YouTube Kids is not good material. They sit there and put basically,
No, Jack, look up Elsagate.
Nihilism in your face.
I know it.
Look up Elsagate.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
So
okay. Well, it's evolved. It's worse now.
Yeah,
look up 764. Then you'll understand why I'm saying like okay. What's your point?
But look at this video here. But look at this video in particular. Like, is this one here?
Like, there's shit like light years worse.
I know, but I'm saying, like, should this be allowed on YouTube? Somebody like wearing rubber, getting with slime all over them.
Yes, I think it should. I say just let everything fly free and see how it goes, because it's going that way anyway, right?
Well, I mean, it should be parentally. It should have 18 plus. You know, that's what I think.
But I thought you said that people should do this behind closed doors and not advertise it to the world, though.
Well, I mean, explicit shit. I mean, honestly, they probably shouldn't be. But the fact of the matter is, it is, and what are you going to do about it? It's kind of what I'm saying, dude. It's kind of late in the game.
I want a cheeseburger. Someone buy me a fucking cheeseburger.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, then.
So what I'm saying is, it should have parental guidance. There should be like something that actually blocks it out. Like, they're supposed to have shit where it's like, this is 18 plus, and it's supposed to actually lock it out, but it really doesn't. You know, a fucking gerbil could get around the lock. You know,
right. Well, the first
just like the porn shit. But what I'm saying is, compared to what's out there, this is very like tame. And the fact that I'm saying that disturbs me more than it does.
Sure.
More than you realize.
Well, how about?
But I'm just saying that's how far gone we are.
Right. Well, in 20 more years, when it's normal to see a man having
20?
sex with a dog in the middle of the street.
20? No, we don't got that one.
Right, but I'm saying like let's assume, you know, that in
Well, as long as
5
I
years
get my
from now,
human cheeseburger, but nobody likes me enough to donate, except for 2 people. I guess I'm too gay of a LARPer.
excuse me.
According to Hyperborean, I'm too
I
gay.
think they should have better protections against children being able to access it. That's what I think.
Wait, so what?
I think they should have better protection so the children can't access it. That's what I.
Yeah, but let's face it, a majority of parents don't really fucking care.
Well, I know that, and this goes back to what I was saying about we're kind of too far gone.
Yeah,
Remember that episode of South Park where they're like, "Are we lowering the bar again? How far is it gonna go?" Do you remember that, brother man?
I mean,
It was
I'm
like with
sure I've
James
seen
Cameron
it.
or whatever, and it was
The
basically
LARPs,
talking
you know,
about how things
blend together.
became more and more and more deplorable. This is what normalization is. Okay. So like pride festivals were not always what they are today. Okay. Like as an example. You know? So like that's a thing. And you can see that in real
Yeah,
life.
it's called Trojan horses. You know, we pass it off as everybody just wants to marry. You know, we want to love who we want to love. To now we can slowly allow everything. And if you don't, you're a bigot.
I mean, like I said,
or homophobe, and you should die, and your family should get cancer, and your child should get run over by a car. Just a few of the examples.
Yeah, you hate puppies and kitties, and you probably are. Anyways, but
the frogs are gay, so you should be gay.
Right. Yeah. Why are you against the frogs being in the first place?
Yeah, it gets kind of old, but
So what do you guys think about this? I mean, what
homosexuality is normal in nature. Don't you know that?
Isn't this these
So who are
people's
you
right
judge-
to come out in the street and do this in the middle of the street?
Doesn't that mean that God made the frogs gay? So who are you to judge?
But doesn't this mean isn't this what these people have a right to do? Like just live in the street like this? I mean, come on. That's
sure,
a human
yeah.
right. Look.
Well,
really,
you
it's
know.
just-
But then when someone says, "Hey, we need to get these people out of here," they say you're a dictator. So just saying.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
I've been told that I'm very insensitive because I don't let these people. I don't want to allow these people to live this way. Essentially.
Yeah. No, you're a dictator, and you're a racist.
Yeah. I mean, like literally, I think that the drug dealers out here doing all this should be like beheaded publicly. Personally, that's just my personal opinion, but that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it in Kensington or something, right? Like, I think San Francisco might be worse than Kensington, but I don't know. Kensington looks pretty bad, so I don't know.
Right. You're also
you ever
talking
seen-
to someone who was exposed to like 10 times worse than any of that shit by the time I was like a teenager. So maybe I'm the wrong person to ask.
Right.
You know?
So
But, I mean-
same people doing this that's doing the other stuff we're talking about.
I saw this shit too when like
No, but
I saw
but I
people
mean,
getting shot. Like, and robbed
well, I feel like
and
getting
home invaded
shot
and
and killed is not as bad as like
Right.
living like this on the street for like 15, 20
no,
years.
it's pretty
I
bad.
don't know.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. If you actually like die for it, it's pretty bad. When you're a kid, especially. Especially if it's like someone you know and it's like what happened is, oh well, there's a drug dealer bad. You find out years later. Yeah. No,
Well,
it's pretty fucking
Why,
traumatizing.
so, but my point is, like, are all the sex trafficking people doing this, like,
For
doing
sure.
the drug trade like this too?
Well, see, this is the thing, man. A lot of drug addicts and prostitutes are themselves trafficked. Like 90% of prostitution, they're not doing it because they want to.
So, do you think that a lot of these
There's a
people living in
direct
the
fight.
street? Do you think a lot of these people
Well-
living in the street in San Francisco are like victims of this whole system or something?
Some of them are. I can tell you this, that, like I said, 90% of prostitution is non-voluntary. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean that should be common sense. I mean, really, I mean, who really wants to sell themselves for money? Who wants to be done by 100 old, nasty, fucking, disgusting dudes for money? I mean, nobody.
Yeah, and there's a prostitution, Hollywood, porn, escort, pipeline. They all, like I said, they all link together. And in the music industry, and Hollywood also connected to the cartels and the fucking intelligence agencies. Like, this is the way of the world, man. Like, they give you a mask, and then under the mask is a mirror. You burn the mask, and then there's a mirror. And that's what they do. That's how they do, like, with all the whistleblowing movies and shit. Because while they're exposing one thing, they're hiding another thing. Now you have some like Stanley Kubrick and shit who really did try to tell people shit, and that's when they killed him. Or like David Lynch, but there's always two levels of deception at once. It's always a dual layer. And you look at like the Mickey Mouse Club and shit, and all these like pop stars and shit. Where do you think they all came from? And you like look at like Nickelodeon, right? And they're always like super innocent, and then they get to like 17, 18 years old, and all of a sudden they're all whores, right? Well, I can show you that, like, and this is what I mean by like some of them are victims. And you're like, well, fuck them, it doesn't matter. Well, no. If you really have empathy and you say that, then you got to question yourself for a minute, because the fact of the matter is they're brought into these fucking cartels, and it's like Mary-Kate and Ashley is one of the best examples. Before they turned 18, like the last two years before they turned 18, there was literally a countdown when they were 18, and there was like news articles talking about they'll be legal soon, they'll be legal soon, they'll be legal soon.
Well, yeah,
then they released like sex tape.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone knows that. I mean, let's face it here. As taboo as what the subject of what sex is, everyone knows that one of the, other than war and drugs, one of the biggest things in the world is sex. I mean,
well, but here's the other thing though: is like who runs the media, though. To be honest, I mean, you know what I mean?
The Anglos, right?
Yeah, yeah, of course, 100%. It's Billy
well, I mean,
Bob and
of course,
Arkansas.
white people like fucking.
I mean, who doesn't? I mean,
That's right. We're rabbits. That's why we're Judy Hopps from Zootopia.
Yeah, but the point is like, I don't know. It's just, Bob Saget was making jokes about that stuff when they were kids. So I mean, maybe that's why he died allegedly. He was
yeah. Well, I mean, let's yeah. Well, he was a sick motherfucker. So
I support Israel. I support Israel's right to exist. Right.
Of course. If you deny the right to traffic children, then you are anti-Semite.
That's right. There's absolutely nothing wrong with humping life-sized representation of.
Yeah, it's not their fault that they traffic children.
Kids.
It's your fault you allowed your children to be trafficked or something. Right. So.
Well, yeah.
Well, speaking of which, I wanted to
sorry to hear that. Sorry, John Benet Ramsey. Sorry.
Blame the English. Sure. Yeah.
Oh, I'm all about it. I want to show you guys this one. I think you guys will like this one.
Because I'm pretty sure that Barbara Lerner definitely
files, and then hoping they would they gave instruction. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Maybe he gave them the files early and said, "Hey, listen, I'm going to publish the key." And then when his life was in real danger, he published the key, thinking that they would take that key and open the file. Maybe that was his dead man switch, and no one had time to do it or did. Or maybe Tracy Twyman did it, called the FBI, and they took it and killed her.
Atwood does not believe him. I can already tell by looking at him. Atwood does not believe him. I can tell just by looking at him.
Yeah, I skimmed about 15 minutes of this, and like Phoenix Enigma, I don't know anything really about him, but he did not look credible to me when the video.
He's tied with Schoenberger.
Well, he said something bad about Schoenberger in this. He said like, "Oh,
Yeah. I know, but that's what they do.
But he said it in passing. And again, I don't know much about it, but they're probably watching the show right now. So
Schoenberger is what hijacked the plan. Patriots in control.
Well, I have no clue. None of them are.
Next
So
question is from Lydia Shows. Does anyone have all his videos before the videos were deleted and taken down?
You go to the Isaac Cappy Mind Map.
I
go
really
to,
don't care, to be
Isaac
honest.
upper right-hand corner. I got about 80 something of them on there.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them on there. Full hour and a half videos on there as Periscopes. It was a month to get it done. There's other ones out there. If you got one on there that you don't see in there, send it to me. Send me the link and I'll get it burned off and put it in there, guys.
It's so much fun to go and watch them.
Kathy wants to know, why were Isaac's dogs going crazy in the last recordings?
So there, in the last Periscope, you can hear a dog kind of barking in the beginning. I believe that somebody was with Isaac that night in the background, and you can't hear.
That wasn't, that was a couple of times, and it was maybe 3-4 minutes before he got up.
Tonight at 11:30, and post reports tomorrow. I found out where they were posting to, and there was a Twitter feed to where they were manifesting the world through their own consciousness. Okay, it's dark. There are some bad people on the net that will psychologically tear.
This is what I wanted to show you, Twilight. This is what I wanted to show you. Watch this. This is what I wanted to show you. This part right here.
Dippers, can you tell us more about the 5D section of the mind map? I'm intrigued by this too. I've read it.
Yeah, there is a place that I discovered on the internet. If you get down to the 5D, it's connected to remote viewing, CIA. It connects to target individuals in V2K, social media matrix.
Right.
There, in going through this, and Sean, it's dark, man. It's dark. There are some bad people on the net that will psychologically terrorize you and get you worked up and spun up into a. A lot of people don't go there. Some people do. That's what the puzzles are all about. And the whole group you'll find over at Schoenberger, that whole mess is all about mind messing and puzzles and stuff like that. And I think Isaac fell into some of that. But not to answer that, the 5D Earth belief is a meditation. It is a belief system where they're ascending their conscious outside of 3D to 4D to 5D into the perfect. They're manifesting the world through their own consciousness. Okay. I found when I was getting into that, because Isaac, I think, mentioned 5D once or twice, and I'm like, what is this? And I started looking into it. And I found a gentleman, I'm not going to say who it is. This guy over on Twitter put together. I was following him for quite a while. I was just lurking, and I'm watching. And it says, all right, I need three people to go in tonight at 11:30, and post reports tomorrow. I found out where they were posting to, and there was a Twitter feed to where they were giving orders to go in, and there was another feed to where they were reporting on the operation the next day. They were remote viewers. It was a band of psychic remote viewers who were going in, and or psychics that were attacking people in the other realm. And when I tracked them all back, they all had in common this 5D. So I started reading about 5D, and they're like, oh, come on in here. It's kind of a new, it's basically mysticism, meditation, consciousness, that whole Eastern, thing, repackaged, merchandised, and redeployed. And I think it is a hiring, it is a, it's a crowdsourcing where they can find people with ability. And once they can find people who can really good, the talented ones, they pull them in, and again, they bring them over to the dark side, to the Siths, right? Like, hey, you can do this.
Operation Stargate.
And then I saw about 6 people regularly that were in this, and there were more of them that popped in and out. And they were taking orders from this one guy. That guy has since gone dark. His Twitter feed got killed. I can't find him. He is from LA as well. He's from California. All this ties into LA. Hollywood. So this whole 5D Earth belief thing has a dark side, and I believe, again, they are recruiting people with real psychic abilities and or remote viewers, and they're going in and doing attacks on people. Mercenaries. Isaac was talking a lot about prayer.
What did you say, Twilight?
Yeah, it's Project Stargate and Sunstreak. That sci-fi program. That's really dark shit. I actually know a lot about that. It's part of my codex I'm writing. My lab, and all that type of shit. That's where like 90% of the UFO shit actually comes from. Like you have the close. The 5D is connected to the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind with like Stephen Greer and the Disclosure Project.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they try to manifest a UFO in real time.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's mimesis. It's a psychic phenomenon. It's not physical craft. It's a psychic phenomenon.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I tried to do that one a couple of times. I downloaded his app and like followed the instructions, and I fell asleep and had good dreams. So maybe I'm not psychic.
Right. Well, I
just thought it was like an interesting thing. I was like, okay, so they're like, okay, just lay down and like imagine flying up, and like there's gonna be.
Oh no, it is possible. That makes it dangerous.
Oh no, I believe it. But I was like, let me just see what happens, and like, maybe I didn't believe enough or something. I don't know.
Right. You have to believe, man.
But okay, so tell me a little bit about this. Explain what he's talking about here. Why is he bringing this up?
What, the 5D shit? That's new age shit, which is straight out of Alice Bailey. That's what they hijacked, the bats, and then they created
but why is he bringing that up in relation to Cappy and stuff?
I guess he's saying like they probably did stuff to fuck with him, because he's saying they're like chaos agents, from what I can tell, and trying to like make people go crazy and shit. There's a really good how do I put it? Like, okay, the gateway process? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You don't know about the gateway process? It was declassified. Okay, so the intelligence agencies have always been interested in the occult. Okay? For a long, long, long time. Going back to John Dee. Okay? So this is an enormous topic. John Dee was trying to contact pan-dimensional entities that he called angels. I would call them archons. And John Dee was actually the one who first used the term British Empire. Okay? Just for the record. Okay? So John Dee and Edward Kelly came up with this Enochian language, like after Enoch from in the Bible, the one who was who walked with God and then wasn't because he was taken, right? And then you have the Book of Enoch, which really, if you understand the Book of Enoch is like what became Jewish Kabbalah. It's actually the root of it. It's the proto, I guess you could say, what was known as Merkaba mysticism, right? Well, the Enochian language, okay, if you like break it down, En stands for within. So what I mean by that is it's a prefix. Okay, so En like enter, right? To go within somewhere, right? Entheogen, theos is divine or God. Gen is to generate. En is within. So entheogen is to generate the divine within, right? So anything with the En stands for within. Okian means ocular, or to do with vision or the eye. So Enochian, really, what that means is it's the inner eye or the inner tradition. So that's really what that means. So Enoch is a cryptogram, basically. So this Enochian language is just the initiated tradition. Okay. Well, he called these like pan-dimensional oversouls. Okay, this is in his writings. This isn't something I'm making up. Okay, and they were trying to open up stargates to allow these beings to come in. Like you have like CERN today, right? Which CERN is also based off of an ancient god in Gaelic, actually. Called Ceranos, and he was a god of gateways. Okay, literally.
Yeah, isn't that kind of like what the movie Stargate was about too?
The liminal realm. He's the liminal realm. Well, you have like Stargate Atlantis. They're telling you the truth here.
It's not just that. It's, Stranger Things has been putting that in your face here lately.
Right. Well, Stranger Things is actually about what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh.
Because it's all about Monarch and Stargate and Sunstreak and the gateway process and all this type of shit. But like it all started with John Dee and Edward Kelly. And what it basically was is John Dee was 007. Okay? Like that's actually where it comes from. He when he signed his name, his epitaph, his sigil when he would write his name was 007. So the guy who created the series Bond, Ian Fleming, was a part of MI5. So he's just writing about his own order.
Goofball boomer podcasts that are blowing this out of proportion, that push a lot of the alien nonsense, and they're talking about this as some sort of like vast MK Ultra experiment, which I think is a bunch of nonsense. I can recount most of what I recall, unless I was put under hypnosis and my alternate memories are suppressed, and I don't exactly recall all the programming that they did to me. I'm kidding. But there are some dark sides to that project, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But first, I want to mention the fact that it's not impossible, implausible that there have been these kinds of programs where they did test people, experiment with people, and so forth. People have heard, I'm sure, of MK Ultra, and there's the GATE program is something that they're remembering and recalling being a part of. This is the Gifted and Talented Education Program, particularly back in the 80s, 90s.
So Jay Dyer admits that he was a part of the GATE program, but it wasn't anything to worry about. It was just like art. And
No. Well, I can tell you this right now. The Gateway process was the Monroe Institute, which was connected with military intelligence. Okay.
Right.
And it was supposed to be astral projection training. But
Right.
what it really was to produce synthetic mystical events using the binding and the projection of basically the rewiring of the hemispheres of the brain through entrainment. So, like, if you know what hemisync is, it basically it disrupts the neural gate, and it stimulates like out of body perceptual
That's right.
experiences
I
and
like
shit.
my
So it's kinda like tied to,
deprivation
like,
tanks.
Bluebeam
That's right.
and shit like that. Okay, so like Gateway.
It didn't political.
Be in the poop.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to play this over you. I'm trying to show you that like Jay Dyer often begins his streams by playing the 007
No.
music.
Oh no! Yeah, no, I see it. No, I know.
Yeah.
Bro, you're good.
And he's obsessed with John D. He loves John
Yeah.
D.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, and John D was one of the greatest black magicians ever.
Right. Like he
Like,
makes fun of
everybody-
it, but like you could tell that he secretly like has a hard on for John D for some reason. So
Yeah, there's a really good book by this guy Jason Lube. I have it. It's called Empire of Angels, and it gets into this whole thing, how the angels that he communicated with legitimately set the foundations for what became the British Empire. For real. Because, you know, if you really look at it, like Britain wasn't exactly the biggest, you know, place in the world with the most resources. You know, it was. There's a supernatural element to it. Okay, not to mention the history of the occult and
It wouldn't have nothing to do with giants.
Not at all. No. But they were opening up doorways to all this shit, hence Gateway, right? Without actually knowing what the fuck was going on. So you know, it's oh man, I don't even know where to start.
no, you know, like I'll tell you this: if you want to see a really interesting channel, Jamie Henshall's Jay Dyer's wife's channel is extremely interesting. It's more interesting than Jay Dyer's. Like she is very astute about occultism. We'll just put it that way. Like she knows a lot of shit about the occult.
But they all copy John D. And what John D called angels and macrobes, I would call archons. Okay? And what's really insane is the whole point of him contacting them is because they were trying to leave the Earth. I'm not kidding. I can show you this. Okay? And they're like, you can't do that.
That's what you and I were talking about last night, huh?
You can't leave the Earth. And they're like, well,
But we
why?
already
And
know
there's a
that.
member-
We already know that because Hillary Clinton said that they couldn't shatter that glass ceiling. That's why they did all the high altitude nuclear testing. You know, Operation Fishbowl. Remember the alcohol commercial
So there's
about
an etheric
Picard?
membrane. There's an
You know, he
etheric. well,
goes up
you
there in
can
the little,
leave.
you know, hot air balloon, and he touches the atmosphere, and then come to find out the atmosphere is actually water.
So D used astral intelligence gathering. Okay, he was
Boldly go.
Yeah, but like you have to understand that the occult and intelligence has always been hand in glove. Okay,
Yes.
always.
And so that
Well, yeah,
And it
there's
should
a
be
reason why
obvious.
it's called a spell.
Captain Obvious. You're
It
you're the
should
smartest
be-
man in the world. Like,
It
you
should
know
be
about what's
obvious
going on
why
in a
that.
person's life and in their head.
anyway, he won't send us
Because it's the
Blueprint
devil,
to
boy. It's the devil.
shut down in our
Right?
no.
But you heard of Walt Disney.
Mm-hmm.
And so Elon does the thing. He ubs his colleagues.
Yes, he does. That's how he got started in like SpaceX with the rockets.
Mm-hmm.
He totally did that. He recruited the best of the best. I remember there was this rocket.
Did she just
I don't
get
know, I've
him
been-
confused with Elon? I mean, Mark. Wow, it just good
I don't know
God.
what they're doing right now.
No, so I don't know where I'm looking for the clip. I don't know if I can find it. I probably can't. But Twilight, what would you think if you knew that she was a student of the Church of the Subgenius? What would that mean to you?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything because, I mean, anyone can be a member. You know, just like anyone can be a member of the order.
Well, but like, what's the
You're talking about
significance of
groups
the
that
Church
have
of the
no-
Subgenius?
Well, you're talking about groups that have no hierarchy. You know, so basically, being a member just means that you operate with their material.
Well, what I
or
mean
their
is like,
philosophy. You know what I mean? There's no like initiation. There's no like lodge to meet up or order to go to or anything like that. It's all individually based, so it doesn't really actually mean anything. Now, if there's adjacent, orders or military or whatever the fuck, then that changes it a lot. But to be a Discordian Pope is literally to say you're a Discordian Pope. If you follow Robert Anton Wilson, he lays it out really clear. Like there is literally absolutely no merit. There's no merit. There's no like obligation. There's no degree. There's no nothing. Like I'm a Discordian Pope. Now I am. Like that's it.
what does
There's
that mean? Discordian
nothing.
Pope. What's that mean?
Well, are you familiar with Robert Anton Wilson?
I mean, not a lot. I mean, I know a little bit.
He basically believed in absolute agnosticism. He actually had a lot of good ideas, and it was kind of like a precursor to like what became chaos. That basically all things can be true sometimes, but never always. But then even that was, also, possibly not completely accurate. So basically it was like, he had what was called the 8 circuits of consciousness. And I'm going to get into all of that, but, it essentially like was very little that we can know. And I actually agree with him on this, and so because of that, he just had this like perpetual like agnosticism to everything, because we can always know more, and everything can change our perceptions of what we know now. More information can always change our perception, and what we see isn't even really completely to be trusted. So I actually agree a lot with what he was saying.
Well, what's the Church of the Subgenius though? What is that? Is that Discordianism?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do they believe in exactly?
Well, I just told you. they don't believe in anything. That's what I'm telling you. They believe that it's not really possible to. It's literally satire. It's a parody religion.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
I've heard claims that it's not really. Well, let me show you something. Let me see what you think about this. Let me see what do you think about this? Let me show you a theory and see if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
Let's see. Hopefully I can find this one. I don't know if I can find this, but I'm gonna try. We'll see. Oh yeah, I found it. Hell yeah. Damn, I'm good. I'm good. I am good. Okay, here.
Bang of modern conspiracy culture. The Illuminatus trilogy provided a template. It took niche, seemingly disconnected theories like JFK, UFOs, the Kennedy assassinations, infused them into a single, sprawling meta-narrative of hidden control. It gave a generation of budding cynics a framework, a language, and a sense of secret knowledge. But this was more than just storytelling. It was the unintended birth of a new magical technology. The Discordians and Robert Anton Wilson had stumbled upon the principles of chaos magic. Chaos magic is the punk rock of the occult. It throws out centuries of rigid ritual. Its core axiom,
Yes. Yes, for sure.
Nothing is true.
I would agree.
A chaos magician doesn't become a Buddhist. They use Buddhist beliefs to achieve a specific result, then discard them. The only truth is what
Now,
works.
see, I agree with that. I do that myself.
Applied to society. This
Okay, but you said it's not a real religion, yet you're saying that like it is a real religion because you can
It's
use
not
it as
a religion. It's the lack of a religion. What part are you not getting where it says that nothing is in stone? Nothing is to be held as dogma. Nothing is, permanent.
Well,
It's
that is
work,
that
work,
is
and
a
that's it.
religion though because you're
No,
saying
it's
nothing's
not.
true.
Well, allegedly it's not a religion, but in in the Christian
No.
view,
You need
in
to
the
look up the
Christian
definition
view,
of
it would
religion.
be yes, no,
You need to
in the
look up the
Christian view.
definition of religion. I'm not going to do this with you again. You need to look up the definition of what a religion is before we
You
have
really
this
want to you really want to have that debate? Let's just watch some of this and
Yeah.
I'll look that up in the middle of this. So
Yes,
then we'll have
we
that
do.
debate.
spell was the Illuminati
I can do
conspiracy.
it before
The
you if you
magical
want.
act was spreading
That's
it
not a
through
religion.
flyers, books, and conversation. The result was the creation of a shared belief, an egregore, a powerful thought form born from collective belief that began to genuinely influence world events by influencing the minds of those who believed in it. And if you are enjoying this video, hit that like button, drop a comment. It reads system. The internet of chaos magic into a global operating system. The internet was simply a breeding ground into a global operating system. The internet was simply a breeding ground.
So you're saying that chaos magic is not a
Religion.
religion?
Belief and reverence for a supernatural power or powers regarded as creating and governing the universe. Particular variety of such belief, especially when organized into a system of doctrine and practice. A set of beliefs, values, and practices based on the teachings of a spiritual leader. The life or condition of a person in a religious order. A cause or principle or activity pursued with zeal or conservative devotion.
Boy, that sure does
The
sound like
outward
the
act or
Illuminati.
form by which men indicate their recognition of the existence of a god or gods, having power over their destiny, to whom obedience, services, or honor
Well,
are
that's
due.
multiple definitions.
The
of
feeling, or I
reality.
just gave you all of them. Do you want me to bring
Okay,
into the
let me
etymology
give you
too?
let me give you a very simple one. The belief
No,
in and
no, but
worship
you're
of
not going to give imaginary definitions. I'm
no,
giving
this
you
is
the
not.
etymology.
This is yeah,
No,
but listen.
it's
Hold
not a
on.
religion. I'm telling you, it's different. It's a practice or a philosophy.
So
That's as far as you can take it. It's not a religion. Not everything is
I don't
religion.
know. I would take the Los Illuminados as a cult, but
So hold
sure.
on. Okay, here's two definitions. Okay,
Of a
a
religion.
particular system of faith and worship is a practice, not a system of worship.
Uh-oh.
No. Worshipping what?
Okay.
Yourself, your practice.
What? Yeah.
How are you-
Can't
how?
your religion be in anything? You know, I mean, you know, if you
How?
create your own religion, you know, you can worship whatever you want.
You're not
You say
worshiping anything.
practice, I say religion. So okay, you
Yeah.
call it a
Oh,
practice, I call it
all
religion.
it depends is, you know, yeah,
So,
your
so can I
words
just
and
say,
There's
well, I could say
no
I'm a
worship.
practicing Christian. So I could say I'm a practicing Christian, but I'm not religious. So there you go.
There's no worship.
that's a
What
lie.
worship?
Okay. Look,
What?
Twilight. Would you not say that
What
the people who want to join the Illuminati don't worship it? That's why they put the all-seeing eye
Some do.
symbolism in your cartoons and,
Don't
you
you
know, your
worship chaos
666.
magic? Don't you worship chaos if you do chaos magic?
No.
Oh,
No.
so if I
No.
don't put belief in anything, okay.
So why do it if it's not an act of worship?
It's not an act of worship. It's a technology. That's what people who are
No,
religious don't
it's a
understand about
technique.
things that aren't religious.
Right. So when I jack off, it's just a technique. It's not a worship of the jacking off.
It's not a worship of sexual pleasures.
Well,
Sexual
no,
My point is you're
gratification.
worshiping
unless
out
it
of it, right?
consumes.
Like my point is that you're using the technology to get something, right? So
That's not worship.
why not?
How?
Okay.
If you
look at the
drive a
definition of
car, are
worship.
you worshiping a
Okay.
car?
Okay. So everything
Some
ties
people
down
do
to
worship
If
their
you drive
cars.
a car, are you worshiping a
okay.
car?
Here we go. Are you ready?
If you make
Feeling
food, are
or
you worshiping food?
expression.
Some people are gluttonous.
The feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. If you are a deity and you're doing
Okay,
it to worship yourself, aren't you
but
worshiping yourself?
no, that's not literal. No,
Well, but you're
no.
getting something for yourself, by yourself, for yourself, right?
Yeah, it's self-responsibility and accountability.
Right. So it's
It's not
self-worship,
literally
essentially,
worship.
right?
It's not
So
literally.
you turn
Not
yourself into a
literally.
god. So
It's not literally worshiping anything.
well, what
No,
else? If you're the only real thing in the universe, then why wouldn't you?
it's not worship.
But under the doctrine, you don't believe in anything is real except for whatever you think is real. So then you're worshiping your thought, aren't you?
No, I said I take parts of that. Again, what did I just tell you? I don't hold anything as 100% true because nothing is 100%
Well, we're
true.
not saying
There's
you,
little bits of
but
truth. There's
Well,
truth in everything and lies in everything.
including
That's what I'm
yourself,
telling you. I'm not a
including yourself.
Discordian. I'm saying I take elements of it as well. Just like I do of animism, just like I do of esoteric forms of Christianity, just like I do of fucking parts of Islam from what I've talked to Muhammad about, just like I do of Luciferianism, just like I do of Gnosticism, just like I do of everything else.
For OMF, it was a testing ground, a neutral
That's what you're not
playground
getting.
where belief goes. The internet is the magic 21st century, and memes are the new
Okay,
weapons.
so
But I
the
still don't think
practice
everyone
itself is
fully
not a
understands
bad thing in
exactly
and of
what
itself.
memes
So a
truly.
Discordian can be trusted when they believe in nothing and for nothing.
It's a joke. Most people don't even know what the hell like it.
Well,
I mean, I think it's
this is
paranoid.
specifically
And
talking
why
about
they
it
are so
becoming a
powerful.
practice,
A
right? So
meme
this
is
is
the
so how's a
weaponization of
practice a
thought,
joke?
a psychic virus encoded in images, language, rhythm, and emotional charge. Richard Dawkins described memes as a unit of cultural information that acts like a virus, ideas that replicate and evolve like DNA. He had no idea he was outlining the mechanics of memetic warfare. OMF was a meme before memes existed. Every meme carries a symbol. This is the visual glyph, the face, the archetype. Every meme carries an emotion, the payload, the humor, disgust, awe, contempt, fear, irony, or euphoria. Each emotion is the payload. Every meme carries a script. This is the worldview, the behavior, or interpretation it is meant to normalize. When people remix, repost, or parody a meme, they are charging it with emotional energy. This is the
that
exact
is
same way
true.
chaos magicians charge a sigil through obsession, desire, or attention. The more eyes it reaches, the more belief and emotion it absorbs. A meme is a living idea, evolving to
Yeah, that's
bypass
not a
religion
religion.
and
That's
implant
This
science.
is where the
interpretive
fun
lenses.
begins.
But memes did not begin on the internet. They are not
That's
just simply
understanding how
images.
energy works.
And the
That's not a
intelligence
religion.
communities recognized this early. As early as the 1980s, the U.S. intelligence community had been
Nothing
studying
to believe
memes,
about it.
idea contagions.
It doesn't require belief.
There
That's
he
just
is,
how
the
energy
man,
works.
the myth, and the legend, Michael
That-
Tana.
That's how energy works. It doesn't require belief. It doesn't matter if you believe in it or not. It's still true regardless.
Right, but you're still like using
Okay, well that's
the
it.
technology.
Well,
Okay,
I'll
but
put it
the
like
technology
this.
is not a religion.
I'll put it like this. Apply it like this,
Do you
Twilight.
worship YouTube?
Let me finish. Let me finish, Twilight.
Do you worship YouTube?
I'm using it, I'll say.
In the sense of Dead Space.
It's
Okay,
absurd, dude.
shut up.
It's
Let's
absurd.
say that the markers were actually natural, okay, which technically in the Dead Space universe they are. Now, they took the markers and made it into a religion called, if I'm not mistaken, unitology. Yeah, unitology. So again, what we're saying is that you can take something natural or supernatural in a sense, but turn it into a religion. That's what we're getting at here. That's what we're saying. You can apply it in those terms. Just like with Resident Evil 4, with the parasites with the Los Illuminados cult, what were they worshiping? The bugs, because they thought that even though the bugs are technically natural in the Resident Evil universe, the cult saw them as gods. So, it depends on what context we're applying it here. And the way I see it is they'll take something completely natural and, go and worship it like, the sun, like George Carlin said,
Right.
well, at least I can see it, So again, it depends on the kind of context that we're wanting to say here. I mean, let's face it.
I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't people who treat it as a religion. Yes.
Let's just say
But
this.
that's individual.
People worship everything. I mean, there's someone out there who worships literally everything that's under the sun. So, I mean,
Yeah. They worship power. They worship money. They worship sex.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure. It's an idol. Yes. No, I get what you mean. Yes. But it's not in and of itself a religion. That's like saying science. Well, I mean, scientism. But, that's like saying cooking is a religion, or fucking, YouTube is a religion. Like, what? No. It's a technology.
yeah, I would say some things inherently aren't religion, but I guess in a way, in some contexts, you can turn it into a religion, even though, and it still wouldn't make sense in some contexts.
Well, no, I mean, there's people who I saw a documentary not too long ago, where they had like cult, where they it was like a Final Fantasy what do you call it? Like fandom type deal, and they had this girl and this guy who were telling people that in the fandom that they believed in what they called soul bonding, and they basically believed that they could be reincarnations of Final Fantasy characters, and they started an entire cult about this. So there's all kinds of kooky fucking religions out there, cults, whatever. They're cults, really. But the only difference between a cult and a religion is one is massively accepted. Totally different. But that's what they did, and come to find out, the people who started it were really just predators and using it to get, they would be like, oh, you remind me of this character, I think you're that character. Then they would be they would play out whatever character they were, and then get them close to them and try to get more out of them and manipulate them, and it was really dark. But Yeah, and then they went from Final Fantasy and then they went to like Hannibal and I can't remember the name. It was pretty wild. But yeah, people create all crazy cults and shit for sure.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
You don't want to be part of the My Little Pony cult?
You know, there probably is one. In fact,
There is
I'm
one,
sure.
and most of them are pedophiles.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, you'd have to be that.
Well, I can tell you from my dealings on Facebook, I can tell you a majority of the pedophiles that I caught had My Little Pony all over it. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
no, trust me, it got pretty fucking dark, and no matter what I sent, nothing was ever done about it. And then, like I said, all the Facebook pages magically disappeared, and there was some pretty fucking disturbing shit on there, and they did nothing about it. So,
well, you know, I mean, they don't do anything about it. They're
of course not. It's too much money in it, just like the health system, just like the drug system, just like the judicial system.
You know, I sent Jack videos about, you know, how bad Discord is now.
Oh, Discord. Look, I don't use WhatsApp, but I keep getting those WhatsApp ads about, you know, your messages are secure on WhatsApp. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's why Nigerians are over here hacking people's shit and stealing their stuff. But, you know, again, it goes to say that, you know, in this digital world, you know, think about like before, you know, modern crime abilities, you know, even back in the early, you know, 50s and 60s and 70s, they were collecting hair samples and samples. So that way, when technology did develop, you know, eventually they could. But look how many cases still haven't been solved because, you know, there's such an overload of unsolved cases. So, I mean,
yeah,
you know, it comes down to, you know, how many people are really trying to, you know, do good in your day. And let's just face it, a majority of people are just weird. I mean, let's face it, everyone has some weirdness to them. You know, let's not shy away from the realism here. Everyone's got something weird about them. But, you know, some people are just a little bit more open with their weirdness, and other people are a little bit more shadowy with their weirdness. So, I mean, I guess it really comes down to, at the end of the day, what are you as a person? You know, someone like me who has put their life on the line to save a child, you know, if you're ever around me and I catch you harming a child, you know, you probably won't, you know, like what Hardigan does to the yellow dude on Sin City, you know, you get my drift. So,
right.
You know, you're probably not going to be walking out with nothing but, you know, brain scalp pieces. But again, you know, that's the kind of world you're living in today, where obviously that's the kind of stuff that they're allowing to, and that's the kind of stuff that they're promoting. Like I said about the stuff that I was finding on Facebook, one I won't go too much into it, but like one of the pages I found, the literal profile picture. Now, I don't know if it was AI generated because it was pretty blurry, but it was a literal picture of a child with, you could tell it was like a pink or purple condom. And it was like just in her mouth. It wasn't, you know, like I went on the page, and the page was literally called I Love 11s or I Love 10s or something. And I went and I screenshotted everything. I immediately reported it to Facebook, and I always have 2 or 3 tabs for the 3-letter agencies usually open. And I sent it to the missing child's link, the actual thing where they're supposed to upload it automatically and begin searching for the child. And I never got an email back. I never got a phone call. I left them all my information. With not even 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes after I reported them to Facebook, I was still stalking the page, and I saw one of the people who were a member of the page comment and said something to the effect of like, they know, or someone's saying something. And by the time I had went back to the page, it was completely gone. And there's a few other, you know, just in the people you may know, like, I don't understand why it gives me some of the people that, like, it'll give me like luchadors, it'll give me trans people, and then like you go and look at some of these trans people friends, and then you go and look at their friends, and then you go look at their friends, and then you keep going down the rabbit hole, and then you get like, you know, your furries, then you'll get, you know, your normal like gay person every once in a while, you're lesbian or something, but then like you get someone who looks like they're dressed in a diaper, and then like what the fuck, and then you go and you'll click on the people who are friends with the diaper people, and then you realize that they're in a group full of people who literally, no shit, dude, who will go and dress like babies and defecate and piss in the diapers and shit. And these posts, dude, have hundreds of fucking hearts and likes on it, where grown men are sharing pictures of each other wearing diapers where they have soiled it. And it just goes to show that, like, dude, this is the honest to God truth of like the mental capacity of what, like, if I'll just put it this way, someone who just a few years ago I said to a trans person that you would drag me out by the head of my hair and crucify me and spit on me like y'all did Jesus, got me banned immediately for 30 days on Facebook. But yet you can sit in here and have a bunch of grown men sit here and fucking dress up as babies in a room with a crib and pacifiers and diaper bags and baby bottles, and sit here and sit on the floor like a baby and shit in their diapers and post their pictures. So I mean, and dude, that's not even half of the shit that I know for a fact that
I know
YouTube pushes. And Denizen can sit here and say, well, it's because you're viewing this content. I'm telling you, I myself, let me tell you something. A lot of the stores in my city, especially in the ghettos, are ran by Middle Easterns. Well, not really Middle Easterns, but they're like, they range from like Hindus to like maybe, you know, definitely Middle Easterns, you know, Indians and stuff like that. You know, the not Ibutus, fucking, the bibbity bobbities and stuff like that. You know, I'm trying to give a general range, you know, but they have a weird obsession with my, especially our child. The men will sit here and go out of their way and will buy candy for our kid. And no matter how many times you'll be like, no, don't buy no kid, you know, there's sometimes when I go into the store, I don't want to buy my kid something because he has already candy or something at home. I don't need to buy him anything. But they'll go out of the way to be only extra nice to my kid. Now, sure, it might be because it's the only white kid, maybe, you know, or, you know, maybe not extremely, you know, dark kid, because, you know, not everyone who goes to my store is black, but, you know, they do deal with a lot of black people there. So maybe they just, you know, appreciate when, you know, because we don't ever get involved with anything. You know, we get into the store, we buy our shit, we get out, you know. So, you know, still the point is that I know for a fact that, let's just put it this way, that at 4 different stores with those people, they have a weird obsession with our child. Okay. They will purposely go out of the way to like rub the top of his hand. And I expressed concern one time with the dude about it. Like, dude, I don't really feel comfortable with you putting your hand on my child. Like, even if you're being nice, like, I don't mind a fist bump, okay, or an elbow touch, you know, like we were doing during COVID or something like that. Or if you like want to walk behind the counter and say, go, like they do sometimes, they'll go like, go pick out something. But like 2 of the dudes, one, first of all, they're not someone who you would let around your child. I'm sorry, I know you're not supposed to base people based on their looks, but there's just some people who you would not let watch or let alone with your child. And then on Facebook, and the algorithm, dude, it gets very disturbing. And I'm telling you, YouTube knows it. I mean, not YouTube, Facebook. There's disturbing videos on Facebook where Indonesian or like usually like Filipino type people are purposely sexually, they don't like always show like their child's parts or stuff, but they will go out of their way to expose their children in compromising positions. And it's got like 5,000 hearts, and it makes no sense that if they know what this shit is really going on, but then you turn around and like look at the war content, like if these images of these people being crushed by the rubble, being blown apart are real, then what does that go to say about
every other bit of content, like with the OnlyFans things. You know, you can go
Right.
and literally look at your teacher if she has OnlyFans. So I mean,
Right.
you know, as long as you know you have an account that's 18. So I mean, again, that comes down to the point that, like, well, how do we
You
counteract
know,
it? Well,
OnlyFans actually got in trouble for getting kids, you know, like 16, 17 and forging their shit, or like they were just turning 18 and they like had like this whole cult.
yeah,
thing
but
going on.
in the end, unless, like, you know, unless 4,000 people are going to all sue these people all at once, you're never going to bankrupt, you know, something like Facebook, you know.
No, but I'm
Or
just
like,
saying I know exactly what you're talking about, man. So I don't think you're crazy or anything.
I don't.
I know
I know I'm not crazy. I know for a fact that there are things.
No, I know, but I
that
know a lot of
happen.
people are probably like, "That's crazy." But I know for sure that you're telling the truth because I've seen it with my own eyes. And people sell their fucking kids like it's really sick and twisted, and they do
Oh,
that
for
because
sure, for sure.
sometimes that's what they're doing, man. They're putting them out there like that because it's like, hey, this
What's
is the
wrong? What's
merchandise.
wrong? What's wrong, Twilight? Twilight, you don't want to go to the Philippines and go eat some bok bok and, you know, purchase a child.
Well,
Well, I hate to say it, but if you go see, well, it's not just the prostitution, but if you go and see some of the conditions that these little kids and children are living in some of the slum parts where they eat that bok bok chicken or pack chicken, whatever it's called, it's where they take chicken from the restaurants, of the finer restaurants, and the trash, and they dig it out of all the nasty trash and they rinse it off and cook it and sell it as chicken, and the people eat it, and it's called like bok bok or something like that. But if you go and see the condition, you know, obviously most of these like third world countries are the hot spots for human trafficking. And, you know, what it really goes down to is that, you know, what are we going to do about it? Can we really go over there and stop, you know, what 3 million people from doing what they're doing? I mean, you know, you can only do so much in a system. You know, even here in the United States, you know, what these people are doing on YouTube by exposing the pedos, whatever. If you're legit, you know, it's good and all, but, you know, I can tell you right now, as someone who did a neighborhood search, there's like 200 within a 10-mile radius of me. So it's pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
There's a guy who doesn't even live not even half a block down from me, who's not even supposed to be living around children, but he committed a grape in 1980. But yet he literally has a woman and a child who lives above him. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but obviously, like, I understand, you know, you do the crime, you know, you pay the time type of stuff. But again, you know, they're allowing a system, like with the crime that's been happening with the people being able to be able to steal. If someone like me right now were to go to my Dollar Tree, which I wouldn't do it to the guy who works the store anyway, but if I were to go and steal $900 from that store, I would probably be arrested, regardless if I were white or black. I would be arrested right now and put in jail for like a month for doing it and given a court date. Where, like, you have these people who are just brazenly, like, you know, these jewelry stores or whatever, where they're just, you know, 20 or 30 dudes are brazenly just breaking in, and no one's giving an absolute fuck whether or not, if, you know, they have, you know, a Draco and their pants are not ready to open fire on anyone who's inside the store or surrounding the store. So, you know, they're controlling the chaos, but, like, I mean, again, it's coming down to the, like, what's the point of it other than creating a societal snap? I mean, are they really just trying to, like, put us in a test tube, like Kenneth Copeland said about demons, and just trying to see how much we're willing to take before, as a society, we're actually tired of the living conditions? Again, like the Matrix, you have to realize every single way that we all live is a part of the Matrix. You're not free in any aspect, from no matter whether you're Bill Gates, like you said, Twilight. You know, if you really don't have a say in your role, if you're a human being and not some supernatural entity, you are a part of the Matrix, from Neo all the way up to, you know, who was the most human out of the programs. Well, I don't know about you, but it's Sati and
Neo was in the Matrix. Right, exactly. A lot of people miss that. Even Neo is still a pawn of the Matrix.
But again, you only have so much control, dude. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. And someone like me, I'm content in my role. If I have to LARP for free for the rest of my life to try to bring people to some state of awareness, I'm fine with that. That brings me with enough content than sitting here, lying and creating drama and getting paid for it and stuff like that. But again, what more can you do other than live in the time that you're living in and try to not be a psychopath and try to be, a decent person? Because whether or not good is good, I don't know, because I think I'm a good person, but I know I'm not. So, that's what it really comes down to, man, is, reality is not fucking easy at any point. I don't care how intellectual you are or how stupid you are. Reality is just not fucking easy. It's not easy having 5 fingers on each hand and a nose and eyes and a brain and vessels. Like, it's not easy being what we are. So
no,
take it what you will, but
true.
As someone who has seen things, I'd like to believe that there's more beyond this realm than just caring about sex and, video games and living and breathing. As much as I love life, I know that there's something that's beyond this that terrifies me. As much as I believe in Jesus Christ, I'm still terrified.
Well, they always say, God doesn't give you more than what you can handle.
Yeah,
And
we'll say that to people who jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
And I always used to say, well, then God must really think I'm a badass. Well,
I've known people who put guns in their mouths and blown half their brains out and still alive because they couldn't handle a little bullying. So I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Yeah.
I would definitely put it this way. As much as, I put faith in God, I definitely believe that, if he's there, he definitely has some type of obligation to at least answer a question or two. If you're going to throw me if he's the kind of God who's going to judge me by my actions and throw me in hell, then can I at least get, 3 questions like a genie before that happens? Can you at least give me, some type of satisfaction as I burn in eternity? Because, I'll just put it this way, what was the point of saving me at 9 years old from the demonic possession if you were just going to turn around and throw me in hell because you knew I was going to grow up and have sex one day? So life is a conundrum, man. Some of us play a very big, it's like that song that they play in The Prince of Egypt, the animated movie, when you look through your life through heaven's eyes, like the mountain part, is the rocks at the bottom any more important than the rocks that build the top? So
I don't see anything in the Bible that sex, not one verse. I think people like to find it, but it actually says quite the opposite. And if you think I'm joking, I can give you an example. I mean, it even talks about how it is better to marry and to be with someone than to burn with lust. And it talks about how you should honor your wife.
I agree. I agree with that.
Her breath shall be like a joy to you, or something along those lines. It gets pretty graphic, actually.
Oh, I know. Trust me. One of the first things I told my father.
I don't think God has an issue with sex.
One of the first things I told my father is there's a reason why God said a son will leave his mother and father and cling to his wife.
Right, and they'll become one flesh. Right, exactly. Yes.
Oh, trust me, God.
Schizophrenia.
No, God doesn't have a problem with sex. It's as long as you're doing it with one person only.
Yes, and I believe it's also the intention.
Yes,
Because
it's also the intention.
Yes, because people have sex and they do so completely blindly, completely animalistically.
Well, maybe Bonnie
know-
Blue has good intention when she sleeps with like
First off, Bonnie Blue was a male at one point. Okay,
Well,
so
what
let's-
I'm
let's
saying,
get that out.
what we're saying here, Neurojack, is God gonna throw me in hell because I don't get my wife pregnant every time I have sex with her? If I'm doing it in a love capacity compared to a woman who goes and has, sex with 5 guys and gets railed on camera.
no.
So
No, I don't think God cares at all about that. I think what God cares about is what, like I said, the intention. People have sex and they have kids and they don't have a plan at all. And they have sex out of lust without like actually loving each other. That's what's corrupt.
oh, what's wrong? I
That's-
thought you liked one night swinging.
Nah, bro. Maybe when I was like a fucking kid, but no, not at all, bro. Not at all. Not at all. I have to have a deep connection with somebody on a mental, physical, emotional, spirit, like all levels. And all relationships I've had have been long-term relationships. I've never had a relationship that was less than a few years. No.
That's why I always thought it was
you,
funny
sound,
when
you sound very religious right now.
when people want to deny that angels fell from heaven to have sex with women, because I'm like, I would have. I
Well,
can't imagine.
Aren't you judging people? Isn't that religious of you to judge people based on their free will choices?
I'm not judging them. They can take that up with their conscience and whatever they see as the divine. And if they don't see anything as the
That's
divine,
right.
well,
How
then
can you call us?
I guess they can judge themselves.
How can you call us a Christian nation if we execute people? We're not a Christian nation.
I said I don't have any one religion. I've never once said that I don't believe in God.
That's right. He can worship the spaghetti monster if he wants to. Who are you
That's
to
right.
judge, Neuro? Remember, ye without sin cast the first stone.
No, I believe in a God that transcends everything. So no, I believe in an almighty God that is beyond anything that we can even begin to comprehend.
I'm sure the glowing pair of eyeballs would agree with you.
And I think that's actually the problem, is because it's so far beyond our understanding. That's how people in power have had a way to, control people and make shekels off of them and put them in fear and guilt and shame and, whatever the fuck. And this is why I am so convinced that, whoever Jesus was, whatever his true message originally was, was manipulated and twisted and distorted to control people, when really the whole thing was about freedom. And they turned it into slavery. Like, that's really how I feel about it. I just don't believe it's the only truth. Test tube breaks. Yeah, right. Well, that's what they want. They don't.
Yeah,
they want to get rid of women completely.
Well, maybe if we're all having a bunch of gay butt sex, then all of our problems will be solved.
What's wrong with that?
Now we're having
have
butt
What do you
sex.
think about? What do you think about this
We can have-
background here? This
I
background
think
video?
I think it's cringe.
Are you saying that men can't get pregnant?
That was a good one.
Hey, only one way to find out. You're a scientist, aren't you?
That's right. In the name of science.
Take one for the team, Tommy. Just for the sake of science, though.
I don't know.
You want the communists to win, little Tommy?
I think everything's rigged.
I mean, we all know that men have periods. You know what bothers me the most is that they
Maybe I
get
need
to
to
a
write
point
my
of
movie.
technology. They get to a point of technology where they actually make that a possibility, and then they're like, "See, we told you." It disturbs the hell out of me because they already want to like create babies without wombs and shit.
Listen up, people. I am here and I want to help. This is our planet. Can I get a hurrah? What am I, invisible? Doesn't anybody care? Listen to me! I want one with relish.
And I want mine with mustard.
I want you to stop this insanity. What do you think you're doing?
I'm trying to make a living here.
And the planet is dying.
That's right. More shopping for the
I
masses.
can't get a pulse.
What the hell are you talking about?
There are 50,000 hot dog cows in Kansas alone.
So?
When those cows break wind, not only is it stinky, but it's cutting a hole in the ozone. Think of those hot dogs as 1 cubic foot of cow gas. Bon appetit.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend eating hot dogs or bologna or really any of the meat that's on the shelves today anyway. But yeah.
Should we go vegan or what?
Right.
No, but I definitely would say that if you're going to choose certain meats, you definitely should inspect them. But, get some more irradiated shrimp. What's wrong with it, right?
That's one of the videos, the beginning of all that.
Garrett Coleman, you better stop.
That's right. That's what I want to see. A black man in a dress. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see at 5 in the morning. Damn, can I at least get a hamburger?
That's what Chappelle said.
Well, hey, at least he's got money, right? At least he's not poor.
He's dead.
Allegedly.
And I feel vulnerable and I'm almost naked up in here.
I think so.
Fear not, my love. I have crossed oceans.
I do.
Of time to be with you.
You so crazy. You could have just called.
I want you to be mine for all eternity.
Listen, you don't know what you're getting into because I'm telling you, I'm just like a virus. Grind it up, huh?
See, now how much money would you get paid? This is even gayer.
I know, right?
I'm pretty sure it's anti-Semitic as well. So.
I think it actually makes. I think it actually
let's
makes.
face it. I think if you want to become famous, you're going to have to do something morally that goes against your code that you stand for.
Right.
Which is why I never got to go anywhere with my voice acting because I wouldn't take a dick in my ass.
Yeah.
Well, it's never too late.
No, that's right. Just to do Marvin the Martian for a Saturday morning cartoon.
It's never too late. The timing of that was just perfect.
Hi, boys and girls. Your friend Pee-wee has been on a new adventure, which is why it's time to buy the new improved Pee-wee dough. This one's even anatomically correct. That's right. Just like Fu Manchu. The new Pee-wee doll is a master of disguise. Not only that, the new Pee-wee doll comes with Turbo Fast. So little Pee-wee can beat this drum. beat most anything except a bum rap. So hurry on down to your local toy store and pick up the new Kiwi doll today. As always, pull my string and I'll talk. I have the right to an attorney. I have the right to remain silent.
And what if I did some charity work instead?
Yes, it's the new and improved Kiwi Dolphin Sleezo. Kiwi's born.
That's right. Hee hee ha ha. They hire actors to keep you docile to make you laugh.
I think Jim Carrey's trying to sell us the truth.
Cable access. Channel 62 presents.
Are we done?
Well, like, have you ever had $50,000? You wouldn't wear a dress for $50,000 and put on some lipstick.
Think of all those hungry children you could feed with the game.
That's right. Think about all them human dollar hamburgers you can buy. Well, with inflation, it's probably like $5, but. I don't know, man.
Because it's not about putting on the dress, what the dress symbolizes. And it's that you're their bitch.
It's letting out your inner femininity. Like Nemo.
If it was just putting on the dress, then maybe. But what it actually symbolizes and what it actually like means.
Probably.
Well, duh.
For real though.
I agree.
I think it's fucking hilarious.
I am Adolf Nigler, breaker of bucks, shaker of thugs.
My food is cold and my EBT stamps got canceled. This is unacceptable.
So is this what we've become?
Did it make you laugh?
The normalization
Is this better? Sorry, let me make you feel more at home. Is this better for you?
What the fuck? A little.
Okay, good. Okay, at least we're on the right track. I had this one going earlier. I thought this was really good. Tell me if you detect the pattern.
No, look there.
What the fuck is with the brooms though? For real, that's a little strange. What the fuck?
That's how we do it.
This is how we do it. That's a good song, dude.
Get used to it.
Oh, there you go. Spin that droodle. That joodle.
This is a real event. I heard this is what
Is that like an amusement park? What the fuck?
I don't know, but I think I want to go. I think I want to go.
How are they doing that?
It does look like a pretty fun ride.
This is probably.
How are they doing that shit?
This is probably the. This is probably.
Is that like
Quidditch? This is like.
Are those, yeah, right? It looks like it. Are those,
I'm gonna get
are those like? Are those like? What do you call it? They use like you ever see like the Masked Magician? Yeah, like tables and shit. You know? You ever see like the Demon Magician shit? You ever see that?
Yeah, I have seen that.
Some of it's really ridiculous, but some of it they actually have a point. Actually, this is me.
I think some of it's real. To be honest with you, like I think.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying it. I'm saying I agree. I don't think it's all necessarily nefarious, but I do believe that they are using false powers to do it. Some of it. Because some of it's just like really wild.
I think you're right.
Like mostly the stuff that's like right there, like in front of normal people. I mean, I guess some of it could still be somewhat, altered. There could be some people that like appear like they're normal people and they might not be, but like there's a small percentage of it. I would say most of it is kind of like, no, they really are just really good at magic. But there's some of it that is just like, whoa, like, I mean, that's better than the gay shit. Sure.
I try to keep you entertained.
And it's like AI too, and that just shows you how like.
No, it's actually not. I think that's real, actually. But...
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
it's real. Yeah, it is.
it didn't look. What?
No, that's real. That is real. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, I didn't see any faces, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, I don't know why I got cut off, but there is faces actually in the.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
just the skin looks like not quite natural. Are you sure?
It's where they're at. It's when you go to the other side of the world, like the sun does look like that. So I know that's like I'm not joking. Like it actually does really look like that.
No, I've seen a lot of different skin tones. Well, I mean, that's really like. I like that. Let's put it that way then. That's real. No, it's nice. Yeah. Yeah, man. My favorite transgression by far.
What is this called?
Gay.
Pay.
Oh, pay.
What is this called?
Gay.
Yes.
Yes.
What is this called?
Wait, what? It always mutes it a little bit before, so I don't always like notice immediately.
I don't
know why it does that.
No,
but
the
it's
pictures
always
are
annoying.
showing like two men in a situation, and it has like words that are like it. So it gives you like an empty word. It's like all the words are 3-letter words, and it looks like two gay guys, and so she says like gay, and then the word is actually like pay, and then it's like it's like two other gay guys in the thing, and it says, and she says gay again, and it's like two, and it says like gas, and then it's like, so the whole time it's like she thinks it's two gay guys because the picture is like intended to make you think it's gay, but she keeps saying gay over and over, but it's actually like.
Yes.
But yeah, no more gay stuff, I guess.
Yeah. I like straight stuff. That's cool. But yeah.
This whole thing has been gay.
It's pretty gay from the very beginning.
No.
We have a lot of viewers, but there's like nobody commenting, so I don't know what that means. But...
Yeah.
It's always interesting.
I get that. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, are you guys tired and sleepy?
Sleep.
He
Sleep
disappeared.
Sleep is the cousin of death.
Sleep is a side effect of being gay.
I sleep when I die.
I know it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a side effect of being gay.
That's right. It's only for the gay. Well, I guess we'll end it here just because I will be gay and sleep. So
Everybody is being gay right now.
getting all tired.
Maybe they all fell asleep.
I think so.
No,
We're the last two men standing, so technically speaking, we're not gay as them.
Yeah. We're hetero. Hero.
Yeah, unlike some people in the chat, sitting down there ain't saying nothing. But yeah, I will end this. I actually just wanted to let it run all night, but that's probably not a good idea because nobody's here. So, I mean, you're here,
Right.
but I don't want to unless you want to just host it by yourself. I mean, I'm cool with that.
Well, I mean, if I could share screen and shit, that would be great. But
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could if you can, but I don't know if you can or not.
no, I can't. That's the problem, unfortunately, because I'm on my phone.
Well, that's gay.
So right, yeah, it is kinda gay.
Phones are gay.
But I'm not. I could just be kind of funny.
Huh?
That would be kind of funny. But I couldn't like do anything if anybody tried to like come in or
Yeah, I know. Well,
that's the thing. So I'd be like completely.
let me see. How do I don't know. I'm trying to
by
figure
my
out.
own. By my lonesome.
There's probably some way I could do that. I don't know. Let me see.
Lonesome and hetero.
All by my own lonesome out here. All right. Well, I will sleep. Let me see if I can figure this out. I'll see if I can make you a something or another. Let's see. Oh my God. I'm saying some more. No. Do you really want to host?
Oh wait, you know what? I forgot. I am gay because I'm in a relationship with a woman, and according to Nick Fuentes,
that's the gayest thing possible.
I'm fucking gay, right?
I knew it.
Yeah. Yeah. Read some of my book. Oh man, Jesus Christ. It's becoming a monster. I had to use AI just to fucking like get all the different topics like coherent, because I kept having more and more ideas, and I created this like master list. I can send it to you, like the index, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, send me some of your book when you can.
It's ridiculous, man.
I knew it.
I can't see it. Yeah, right? Yeah.
All about them daggone walk on going over there trying to some day, I'm saying to come over there. And
I'm telling you, man, them things is real, bruh. Them things is real. Them things is real. But they don't have any power
I was out there in
outside.
the pumpkin patch one night and I saw them Marcon coming over down there and they was on there and talking about me.
Yeah, right there. You sound like Boomhauer.
I'm not gonna try coming over down there trying to tell me what to do and don't like that very much. I'm trying to tell him how he ain't gonna leave you, boy. You told me what I'm gonna do. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. And you tell me what you gonna do, and then we're gonna have no problem there, no way.
It's them goddamn Anglos. You don't blame no fucking Anglos. Blaming them.
I ain't gonna come out here and have fun Bullshit. We just offended everybody today.
Good.
What's sad is like I really don't want to.
I feel accomplished.
You feel like what?
I feel accomplished.
Uh oh.
When I've offended people, I feel accomplished. Yeah.
And
I think it's
you're
great.
you're one of them damn offenders.
I think the guy made the frogs gay, and so we shouldn't judge them.
How dare you, sir?
Look, man, gay and bisexuality is normal in nature, okay?
Well, did you find that out in one of your books?
Yes, sir.
I know. Should have burned them damn things a long time ago.
Richie Dawkins.
Hey, that's Saint Richard Dawkins to you, boy.
Yeah, right.
I always
Oh,
knew
man.
he was one of them dang old suffering succotashes.
Yeah. He's a fucking charlatan. He's a charlatan.
He has a cool name though, Dickie Dawkins.
Yeah. You gotta read The Science Delusion. That's the good one.
Sounds like something a homosexual to read.
He wrote the God Delusion. You know, he wrote the God Delusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a book called The Science Delusion.
Was that written by Jeffrey Epstein?
No, but Jeffrey Epstein did not hang himself, and he probably isn't dead either. But
Yeah, I'm happy about that. He's my hero. Saint.
yeah, I think he actually gave his life.
Gave his life for the game.
Where he came, I think he's coming back though.
I was gonna say something really blasphemous, but I'm gonna stop myself from saying.
I think I covered it for you. I didn't realize how bad it was till I said it. And I'm not even religious anymore, and that was still kind of fucking bad.
That's funny though.
It's kind of funny, right? No, because I mean, how the fuck could Epstein be a good guy? Like, what the fuck? I know, like, his niece did this interview talking about him, and she's like, he had his problems, but he wasn't like some of these other people, you know. And it's like, you know, maybe to some level, but I mean, there's
He was
like
he was a sex trafficker with a heart of gold. They're probably gonna make a Broadway musical.
Well,
about it next
well, no. See, they try to say that he actually wasn't. That's the spin, right? And then he kind of got caught up. And Ghislaine Maxwell, I know, actually was the one in charge. I do know that's true. And she was with, you know, our most trusted ally, you know, because her father was like a super fucking spy. He was like a quadruple agent, legit.
Well, she's definitely an Anglo, as far as I know.
Right. Yeah. So definitely. Oh.
I mean, I'll admit though, she was pretty though, for an Anglo.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Wait, what?
You don't think so? Come on, man.
I don't think I've ever looked at her. And considering what she did, I don't think I ever could. I guess I will, though. I don't know. That's terrifying to even think about. To be honest, considering what she did. Like, even Virginia Duffrey said that that she was way worse than Epstein. Now, does that mean that he was like some fucking like blackmailed fall guy? I don't think so. I mean, even his niece said that he had fucking problems. He was like, but what she basically said is that he was like with like teenage girls, like older teenage girls, and he wasn't really like torturing them or like any of this crazy shit. And she said that this cult that has existed within her family for millennia is up to the real shit. The blood drinking, the fucking, the ritualistic torture and murder and sacrifice and cannibalism and all that crazy shit.
So what do you think of this one?
And so she said that he like didn't have anything to do with that. And so I think this might be where this idea is coming from.
So what do you think of this picture here?
But she herself was a survivor, so it's weird. Like, why the fuck? What picture? What am I seeing? What am I looking at? No. I mean, she has assets, but I mean, that's about. No.
Come on, man.
But again, nah, man.
All right, you're verging into anti-Semitic territory, so we're gonna have to have a conversation about that.
She has nice assets, though. I'll give you that for sure.
Daggone straight, you're gonna give it to her.
No.
No, I'm making fun of this because like everybody takes it so seriously, like to the point where like I
Right.
think it's just like a part of the psyop where they're like, oh my god,
Well,
moral outrage, lower.
I mean, yeah. Well, no, it's just, I mean, think about this for a second. Anytime you think of her like that, just remember, like, what was inside her.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if she's fucking legitimately, doing things to children, bro, like, what does that mean?
Well,
where was her body parts?
Look at this right here. Oh man.
Well, that's clearly older. That's when she was young.
That's when she was still like
Okay. Well, right. Okay. How old is she? Something tells me she's probably pretty old.
Probably like 60 now. I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
What's that girl's name? Marina Abramovich is like 70 something.
Yeah.
Or some crazy shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't really age. It's kind of insane.
All that
79. She's 79.
All that blood drinking.
Fucking mental. Right. And that's kind of what, yeah.
You sound vampirophobic.
Yeah, so she's 63 now. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I am actually.
You know it.
Anti Anti-vampire for sure.
Anti-Vampirification League is gonna contact you soon.
Yeah, I'm more team werewolf. No, I'm kidding.
Say what?
I was made to watch that fucking shit by my ex.
Which one?
Twilight.
Yeah. Oh, Twilight. Do you sparkle in the sunlight?
Huh? Yeah. Right.
You know
Yeah.
that? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The Mind Star, that is, of course.
Mm-mm.
Twinkle, twinkle, Mind Star, where are you? Find you far. Come on, man. You know the words.
Yeah. Yeah. Find far. That's crazy.
Twinkle, twinkle, Mind Star, come on, find you really find far. Then we're gonna have a mind war. Then we're gonna find far. Then we're gonna have a Mind Star. Then we're gonna find a far.
Mm-hmm.
You like that? That's a nice little
Yeah.
lullaby. I sing that to the iconic children every night before I sleep.
Giorgiani seems to really like him.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Right.
Or it could be like a secret hate review.
Well, I mean,
Could be some of that causal compassion.
hey man, I can get into the acausal realm. I got all kinds of.
Just make sure you don't get into the gay causal black hole. You'll never get out.
No.
The gay causal. You gotta watch out.
You never get out.
All right, I'm gonna end this thing now because I'm about to pass out. Before I fall into a gay hole, instead of a K hole. Get it?
Yeah, I don't do. Right. Yeah, I don't fall into a K hole either. Or a G hole.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Bad time.
It's okay. We'll
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
they're run by G Unit.
The what? The jihad unit?
They're run, yeah.
Well, hopefully next time we can get this all-nighter and we'll find different hosts and stuff. I'll set it up next time.
Yeah.
All right, man. Invite the peoples. Peace out.
child prodigy. Math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in '69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the minds built. Then something causes mine to tilt. A course solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the six-finger hand. Booby drop a box and shock the populace with wishful plans, initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto of Kaczynski's war. Life in seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI, throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tipping point that notified his family with suspicion leading to his arrest. His brother recognized his writing style and mission to death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go?
That's the American dream. That's what my mother and father worked like dogs all their lives for. Get him up.
Who the hell is this guy?
This is Ball. 20.
And now, he's here.
Look at us, man. Look at you. Everybody out there's getting paid but us. And I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna change it.
So you're gonna go out there and you're gonna do something stupid?
Somebody is getting fucking shot. I got a plan to get us out of here.
I know you want out for your family. You're just going about it the wrong way.
There is no wrong way. There's no wrong way out of here.
The blood our family spilled marked the
Start
beginning
in
of
the
the most
state,
violent
it
century
insists.
the world has ever known.
Organicist, technospecialism, pedagogic authoritarianism, and territorial sectorization that culminates in mass innumeracy, irrespective of its configuration as a behavioral crisis. The suppression of popular numbering practices of both result and presupposition of institutionalized mathematics. State culture, however modern, is modeled upon an idea of the word commoditized artists signifies all its succession. Global activity and separation when resurrection displaces superiority, pressing straight down, verbalizing stability, and exercising separation. Does so from more and more grudgingly by discursive specialism, rigid professional accreditation, elusive criteria, and linguistic technicism, and also by the trajectory of autopiloted megaphone, now criticized and exercised. Numerous defines popularity, however global, penetrating, numbering practices,
All you want is your money, huh? Your filthy money. You ain't even a good fucking liar. It's the same old shit.
Who do you think I am, motherfucker?
20.
That's my business. That's what I do.
20 minutes before it blows.
Yo, chill. Yo, fuck chill.
Sleeping with the enemy. Come down to a choice between the unthinkable and the impossible. Branded his theory paranoid. Branded his theory paranoid. Branded his theory paranoid. Branded his theory paranoid.
logicize or geometrize it. Valorizations of analog subtlety and unrepresented by contrast, reduction remedio to a static program. It articulates itself within terms that are on both sides only and autonomous. It's related to the extension number or analog differentiation. correspondence or conformity, and combine
sitting here on your ass.
register between
die out there.
to connect
At least we take a shot. We owe it one.
It is only by way of
I'm talking about killing that big
combinations that the number switch uses capacity.
Jesus Christ, give us a break! You've got to be fucking nuts!
Affected each time.
Look, I've got a wife, but
Nobody gives a shit
series
about me. I'm not one of us. I don't believe it. You're a fucking company man.
Godalization produces, compacts, and deploys a heterogeneous aggregated sequence of natural numbers, where it enters solely into external syntheses with ordinal characteristics. Simultaneously, and a surplus product, it installs a virtually disaggregated assemblage of unlimited potential, composed of consecutively decompacted numerical singularities, marked in another register, as ordinally tagged prime factors sequenced by ascending values. Each golden number is produced as an intrinsic twinning of aggregated numeric particles, disaggregated polysemiotic frames, abstract bytes. Common pattern exists in prime number series. Godalization renders this question ecumenical critical by definitely indicating that an explicit number data constitutes a definitional surplus values, potentially realizable as synchronic tokens. It also makes the question absolutely primitive by using a fragment of this surplus, a disaggregated macroparticle function as the encoding appendix, featuring a plan-on-sized virtual envelopment of all ecumenical traces, including any axiomatic number. Any number of natural numbers might potentially disaggregate into systems of lateral anti-logic, but effectively scramble axiomatizations. When godalization codes the number on the side, it is in order to produce, or an absolute decoding anti-stratification numbers. A numerically extraneous coding model, more precisely, an exemplary instance of executive isomorphic or nuclear stratosemiotics of the most exalted kind. It uses cosmic transition at the level of the abstract machine. It marks a passage in intensity, concurrent with the comprehensive enveloping by surplus pattern of ecumenical, numeric engulfing of ecumen, fractal segmentarity, and laterally disrupted codings and axiomatics at any level, rolled together in a single immense catastrophic event, fully realized in planaric potentials on the outside. On one side, the number feast cardinality, innovative polyordinal machinery, semiotic surplus values, without flanked over codings. On the other side, but simultaneously, the number opens a line of flight that escapes metrics towards cardinality, compressing it 6 Euclid. Since primes consist of a proportional diminishing selection, the set of metrons, projected finite metrics confidently anticipates their cardinal subsumption. Introducing isomorphy makes sense first. Why not get infinities to count each other? Produce abstract counting criteria by virtually interzipping an ending series. What rules things onto a line of flight is the missing piece. A criterion is required, differentially estimating the cardinalities of some natural infinities. Nothing turns up. The problem is confounded when a definition is needed for the threshold of infinity. How to determine the first transfinite set? The naturals provide a model for countability, capability to execute an abstract count, even endless, by exhaustive steps. Use another infinity to count through the abstract machine tree, as long as it doesn't miss any steps. If the end is already there, from the perspective of infinity, then extensive prolongation loses its prominence. The first non-favored set must already be intensively infinitized, introducing sufficient recursion as the principle of transfinite magnitude. For a set to avoid being uncounted, relegated to finity, a minimum of recursivity is required. The first transfinite set must be isomorphic with a subset of itself, first recursion to an infinite power. Cardinality melts into schizophrenia precisely here. Every countable set crossing into transfinite recursion threshold flattens onto a single hyperbound. Far left zero. Primes do it, and anything doing it doesn't return to finite power, so an infinite number of prime subsets do it, which means in turn. When the transfinite happens, it feeds straight into itself, becomes instantaneously transfinitely larger than itself. Then diagonals cling in. Arithmetical consistency, for example, 1 divided by 3 times 3 equals 1, applies the equation 1 equals 0.999 recurring, and thus a necessary expanded form for each number, expressed in as many decimal places as there are numbers in a countable infinite series of R-F0. An ordered set of such numbers draws a matrix, which has two sides, defined by diagonals which function as cutting edges, defining a boundary by crossing it in the direction of consistency. They count as Leibnizian monads, each replicating a universe inside itself, the complexity of each being no less than that of the whole. Equally, they count spinozistic bodies, whose intrinsic latitudes map extrinsic relations, constituting a strict parallelism between intensive and extensive cosmos. When cartography charts bodies by latitude and longitude, it construes them as diagonalizing. Diagonals are lines of flight. They connect two elements outside the totality, drawing trajectories between the absolute crossings, marked by hypertense ecumenical planomic magnitude. Diagonal method activates an inexhaustible innovative potential. It exploits capabilities no greater than those presupposed by a prospective completion, which it then subverts by finding an extraneous item relative to any list, even an infinite one. It does so by constructing a number that varies from the already listed number in its decimal or fractional module place that leads. This is most economically exemplified by a deterministic diagonalism produced when all the numerical values are expressed in binary, not equals to notation. The series of diagonal variations will then be strictly programmed by simple alternation, flip 0 to 1, and inversely, by recursively encoding each new number in the exceeded list and re-diagonalizing in time. Transfinite set of extranumerated items generates itself automatically. What has been discovered? Transfinite cardinality number 2, ultimate continuum, an absolute change, touched diagonally, as what comes next, after ecumenic totality has finished in intensity. At cardinality, continuum magnitude becomes countless, disengaging metrics from comparative countability. Cantor slides across schizophrenia, Milner's non-zone magnitude is occupied without being counted. A smell like something burning in the strata. Outside it's planomic now, and the numbers are swarming. organicist techno-specialism, pedagogic authoritarianism, and territorial sectorization that culminates in mass innumeracy. Irrespective of its configuration as educational crisis, the suppression of popular numbering practices is both a result and presupposition of institutionalized mathematics. State culture, however modern, or even postmodern, is modeled upon an ideal despotic voice, logos. The word from on high drafts the signifying chain, with all its essential features, unique enunciator, semantic interiority, consecutive signs, formally anticipated conclusion, global application, and interpretative redundancy. When the entropic semiology of senescent states multiplies enunciation, referentially displaces interiority, marks graphic spatiality, localizes applicability, and infinitizes interpretation, it does so under the sign of an unperturbed ineffable logos, confirmed all the more grudgingly by discursive specialism, rigid professional accreditation, elusive criteriology, and linguistic fetishism, as also by the contemptuous imperial and autopiloted megapower, now crystallized into exact science. The numeracy finds to a lyricism, popularity, which no literacy, however blurred, inappropriate, numbering practices emerge spontaneously than any and becomes an effective multitude. Games, music, money, as time marking practices all spread contagious influence of the primary humanity elements. Calculation mobilizes a thinking that is directly and effectively exterior, indexing the machinic dispersion or an organic distribution level. No sooner on the head than a furious independence, counting all that happens on the outside. Already a number, mixed in irreducible hybrids by counting techniques and apparatus, counting point, averages, currency tokens, and calendar devices. Even when socially potentiated by 7 societies, number evidences residual effective, currency, asymmetry, and eminent criteria. The mechanism potentiated numerical culture coincides with no man or machine. The number is distributed within itself into two principal bubbles. On plan nominal exists intensive and sheer nominality, or non-measurable dominant series. Semiotic consistency is intensive side of the number, involves nothing but sequence and ciphers, indifferent between naming and numbering, marking degrees of heterogeneous continuum, nested singularities, mutation levels are flat or nomadic, lacking organic linkage to code or zoning agencies. They are assembled diagrammatically from directly expressive rings distributed directly in a flat space of zero dimensionality, no loops, and comprise a non-redundant order of differences, unsequenced sequence, immanently producing variation of absolute speed, temperature, curvature, vortex. In its ecumenic aspect, number undergoes complex interlocking modification, which requires quality, generality, quantitative language, cardinality. The simultaneous intensive transformation, stratocapture, proceeds through twin extensive switching, cancelling differences and realisms, resolving hidden quantities, by constituting a second registry, qualitative difference. In turn defined by the uncancellable problematic component, the difference in some intensive number is expression, the latter by a greater plasticity of function and diversity of method, comprehension of content. Stratification at any level, not only anthropomorphic or ethoplastic, requires processes effectively equivalent to the double seizure of the number, with production of an extensive substitutability by scale, type, split articulation, and displaced problematic. Stratified differentiation is at once an intensively singular and an extensively segmented occurrence, by way of which the equivalent consolidates an overall distinction from the planomenon by internally bifurcating itself. The abstract machine is drawn into the equivalent by a stratically coherent diplome or schizothesis, effectively recomposing the problem of consistency, intensive difference, at the level of content, but in the terms of expression. The number in itself is exterior to the equivalent, even when seized by it. An external relation of capture is always precursory to the organization of internal relations. A preliminary indicator is provided by the semiotic variability, or polynotational cohesion, that characterizes the number in its ecumenic aspect. At the anthropomorphic level, the most inert numeric system is instituted by linguistic science, combining a vocabulary of number names and a set of rules to construct partial sentences or complex words, isomorphic or rationals. If these signs are to provide even rudimentary completeness, they must necessarily undergo considerable decoding, abstraction of rules for local construction, tokenization of signs. They are also marked by high levels of indexization, zonal functions, formal or informal algebraism, notable problematic, or indicative signs, and an exactitude, oddities, approximations, margins of inaccuracy, uncertainty, and error, etc. There is a reciprocity between logicization of the number and numerical decoding of language, entangling consolidations of identity, mathematical thematics, complementary movements of disorganization through external relations, calculus problematic. The general denigration of those hazily conceived modes of linguistic arithmetization classified as numerology is often assumed to be the effective closure of an exotic but inconsequential cultural episode. The sterile and formulaic character of most modern numerology, its random esotericism and theatrical aura, reinforces this conclusion. It is in such terms that the strange metamorphosis of Greek numeracy during the 2nd century BC, when the Attic numerals were replaced by an alphabetical number system, is both radically marginalized and overtly uncomprehended by modern historians of mathematics. Similarly, the ordinal numeracy instantiated by Roman and modern Latin alphabets is generally excluded from accounts of arithmetic culture, where the contest between Roman and Hindu-Arab numerals is given overwhelming predominance. This entire pattern of evaluation requires substantial correction. The unmistakable trend towards an eclipse of cardinality, intrinsic arithmetical value, in alphabetic numeracy, does not imply the termination, or even a weakening, of its numeracy. That such a conclusion is drawn, owes much to the overt secular triumph of cardinality over ordinality within Occidental civilization, the effective outcome of programmatic metricization, associated with the relative ascent of money, and descent of the calendar as cultural factors. Far from denumerizing the alphabet, progressive decardinalization reinforces its numeric function. By eliminating quantitative interference, it induces a superior actualization of pure lexicographic numeracy, meticulously assembles socially distributed ordinal probabilities, and increasingly installs itself in digital electronic processes, alphabetic and alphanumeric sorting. Lexicographic ordinality effectuates an actual non-language and potential anti-language. It is indifferent to phoneticism and to signification, even to coding or decoding. It consists of ordinal and distant zone tags that affect zones and dezones, intershufflings, groupings, insertions, and extractions, operated according to concrete rules for non-metric cuttings, and characterized by rigorous and exactitude. This mass or microsegmentarity and quantification into abstract data. On the other hand, the correlative analog ideal of homogeneous continuum is tuned in complementarity with deepened discretizations at a number of levels, organizing the separation of qualitative variation by digitally coded topic, domain, and drawing upon compensatory formalizations of discrete notational elements to program its application, such as algebraic designators of generic terms used in the semiotics of real numbers, technical vocabularies supporting the function of meters, readouts, and adjustments. Mathematico-calculated segmentation of the ecumen and mutually stabilizes and interactively consolidates systems of expression and content in accordance with the divisional functions of an abstract machine that remains unsegmented, as intensively divisional singularity on its planomic pole. Mechanomic cytogenesis of the numbering number composes a counter-mutuality, desolidarization, disengagement, and dislocation of static interdependence, twin to a flat fusion or convergence that collapses segmentarity. It mixes a decomplication in the direction of subnaturals, primes, and hyperprime orders with a planomic flattening and cardinality onto non-punctual tropics, cosmic noma magnitudes condensing equatorially, as intensity degree 0 of the megamolecule. Multiplicative arithmetical operations take on a strictly ordinal function when used within abstract pragmatic systems of non-metric numerical composition. Multiplex segregation and disaggregative factorization are the keys to an intrinsically bivalent, or zygonymous, ordinal numbering practice, employing a small number of consistent and reversible conversions to machinically potentiate primes as singular, or non-substitutable, ordinal parts. The susceptibility of each natural number to unique factorization and reaggregation realizes a basic modal difference internal to it, and engages it with a heterogeneous external system. Both procedural MPlex, compacted factorization schema, and interordinal linkage, matrices of prime natural cross-sequencing. It is this double ambivalence that connects the number to the secret, and makes of primes the principal components of cryptographic systems, in which they function as keys, abstract operators for the aggregative, locking and disaggregative, unlocking of multiplicities. The distinction between the modes of the number, aggregated, disaggregated, is purely semiotic, though not signified. It concerns notational ambivalence with consistent designation, switches in compositional phase of a single heterogeneous magnitude. In contrast, the difference between prime series, traits of content, and its ordinates, traits of expression, is real, regulated by analogical distribution without correspondence or conformity, and complying with the difference in register between rigorously interconnected heterogeneous series. It is only by way of its aggregate or disaggregated ordinations that the number switches its capacity for modal conversion into a synthetic power, effected each time a member of the prime series becomes determinable as such, by passing into the register of a different series. Such ordinal dezonings and rezonings upon the natural number series occur each time a compositional number disaggregates into singular parts, effecting codings and decodings as surplus values. Or a prime transfers itself to the ordinality that itemizes it into the potential factor of another group. Incorporeal transformation of 1931, the punctual initiation of codal coding potential, produces an instantaneous planomic mutation slanted towards nomadic multiplicities, virtually enveloping ecumenic segmentarity into a side process of flattening numerical systems. Godel numbering accomplishes a revolutionary redirection of Kantianism, according to a nomad rather than a Copernican schema, by turning it towards the operationalization of transcendental synthesis as method, and away from the programmatic exhaustion of a self-limiting analytical endeavor. It converts the Kantian discovery of numerical synthesis from doctrinal commitment to procedural machinery, subsuming philosophy into transcendental arithmetic, with annihilating critique of the Hilbert program as surplus product. Godalization sets arithmetical diagram against axiomatic model, shattering semantic interiority by infecting organizational overcodings with numerical difference, synthesis, or external relations. It organically systematizes an arithmetical counterattack against axiomatization, a methodical reflattening of applied isomorphic code and metacode onto metamorphic potential number. From the perspective of transcendental arithmetic, Gödel coding nests within Gödel number, where it is produced as a coherent supplementary subsystem of numerical polyfunction, the surplus value of code. On its sheerly numerical side, Gödelization produces, compacts, and deploys a heterogeneous aggregate of a sequence of natural numbers, where it enters solely into external syntheses with ordinal characteristics. Simultaneously, and as surplus product, it installs a virtually disaggregated assemblage of unlimited potential, composed of consecutively decompacted numerical singularities, marked in another register as ordinally tagged prime factors sequenced by intended values. Each Gödel number is produced as an intrinsic twinning of aggregated numeric particle and disaggregative polysemiotic trait, abstract virus. How much pattern exists in the prime number series? Gödelization renders this question ecumenically critical by definitely indicating that an explicit number pattern constitutes undelimitable surplus values, potentially realizable as synchronic decodings. It also makes the question absolutely cryptic by using a fragment of this surplus, a disaggregative macroparticle function as the encoding appendix, to trigger planomoseismic virtual envelopment of all ecumenic tracings, including any axiomatic number theory. Any number of natural numbers might potentially disaggregate into systems of lateral antilogies that effectively scramble axiomatizations. When Gödelization codes the number on the side, it is in order to produce, or to reach, an absolute decoding and destratification numbers. A numerically extraneous coding model, more precisely, an exemplary instance of executive isomorphy, or nucleus stratosemiotics of the most exalted kind, induces cosmic transition at the level of the abstract machine. It marks a passage in intensity, concurrent with the comprehensive envelopment by surplus pattern of ecumenic order, numeric engulfing of ecumena, crashed segmentarity, and laterally disrupted codings and axiomatics, at any level, fold together in a single immense catastrophic event, fully realized in planomic potentials on the outside. On one side, the number flees from cardinality, innovating polyordinal machineries and semiotic surplus values, without flank overcodings. On the other side, but simultaneously, the number opens a line of flight that escapes metrics towards cardinality, compressing it to absolute, uncountable magnitudes. A compositional numeric scrambling of expression, Gödelian transcendental arithmetic, virtually interoperates with a diagonal diagrammatic disruption of content, Cantorian planotectonics. Both start from the strata, isomorphically interlocked segmentary metastases with complementary dynamics. Gödelization turns isomorphism into side process virus, unlocking metricization by dismantling superordination of expression. Cantor diagonals run the isomorphy the other way, down through ecumena, into vague Carter spaces of problematic content, where it hystericizes against continuum. Metric collapse into planomic hyperdensities. Make of cardinality itself a measure of isomorphic potential. The result is a transfinite analysis of sets, flush with torsional nomos, where orders of containment are topologically disinteriorized by an absolute warping. According to metric intuitions, conformity with finite strata, a set that contains another within itself evidences superior cardinality. The natural number series is the crucial case. It is clearly not the first countable infinity, but the nth, where n is itself an infinite number. Innumerable infinities are nested by the naturals, amongst which preeminence belongs to the primes, demonstrably endless since Euclid. Since primes consist of a proportionally diminishing selection from the set then extensive prolongation loses its prominence. The first non-finite set must already be intensively infinitized, introducing sufficient recursion as the principle of transfinite magnitude. For a set to avoid being outcounted, relegated to finitude, a minimum of recursivity is required. The first transfinite set must be isomorphic with a subset of itself, first recursion to an infinite power. Cardinality melts into schizophrenia precisely here. Every countable set crossing into transfinite recursion threshold flattens onto a single hypervalue, Rf0. Primes do it, and anything doing it does it to a transfinite power, so an infinite number of prime subsets do it, which each in turn. When the transfinite happens, it feeds straight into itself, becomes instantaneously transfinitely larger than itself. Then diagonals click in. Arithmetical consistency, for example, 1 divided by 3 times 3 equals 1, implies the equation 1 equals 0.999 recurring, and thus a necessary expanded form for each number, expressing it with as many decimal places as there are numbers in a countable infinite series, Rf0. An ordered set of such numbers draws a matrix, which has two sides, defined by diagonals which function as cutting edges, defining a boundary by crossing it, in the direction of consistency. They count as Leibnizian monads, each reduplicating the universe inside itself, the complexity of each being no less than that of the whole. Equally, they count spinozistic bodies, whose intrinsic latitudes map extrinsic relations, constituting the strict parallelism between intensive and extensive cosmos. When cartography charts bodies by latitude and longitude, it construes them as diagonalizing. Diagonals are lines of flight. They connect two elements outside the totality, drawing trajectories between the absolute crossings, marked by hypertense ecumenic and planomic magnitude. Diagonal method activates an inexhaustible innovative potential. It exploits capabilities no greater than those presupposed by a prospective completion, which it then subverts, by finding an extraneous item relative to any list, even an infinite one. It does so by constructing a number that varies from the nth already listed number, in its nth decimal, or fractional modular, place, at least. This is most economically exemplified by a deterministic diagonalism, produced when all numerical values are expressed in binary, mod equals 2, notation. The series of diagonal variations will then be strictly programmed by simple alternation, flip 0 to 1, and inversely, by recursively including each new number in the exceeded list, and rediagonalizing the entire transfinite set of extranumerated items generates itself automatically. What has been discovered? Transfinite cardinality number 2, ultimate continuum, an absolute edge, touched diagonally, as what comes next, after ecumenic totality has finished in intensity. At cardinality, continuum magnitude becomes countless, disengaging metrics from comparative countability. Cantor slides across schizophrenia, nomos non-zone, magnitude is occupied without being counted. A smell like something burning in the superstratum. Outside it's planomic now, and the numbers are swarming. Rf0 vaporizes on the plane of consistency, mechanomics. By Nick Land. narcissistic fetishism, as also by the contemptuous mockery of an autopiloted megapower, now crystallized into exact science. Numeracy affinds to an irreducible popularity, which no literacy, however global, can approach. Numbering practices emerge spontaneously within any population that becomes an effective multitude. Games, music, money, and time-marking practices all betray the contagious influence of a primary numerical element. Calculation mobilizes a thinking that is directly and effectively exterior, indexing the machinic dispersion or an organic distribution of the number. No sooner in the head, than on fingers and pedals, counting always happens on the outside. A population is already a number, mixed into irreducible hybrids by counting techniques and apparatus, counting board, abacus, currency tokens, and calendric devices. Even when socially depotentiated by sedentary societies, number evidences. Even when socially depotentiated by sedentary society.
Yeah. Rap Attack 50. Go boom. WM. Hey. Bag no front. Yeah. WM. Once again, WM. Come on, Ma. Can I borrow the keys? My generation is carpooling with doom and disease. Buckle up, skipper, the new American asterisk. You riding shoddy with Jesus of NASCAR in. At the end of the day, we all sitting on 24s, 365 horses. No horse shit, nothing but a learning permit. Delinquents on the Autobahn, pumping our airbags all worthless. I'm not depressed, man, I'm just a fucking New Yorker who know that sitting in traffic with these bastards is torture. Or being a jalopy with a mommy, getting headrest and holler the glowing moon roof is proof that I'm not dead yet. And y'all can all give me the Hummer. Cause in the meantime, I'ma pick this ride like Fly Formula Runner. This is the El Duck summer, with a gleam of factory gunmetal sheen gray and no VIN number. In the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. Pumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Check this out. Feel away, stay alive, stay alive. Cars slide by with the booming system like New York is Palooza with Metal Gear using Christians. Posted up for the gods of oil mining in a military Humvee with no bulletproof siding. Brooklyn baby, I'm waterlocked, walking nervous when the curfew was imposed, closing transportational service. This councilmatic fan turned me Hunter S. Thompson with my lawyer leaning over the side view mirror. Vomiting. You call them windows, I call them asbestos listeners. But it's wheezing in my chest, don't need more than fucking air fresheners. There ain't no easy pass. Hands on a dash, you'll get locked in the Casbah if the movement's too fast. Here come the cannonballs, run, get in your gremlin. The days of thunder creeping up sooner than you expected. Paranoid brethren disable the OnStar. No one no trace up, pull us over and shout outlet car. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so fresh? Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old ride. Hop in a whip and peel away, stay alive, stay alive. These TV thugs got the heart of Herbie the Love Bug. It don't take a speed racing mind to see that they just stuck. I'll wrap your promo truck with an ambler stencil to prove that your fucking baby's frying up in a rental. I knew a kid who navigated a slippery and fuel injected a speedball on his way to Atlantic City. Out the race before even making his mark, and now they'll never pick his shit up out of long-term parking. My AAA card is one too many initials. An Autobot on the fringe of liquid addiction, spinning fishtails. I'm about to careen on some tunes and shit off cliff. The love of the sport of racing is keeping me out of coffins. Come movers like, fuck it, just keep the beats dirty, dusty. I grab a CB radio like, I'll keep running the track, even when muddy, cause my insurance don't cover leaving behind a pit crew that love me, so I rhyme. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. Rhyme. Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Rhyme. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Rhyme. Hop in a whip and peel away, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. What the fuck, oh, look out!
Once again, it's Big G, running the number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop cactus. I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of four bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches and Mona Lisa portraits. Jacuzzis and saunas, and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, the front yard streaming full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of Becks, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex, the level recliner, the roll units with silver china, sipping on finer wine. You see what shines a diamond mine is the highness, kingpin of heroin, I'm thorough when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel. In town and city, I'm rolling like Frank Nitty, I'm rich and pretty, back up kitties, I got Grammys that's grimy and gritty, a nigga that's spunky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest, so I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith & West, and then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real Mac, the name is Cool G-Rap.
Sometimes it makes you wanna holler. It's a weird shit. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game. Sometimes it makes you wanna holler.
I gotta fly, walk under the wing. I swing it and does a thing, and if you step inside my ring, she'll bang it out and make your brains hang. She sits at restaurant tables with make foxes and staples, drinking Chardonnay brand label, shit rockin' suckers, cradle and yeah, honey is more bounce to the ounce. She walks around with Lucci in large amounts, millions of socks with bank accounts. Her name is Tammy, got a beach house in Miami, rides around with a small jammy and a silken satin panties. A down home, a Foxy Brown, or standing the ground. When if the clown, yo, she turn into a bus around. Our flyers are heaven's angel, got sapphires in our bagels, diamond earrings hanging dangle, getting money from all angles. She's pretty under the New York City bright lights. In real life, way after midnight, I hit it cause the split's tight. Wake up early and make my rounds, break a brick down, back in the silver for a pound. Some clowns be trying to get down, light up a smoke and grab a stack of casinos. The slick stick up kids don't get no free, don't broke cause I ain't trying to be broke. I goes all out for G-Rap business, honey, nothing's funny, it's a damn shame what I gotta do to get the money.
What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game. Sometimes it makes me wanna holler. It's a weird shit. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game. Sometimes it makes me wanna holler. No, it ain't no sweet, ain't no.
Transmitter raps cross my synapse and trap years in time caps and make them feel as if nanoseconds elapse. My subliminal responds with sparks and contradicts its content because I'm conscious of my subconscious thoughts. Verbal wit'll make you short circuit quick. I throw a Merkin fit and squirt some shit worse than a murder hit from David Berkowitz. I throw dirt on your birth certificate. Get deep to see our surfaces, slice you and walk through your personage like a curtain split. My predatory nature so raw that I love Slim. While the vultures flew over him, I flew above them. I'm the derelict with sick terror spit. You don't produce natural paragraphs, you carry someone else's like a surrogate. The onslaught that I'm causing, no author can pause it. I'm the dark secret inside of the skeleton's closet. I raise my pages in the sacred Philippine caves. Grew stalactite braids and shaved them with guillotine blades. A cryptic rhyme shocked and ripped his mind. Cannabis and K-Reno combined is an unwritten apocalyptic sign. I turn them seeds into shark feed, write and read and walk speed. The vampire and ultraviolet crossbreed. The rap gospel I follow is probably most optimal. My ultra opticals can spot fetus hair follicles. The possibility of me not winning's impossible. I'm so mentally hostile, I hear good news and get volatile. I telepathically move objects. My tongue concocted a new strain of saliva. One drop can fuel rockets. I throttle you with violent tailwinds, then extend another set of limbs and put you in a double full Nelson. So tell me, can you ace this quiz? You're the reverse opposite of what the opposite of true greatness is. Motherfucker, why would you try to nullify a beast with a butterfly? That's like singing an insomniac a lullaby. My eyes can catch rap as far as the skies can stretch. A bloody mic depicted and described in my composite sketch. Hit your place with self-imposed gashes in my face. Transform you from a solid mass to ashes in a face. So soon as you move, I'm dooming you. Then I'll take your widow to a room to screw 20 minutes after your funeral. You wanna try to wipe my rhyme out? You be better off trying to put a strapped suicide bomber in time out.
Over the horizon, radar rhymes. Patent number 4686605. Sound pours out of the ground across the land. Jethro Tull was mauled by the god called Pan. Creative writing and rhythm, grammar and composition. Don't ignore me, ignore the fools who tell you don't listen. To you it shouldn't sound like I'm quitting, cause I'm not. If I am to continue, it's up to hip-hop. Wary of body and mind, tired of swimming against the tide. Why swim or walk when I can glide? Zero gravity exercising requires expert timing. For skydiving, my call sign is flying wing. An impossible profession. Saint Germain was made to explain the lesson with 1,000-bar message. Now you may go, you have graduated. Now you may know. Tell the world exactly what you were shown. Shown up, Sesame Street poems brought to you by Sears Roebuck. Countdown, 48 months. Does it amaze me? No. Does it faze me? Maybe a little, yo. We gotta find a way to generate dough. The promoter won't pay me what I want for a show. Why do it for free when I'm worth my weight in gold? Mind, body, and soul inseparable. Incredibly, protoplasma recycles the matter perpetually. Hip-hop became boring. Lyrics seem more like a vestigial organ, but they shouldn't be important. The diaphragm, the thymus, activate the latent powers that reside inside us with 13 chakras. Get the Guantanamo Bay, the Alcatraz way. You heard what I say? These pigs gotta pay. I steady my approach. There's supposed to be a no-fly zone. Black Sheep Squadron with strobe light holes. The hurricane's eye open, gale winds blowing. Moses on a rowboat, floating in the ocean. I figured out how to save water in a drought. If we save the right amount, I know we can make it out. The ever-expanding mind commanding the body. Do you copy the quantum biology biopsy? My austere designs are so ahead of the time. Even when you press rewind, you're still left behind. Father Arthur, Paul Pauper, breeze to draw prana and a yoga pose, trying to get close to your mama. Your ear cartilage has been targeted. The bombing will commence. Don't be a bitch, nigga, you started it. On the Sabbath, I write pre-planet for the planet. Drawing mechanics, suspended in space is holographics. Scientifically quantifiable, megalomaniacal, viable style. It's like trying to ride a bull. The lyrical inimical is miserable because I built a citadel of syllables that make me invincible. Am I a madman or a mason? A patriot or a pagan? West coasting in a 6'4" with Dayton's. The propulsion system matrix poorly calibrated. I'm waiting on the part, special order replacement. Battle rapid, just aimless entertainment. Second round knockout was one of their favorites. Fuck all the haters. My luck was crushed, I felt like they fronted. My heart kept pumping, I had to do something. I turned the page, wrote a turn of phrase. Verbal x-rays, they say I don't burn, I blaze. Don't look at it like winning or losing. In 98 it was amusing. Poet Laureate's my new shit. Time keep on slipping, the ripper keep ripping. But right now my image stands still in a prism. My light reflects like mirrors, I choose to share it. The procession of the earth is never. Paradise.
Paradise fools.
My frustration aimed at what I created has me feeling discombobulated. I hated the boredom, so I reinstated entertainment for my well-being. Now I'm seeing I made the wrong decision. My project had appeared easy but had no direction and precision. Beginner's luck. Only up to recent times do I feel stuck. I'm the only one to blame for things that ran amok. I built up a universe that is now building me, you see. Technological advancement is a creator now, and all things to be decided would have not even once touched my hands. My quote-unquote followers still constantly fill the stands on the so-called 7th day. For years it's been this way, but these people can't figure out whether it's the first or last day to pray. They seem to think that I'm forgiving of all, which means they have a scapegoat. If they happen to drop the ball, I've been coined various names, none of which to me are flattering. They look to me for guidance, but to me they do not matter in my eyes. There's nothing I can do to help this situation when they have internal conflicts with their whole congregation. They gather every week and speak of me in song. These beings I created in this project are terribly wrong. You all claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgive and you say of me. In reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. You all claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgive and you say of me. In reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. So now I'm stuck to figure out what I should do at this point in time. These creatures think that there's an afterlife, so they spend their whole life benign. They killed another creature years ago that claimed to be my son, so now they mold their lives after him and claim that he's the one that will save them, lead them to a new breath. I hate to break it to them, I have nothing for you after death. So carry on if you wish, unknowing. Think your breath is wind blowing, magnifying light bulb as a sun, and tears are rivers flowing. Think that every bad thing that happens to you is at my will, like bankruptcy, adultery, and the reason why others kill. Go on and be misled as you have your entire life. Think that I'll somehow reward you for all your pain and strife. I can't control destiny. Where'd you come up with that notion? There's no cure for AIDS, so don't even bother with that potion. I didn't create the disease to punish others, I didn't even make it. So if you have that frame of mind, you go ahead and break it. I'm sick and tired of feeling responsibility for all of you ungratefuls. I'm willing to share with the starving why you enjoy all of your platefuls. Even if I had the power to help you, I wouldn't even bother. So stop thinking that I love you and stop calling me your father. I didn't plan on you evolving into this mess with which I deal, asking for my forgiveness when you lie, cheat, and steal. What the hell do you want me to do? Try and save yourself, I can't help your marriage, your children, or status of health. My problem's far away, and even so-called devastations, like this oncoming war between the so-called United Nations. I regret making all of you, you make my blood pressure climb. I wish I didn't make you, but even I can't turn back the hands of time. You claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgive and you say of me. In reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. You all claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgive and you say of me. In reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. Paradise, paradise,
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftists hate science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, But many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case, you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in Group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into Group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into Group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3. The drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age. if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence: food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the mass of material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: people do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution would be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down. probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125 used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance. Hence the population explosion with all that that implies. Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. but we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society. But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology. It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself. It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed to the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. Two kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between two kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example: when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or two before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were four main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. Three of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true-believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true-believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc. were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention. Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
21,000 miles of space, bearing at 270 degrees, 2-3 minutes. Azimuth and plus 46 degrees, 46 degrees, 5 whole minutes, ecliptic.
The nightingale sang until the form pierced the heart, as loud as the morning lark till death do us part. Scantily clad nasty, you simply can't surpass me. I'm stalking to devour through the hourglass darkly, as bluebells will in the sway of midnight rain. I'm the beast preordained, running through my veins, bloodstained, pain and passion. You witnessed as it happened, as the crowds were amassing the heavens. Came crashing, made amendments to my exemptions, still fondly remembered. My ribs grew into wings as my tail feathers severed. In chariots and cherubs, the architect's perspective. I sent a death wish for you heathens to try and catch this. The brave contender, you must venture with flailing temper. The wailing harsh winds came to pass through your splendor. Innocuous buffalo skulls, sensory overload. Flames bask around the castle, the last stronghold. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. The bee runner pollinates the sun all day long. Many moments of her sadness placed inside a song. Rivers run backwards, all spirits flow as one. After many a summer dies, the lonely swan. Tilt the earth's axis, brought me back from the blackness. Sit back and watch me crack this with an iron fist. Ludicrously dismissed on a flying winged disc. That residue of bitterness, what heart shall desire this? An unequivocal waste evaporates, taste the greatness. I formed in many shapes, interlaced, lifting weightless. In my palm where the vulture just landed on a strand. The diagram transcends the pioneer's plan. Move across and expand, obscured by the lure of money. All fates have now changed, most ever so abruptly. Entrusted in a clutch with all that was disruptive. With every dagger thrust, the lust was interrupted. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A sketch to remember, two lives drawn together. Slumped in all weather, waiting on a promise forever. Underpinned on the fringes where I dragged him in. Told him of a world I knew where the outcome remains dim. Descriptive imagery worked will astonish in words. Acknowledge, pay homage to the dead mockingbird. You still couldn't forsake, devastate, or wake me. I still treasure all these moments that you gave into where you chased me. Ever the innovator, I place my faith in nature. It's not all that it could be, but nothing could be greater. The perpetrator was the one who couldn't stay true. I never even heard of you, still nothing remains new. A horseshoe for luck tucked inside my belt buckle. Everywhere I kept looking, but all I found was trouble. Dusty knuckles torn, we tear away the veil. Set ablaze on this trail, you was all designed to no avail. Tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more erratic. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression.
He said, come wander with me, love. Come wander with me away from this sad world. Come wander with me. He came from the sunset. He came from the sea. He came from my sorrow. Come wander as I wander as I wander.
measure, correctly calculate proportions of the king's chamber golden ratio. Vibrate the space below your feet. From the dry desert sands, erase the wreckage of a fleet. Prehistorical, translate the tongues of the oracle. Allegorical, mathematic, metaphorical. As above, so below. Have love, let it show. Levitate as I meditate, illuminate a glow. Green emerald, staff of Moses spreads the waves. Invade the promised land to wage 7 deadly plagues. Mystic order of the mercenary, thirst for many bones. Of clones, druidic stones align with galactic homes. Homes cold, the Kabbalah nodes of electric thought. 7 storm macabre, esoteric schools are taught. Degrees of substance unite to form a body of light. Crown chakra burns bright to defeat the troglodyte.
Since the dawn of humanity, some 100,000 years ago, humans have sought to make sense of an unpredictable and often chaotic world.
Just a fisher of man, I step and fish of the land. Deeply inhale the smoke from the sacrificial lamb. He who bites the hand of providence, evident, no common sense, mentally dead, sealed shut like Tutankhamun rest. Death mask, pure gold, tempered in the furnace. Repetition of the diction, articulated with earnest. Deliver us from evil, shiver of the feeble. Quiver full of needles in the river of the Beatles. Building blocks of masonry, master builders facing me. Facade of the macabre, behind which we placing me. Flashlights of black light, map out the odyssey. Trace the journey through magnetic hotspots. Geodesy, I'm G-O-D, not a devotee. Elohim backwards is me holy. Divide and conquer, we ripped asunder. They slipped asunder. The spell of Kingu, bring you the devil's plunder.
Who are we? Why are we? Why do the seasons change? Why is life filled with suffering? What happens when we die? This quest brought human beings to consider matters spiritual, matters beyond the material world.
He's so sinister, he could run up on a minister. 6 hip sinister stricken, it was written. Smash the sickness and sentence, you can be the victim. Smart chop off your brain with the vertical stem. Bend his spine so he can't bend. A striking sickness a sin. They trying to brawl, hibernated off alcohol. Raging mad with a murder talk. You act foul, I'ma break you off. Small fractions of blood subtracted by the races on the mattress. Sucking body secretions and feed it to the demons. After it resembles you looking like a prune. Like the 7 movie, Brad Pitt voice boxes in the room. Synchronicities resonate, mystical mysteries, residuaries, we building a legacy. Persistence and patience when the president represents a slave coupon. I hate this.
Neo-Nazis nosedive in fallen spaceships. The corrupt government's filled with raving racists. What's gonna happen for us to change this? Mental bars that we cast right off the slave ship. Like Atlantic, it's crossed like ancient natives. Columbus was a place where we're not related. Witchcraft on Ceylon's lot where they burn on hatred. You call it sacred, we call it the Matrix.
tongue left scars on my lungs, past littered with forbidden thoughts and strangers left hung. Through the scientists' precise research, spirits are revoked. Troops deserted in the desert, now swing from the rope. Swaying through and through, swinging back and forth, proper overflows. My antique pipe piece, misplaced the Nokia magic, under tragic memory loss. Bloody right fist, emerald tablet held aloft. Possessed by extraterrestrial entities that enter me, commanding high flows of intense density. Solid technology flows through the air, beware. Explore shadow laws and anomalies in astrology. I'm stuck in mythology, hollow door, this swallows me. Sinister image of folk tales, exhaling gals in his pale face. Destroy the hybrid race, escape into space. Await my fate, I'm from a place where dark physicists make plate tectonic shifts. Devils dancing in the mist inside my subconsciousness. Wandering holy man, dirty, unkept perfection. Trial by ordeal, we kill left with no recollection. Escape from Bedlam when the spaceship touched down behind my cerebellum. Extract confession till death will we tell them. Twisted misfit, mad scientist, catatonic, overwhelmed by the smell, unwell, diabolics. Unspoken words collapse, black holes when shaken. I died at Tyburn with the visage of Satan. All that was took will now be taken. Physical manifestation, drift suspended in ages twilight before the star's creation.
First sock convention, Queens Connection. The bridge we rapping. Any party that we steppin', get the handy up. VSOP immediately. Extra bent by the now sun is evident. We stats creaming. Mansions fulfill my dream. Ice rains gleam. Spread love throughout the whole team. Dominate the game with several combinations. No conversation, bring on your good competition. You hesitating, ass betting. It's bad business. For the game, nigga, get out the business. You waste space. Substitute, here's the replace. We deface. Smack the smile off your fucking face, change your taste, send you home back to vacate. Get your shit together, plus your mind straight. Yo, my empire strikes with the strength of poisonous snakes. My entire unit loaded up with snake niggas at high stakes. We pull off at high stakes, great escapes, span shift team downstate. Dreams of growing old with my son to live great. Little man, I plan to enhance your mind state. The rebirth for nigga who lived the ill life. The one before me was the one even more trife. My understanding, I raise you with precise planning and put you on to the whole game of this planet. But I gotta survive in order to follow through plans to live Vato. Me and my little kiddo. Any man trying to stop us, he get wet though. You couldn't withstand a snake bite, there is no antidote. You put your hands close and try to approach. I won't snap at you, I'm going for throats. And when you feel my bite, you sing high notes. I picked you from deep, but then you got cut close. My formula, I live life, do or die. Staring to the eyes of a deep wise guy, prodigy, turning niggas to proteges. My protege, I advise your ass to make way. Fully auto gun spray, it's small prey. I'll easily bait and trap game. This man is half mad, scientist half sane. Create a rhyme labyrinth like poisonous cannabis. Here, take a toke of this. Deadly rare vocalist, overpower your tiny noise like focus, like sunlight through a magnifying glass. I'll focus and burn a hole straight through your brain and leave you open. And let the venom soak it. You start sweating and going through convulsions from dope shit I read. Leaving niggas stuck, I let stick. Trapped up in the web of a nigga that's sick. I wrap you up in a cocoon, get caught up in the mist. A dangerous, risky business, fuckin' with this. Contender number one, I put you on top of the list. You're the best challenger so far, I'll give you this, repeat this. Fatal shot for solar plex, man down. Now who dares to go next? Like General Monk orders to chop next. I send a message to my whole clique, the bomb shit. Atomic, no time for calm shit. We hyperactive when it's time to Vietnam it. Your whole alliance gets single-handedly bombed it. Take heed to the apostles' warning. Word up.
Save yourself for others. Last days. Yeah. We live in the vicinity of enslavement, ruled by a trinity of cavemen who stole black virginity by plaguing inhabitants of Canaan. Worshippers of idols that are graven, masterminds behind blood flooding the pavement.
What's the wavelength acceptable to end receptacles? Fear makes brave men susceptible to germ war festivals. Injectable, micro, implantable, stainless brain chips. You need survival manual.
Describer of the annual demise of a whole tribe of animals. Hope without prescribes understandable. Modern day Delilahs paralyze the man in you. Solomon be wise and analyze who's damning you.
Famine flew through ya, human computer. Should've stocked cans of food on your maneuvers. Instead of being in the club scene sipping Kahlua, crammed in the tunnel like rats in the sewer.
Yeah, the ghetto's Egypt being smitten by the 10 plagues. Drugs, diseases, war, etc. We pharaoh slaves like Musa. We here to raise y'all about the caves. Give y'all the proper nourishment so y'all can be saved.
My slang hits sports with unpopular shit. Sound painter also fancy Ford Coppola shit. Am I divine or divine? That rhymes, rapes, the rap, and the wine. The God's kids flipping in the times.
The system was designed to strip them in the mind, force them to the underworld and trick them into dying. Instead of looking inside, they praying to the sky. If there's a heaven in the afterlife, don't you wanna die?
Convulsions apply to your body from the airborne host. Right through your eyes and your nose. Why deny your contaminated clothes? Exposed deadly contact. Lungs collapse and crack combat.
Trapped by the oppressor, unemployed black professor. Cracking under pressure, now he's strapped as the aggressor. Turn amphetamine chemists cause we lack black investors. Damn cheddar fiends are finished, feds attacking and Russia.
Cardiac arrest be the recipe. Biochemical entities can slip into babies or spike bottles of Hennessy. Affecting us look professional crooks. Write medical books and the poor get shook.
Bottom crooks, shook hustlers get booked on drug warrants. Them suckers be in protective custody, turning informant. Submitting to corrupted officials and laying dormant till that day they found hung in they cell, slain in torment. Some have ears to hear and weren't paralyzed. Others don't care and want the glamour life. Attracted to the aura of God, it got you staring right. Save yourself before the devil raise the Fahrenheit. A paranoid soldier don't care who he's shooting. He'll make us lose the war, interrogate who we recruiting. Understand people's army, be careful who we saluting. We need to organize like the great Huey Newton.
Evolution of the mind, pollution needs the prosecution of the blind. Give me a sign, God, to find a solution. Times is hard like that rock of Gibraltar. This sweet little water was laid in a coffin under the altar.
Culture, the essence, like many adolescents who were fighting drug wars without a vest. God bless them. So many times Satan tried to strangle my breath, had me dwell in the earth looking for my angel of death. Paranoid, scared to return on that eternal journey. When y'all learn me, y'all see carnal-minded shit don't concern me.
God, I firmly understand these events. We in the trench, in the war under the firmament. Learning this lesson in life for Armageddonites. Get it right, reality bites you like a viper. Ghetto mothers, make sure your baby is attended to. My soldiers, always keep your radius defended.
For the mic, my appetite strike late at night, food for thought. Hold down the fort, up in the port of riches. Last seen giving stitches. Grab the cat by his gold crucifix. His team acting superstitious. One iron, one faking, reaching for his iron, one trying to get close. I got the toast and I'm firing, blood gushing. I think I hear sirens, commotion. Still zoning off the war potion.
Yo, we be the masters of circumference. My thought can't be altered, body mind control substance. For the key to the shake head, the stamina imposter. A group of airlights, my team be deep like a roster. You lobster, you break the legs of all imposters. Cut the tons off the snakes, cause one hit may cost ya a price of your life. I should always think twice, remember always think twice. Cause one fucking mistake coming away, kid. So wake the fuck up, yo, wake the fuck up.
Hey yo, straight up and down, don't even bring that type of shit around me. You liable to get your whole neck slapped off your shoulders. Quick, fast, faster than the obelisk. So I think you will live amongst the loudest MCs and DODs that I run with and collaborate my thoughts with to elevate to a higher standard. As I landed, but never stranded. As the guard PR terrorists apprehended. Analog suspects on the set.
Dirty doctrine, killer concoction, rhyme rotten, stay plotting. Yesterday went grenade shopping, caught a nice one. Grab the vest up, this track I blessed to make it bloody ugly, dip it in mud. My soldiers gonna love me, grab the mic, look into the sunshine way above me, on my forehead. Today, have my daily bread, shared it with you. Make sure my fans are always fed.
Yeah, I'm pulling wrestling moves on competition, headlock them to submission while shots a nigga, picking through crops of intuition. Yo, my brain